One Piece 9 Tales. Behind the scene, there was a manipulator. Genichi, who crossed over to the world of pirates, possesses the ability to harvest emotions and extract character cards. At first, it started with the nine-tailed demon fox causing chaos in the Sabaody Archipelago and bombarding the holy land of the celestial dragons. Afterward, there were the fragments of the Shikon Jewel, coveted by the kings of the sea, which belonged to the world of monsters, the ruling demons who signed a contract with the 5 elder stars of the world government, the mysterious and eerie thriller bark in the middle of the sea, the demon king who descended on the 6th day of the Land of Wano, the ghost who pursued the Blue Bonnet on a small island in the East Blue, the mysterious port Utopia and Gravity Spring. All were manipulated by Genichi. Chapter 1, Genichi. In the past, there was a 9-tailed demon fox that brought disaster to the human world. Whenever the fox appeared, landslides and tsunamis would follow. Since so many people suffered, they called for the marines' help. There was a marine called Garp who joined the battle and finally defeated the fox. Because of that, he was called the marine hero. On the first half of Grand Line, there was an island called Sabaody Archipelago. Located near the Marines' headquarters, the entire island was comprised of 79 separate trees known as Yarikam and Mangrove. The 79 trees were divided into several areas, each one dependent on the number of the area. Number 1 to 29 were a lawless zone where bounty hunters and pirates ran amok. The darkness left behind by the history of the world plagued this area, giving off a nauseating stench. It was so bad that any decent person might vomit as soon as stepping foot to this place. And the one who stood on top of this nauseating stench was the celestial dragons. Ah, Saint Richard! Welcome! A staff of the auction house kneeled in front of a celestial dragon who was wearing a glass case around his head with snot dripping from his nose. I hope that you can spare us from kneeling inside the auction house. I'll allow it. Otherwise, how can this auction be carried out? Not all of the goods this time are useless, right? Saint Richard said. Ah! Of course not. In fact, we have devil fruit user among our goods today. Devil fruit? What kind of ability do they have? Saint Richard asked. It is the kind of power that swallow emotions. It can make people happy and fuzzy. Sounds good. The celestial dragon nodded slightly. The staff then immediately replied, "Thank you for your approval. I will take you to the VIP seats." The celestial dragon entering the auction house was naturally a very sensational event, but everyone else didn't have to kneel to them while in the auction house. After the staff respectfully brought the celestial dragon to the most comfortable VIP seats, he quietly stepped out and quickly called a person beside him. Have you figured out Genichi's ability? Saint Richard is very interested in him. If he discovers that Genichi has a completely different ability, we will be dead. There's no doubt about it. With his ability, even the slaves who want to riot have become docile. Check again. We'll showcase him last. Before he's showcased on the stage, you must find out what devil fruit he ate. The staff shouted in a low voice, and his subordinate quickly slipped into the back. Hey, get up! In a cage, there was a man sitting leisurely on the ground with one leg bent and the other leg was straightened. He leaned against the wall behind him with his head slightly raised, as if he was closing his eyes and meditating. He had black messy short hair. It seemed that he had not washed his hair for a long time. He had a collar on his neck, which was the mark of a slave. Although he looked like a homeless, he was a very handsome man. At least in this world, he could be considered very handsome. He looked somewhat different from the other people in that place. The security guard was speechless when he saw how carefree this man seemed. He had worked here for so many years, but he had never seen someone who could be this carefree when he was about to be sold off as a slave. Kid, it's almost time for the auction. You are very lucky. The celestial dragon, Saint Richard, has taken a liking to you. Maybe you will become a celestial dragon slave from now on. The security guard opened the door and looked at Genichi coldly. I wonder how long you can last. Celestial dragons or world nobles were the only people who could enslave anyone regardless of their race and didn't get punished for that. Those who were unlucky enough to be celestial dragon slaves usually would become their plaything until the slaves died or the celestial dragons got tired of them. They were the descendants of the creator of the world Government, calling themselves gods. Even the admiral would be dispatched if they were attacked. The celestial dragons sure were the most arrogant people in this world. The slaves around them were just objects for their amusement. Celestial dragons. Hearing the security guard's words, Genichi slowly opened his eyes. One of his hands was still on his knee. At this moment, he used his hand to get himself up. He asked, "So? Is it my turn already?" "Not yet. I just want to make sure what your ability is before you are sold to St. Charles," the security guard said as he reached out to the chain that shackled Genichi, but something suddenly stopped his hand. "You?" He looked at Genichi in disbelief. The one who had stopped him was naturally Genichi. A mere slave dared to resist him? "Forget it," Genichi said a little bored, "I have already collected enough of those negative emotions. There is no point in absorbing any further," he said as if he couldn't grasp his current situation at all, causing the security personnel to be stunned. "You? Do you really know what you are talking about and what you are doing? He is now a slave. His life is in our hands, and he can be executed at any time. How dare he hit me? How dare he refuse my proposal? Ah, I have to thank you all." Genichi stretched and continued, "If you hadn't let me absorb so many negative emotions, I would not have been able to get such a good start." "Hey, what are you talking about? You have been talking to yourself for a while. It seems you're not aware of your situation just yet. I will teach you a lesson now." "Well, I know my situation very clearly. I am not a god, but I am not a slave either, and I am certainly not a slave of God. In order to show my gratitude to you, I will show you something good. Of course, none of you can tell anyone." He approached the security guard's ear and whispered, "The god that you're saying is going to die soon." Boom! The security guard's pupils dilated. In the next moment, an overwhelming power suddenly descended from the sky. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, making it hard to breathe. Then, the top floor of the auction house suddenly shattered. Everyone inside could only see. A huge eye was looking at them through the gap. Chapter 2, One-Time Use 9 Tails. That was... what? The debris of buildings fell from the ceiling, and a huge hole was created. However, what lied beyond the broken ceiling was not the bright sky. Instead, it was a huge and scarlet eye. That eye seemed to be filled with bottomless pressure, death, resentment, anger. All sorts of negative emotions rose in everyone's hearts. Just by looking at it, one would feel as if they had fallen into hell. It wasn't a living creature, but the manifestation of fear itself. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar came from outside. It was so loud that everyone in this wood might hear it. This fragile auction house was instantly lifted up by the impact of the roar. The people inside were even swept up by the hurricane. This was a natural disaster, a demon stepping foot into this world. As the buildings were destroyed, the people who survived saw the one who caused this. It was too huge. It was probably several hundred meters tall. Various buildings on Sabaody Archipelago seemed so small in comparison to this fox. However, it was a fox with 9 tails. Its whole body was orange, with its 9 tails swaying behind it. Its entire body oozed unparalleled power. No one knew how it appeared. They only knew the tide brought about endless destruction the moment it appeared. "What is this thing?" The security guard couldn't help but shout, but in the next second, 9 tails took a step forward, and its huge front foot crushed him into pieces. Only Genichi was unscathed in that moment. "Fortunately, I caught up." Genichi looked at the virtual data that only he could see. This was not Devil Fruit's ability. It looked like a system, but there was no AI that would respond to his call. It might be the same as Devil Fruit's ability in a sense, but he wasn't weak against seawater. Positive emotion value, 30. Negative emotion value, 600. Current card, 9 Tails Demon Fox, one-time use. Yes, this 9 Tails Demon Fox was his card, a creature that appeared due to his ability. A few days ago, he was just an ordinary person on Earth, but he suddenly found himself in One Piece universe and was captured by human traffickers not long after. When he was desperate, he awakened this ability. He could collect the emotions of others to strengthen himself. Positive emotions would produce tools, and negative emotions would produce character card. After awakening this ability, he absorbed the emotions of the slave that was locked up with him. His body naturally exuded negative emotions, and because the owner of the auction house discovered it, he thought Genichi was a Devil Fruit user, and in order to figure out his ability, he forced him to absorb the emotions of everyone in the auction house. As a result, he obtained a large amount of negative emotion points and used 100,000 negative emotion points to draw a card. He did not expect to draw something as strong as the 9 Tails. 9 Tails Fox, one-time use a tailed beast from Naruto universe, but its energy cannot be replenished. When its energy depletes, 9 tails will also disappear. When he saw the card, he was overjoyed because he could get 1% strength of the character card that he got, which was equivalent to him having 1% of 9 tails power from the get-go. Although it was a one-time use card, he could get away from slave traders with 9 tails around. However, he wouldn't let them leave just like that. Although it had only been a few days since he became a slave, the anger in Genichi's heart towards these slave traders and the people in the auction house were enough to burn the entire world. He wanted to destroy the entire lawless zone in Sabaody Archipelago. Aside from venting his anger, he also wanted to do it to obtain more benefits. Since the celestial dragons were here when 9 tails rampaged, he would definitely be able to obtain a lot of emotion points. In the past few days, he had carefully studied his ability. His ability would absorb all kinds of emotions that were directed at him and divide them into 2 types. The stronger he was, the more emotional points he could absorb. Then he could exchange his emotion points for character cards. The more emotion points he used, the better character card he'd get. Of course, it was also possible to directly devour one's emotions, just like what he had done before. However, even though he did get a lot of emotion points by forcibly devouring Simeon's emotion, he would not be able to obtain any emotional points from them in the future. He only did it this once because he was desperate, so after obtaining 9 tails card, he would refrain from forcibly devouring Gother's emotions again. Just let 9 tails rampage to its heart content. This was what he thought in his heart. As for himself, there was no need to stay in such a dangerous place like Sabaody Archipelago. Since there were celestial dragons here, it meant that an admiral was coming soon. In a moment, this place would become the battlefield between 9 tails and the admiral. If he was still here by that time, he definitely would not get away unscathed. Moreover, he did not want to expose himself and his ability. Now that he had 1% of 9 tails strength, it was very easy for him to leave this island. He could leave whenever he pleased without having to worry about the sea water while 9 tails was rampaging. Countless buildings collapsed on Sabaody Archipelago without 9 tails exerting too much effort. This was a lawless zone, a place where all kinds of darkness bred. But it was powerless before a bigger darkness. Even God had to bend his knees in fear, let alone a celestial dragon, who couldn't stop his snot from dripping. The moment 9 tails appeared in front of him, Saint Richard knew that he was doomed. He had never felt this kind of fear before. He was angry and angry. He kicked away his slaves and guards around him and then shouted, "Kill this monster! Call Marines headquarters, I want this monster as my pet." His guards could be considered to be somewhat capable, as they were not trampled to death by 9 tails, but to deal with this kind of monster was just. "Wait, what is that in its mouth?" Suddenly, a person exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. They saw a ball of black substance materializing in 9 tails' mouth. Chapter 3, Bombarding Mary Gosa. What a terrifying power! The dark energy that appeared from the 9 tails' mouth was simply incredible. Sabaody Archipelago wasn't short on powerful pirates, but at this moment, they were all shocked. "Wait, that direction is..." All of a sudden, someone discovered where 9 tails was aiming its huge mouth at, and everyone were shocked. Saint Richard couldn't help but look over, and at that moment his entire body turned cold. "You! How dare you!" He was so shocked and terrified that he could not articulate himself. However, 9 tails did not care what an ant below him had said. He swallowed the pitch-black sphere in front of his mouth. The energy intensified in his throat. The 9 tails then gazed the prosperous island at the end of his line of sight and suddenly opened his mouth again. This time, the huge amount of energy that had been condensed before was released in one go. It was as if the entire world was shaking and was about to be destroyed. Even though the target was clearly not this island, but everything along the energy beam's path was destroyed. Humans had spent so much time to leave a barbaric mark of the civilization on Sabaody Archipelago. The people of this island also demonstrated the power of nature at work, but in this instant, everything would cease to exist. Because all that was left was destruction. Boom! The beam of light destroyed all the buildings along the way, leaving a huge mark. Everything it touched was turned to nothingness, and the target of this beam of energy was the most frightening thing. Because the beam of light even directly passed through the ocean, setting off waves in wake, as it headed straight into the celestial dragon's residence, Holy Land Mary Gosa. The aftermath of the energy beam alone was so devastating, let alone its impact on its target. The Holy Land Marigosa, home of the celestial dragons, was the world's most sacred place, and its existence represented the world government's power that ruled the world for as long as 800 years. Even the most savage pirates dared not attack this place. But all of this would change today. Because, Nine Tails blasted his strongest attack, Tailed Beast Ball at Marigosa from the get-go. Rumble. The huge explosion could be seen even from Sabaody Archipelago, and a massive smoke followed after. It was as if something had turned everyone's belief upside down. There was actually someone out there who didn't fear death, as that someone actually attacked the Holy Land Marigosa. In the end, what exactly was this monster that suddenly appeared? It was still unknown, but it actually had the audacity to attack Marigosa. This alone made the monster the #1 criminal in this world. And what brewed in the hearts of everyone was something called ambition. Some people actually had the audacity to trample on the holy land of the celestial dragons in front of so many people. It was as if the celestial dragon's reign as a god was over by this event. Once someone had instigated the first attack, other people would no longer be afraid to launch the next attack. For this reason, the one who was most afraid was Saint Richard, who happened to be there, witnessing everything. At this moment, he could no longer say those harsh words anymore because he was overwhelmed by fear after witnessing the Nine Tails' absolute strength. As someone born of high status, he had never felt fear since he was a child, and the first time he felt it was during this time when he could be turned to ashes in any moment. "Don't kill me!" he shouted from the top of his lungs, but it had no effect at all on Nine Tails, or rather Genichi. After leaving safely, he had already integrated his consciousness into Nine Tails. The tailed beast ball that was aimed at Marigosa just now was also his doing. He knew full well how much of a scum the celestial dragons were. In just a few days of being a slave, he had seen too much darkness. And the greatest darkness in this world was the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons' privileges made this lawless area seem civilized. Therefore, he wanted to tear off this mask, including how people perceived the celestial dragons as gods. These so-called gods were just a group of self-righteous monkeys. He looked coldly at the celestial dragon who slumped the ground. He grabbed him with his claws and stared at him with his scarlet pupils. The celestial dragon clearly had never experienced anything like this before that he almost went insane. "Stupid pig!" Genichi thought coldly. He strengthened his grip a little, and all the bones in Saint Richard's body were shattered. He wailed out of pain and fainted because he could not take the pain before dying. Genichi then threw him down like trash, and his limp body landed in the crowd. People had never seen such a miserable celestial dragon, and they had never thought that this would happen to them. In the midst of panic, the stimulation from the huge-tailed beast ball that Nine Tails blasted at Marigosa earlier grew more intense. However, they did not have time to think about these things at the moment. They were more afraid of Nine Tails' terrifying power that all they thought about was running away to save their lives. Some people didn't care and just trampled on Saint Richard's body as they ran from the Nine Tails. Each step the Nine Tails took laid waste to the land, and as it ran throughout Sabaody Archipelago without any fear, the island was completely turned upside down. The guns that the pirates and the incoming marines fired at the Nine Tails also had no effect at all. Genichi indeed only obtained 1% of the Nine Tails' power, but he did not really care about it. Being able to obtain a card like the Nine Tails for 100,000 emotion points was quite a bargain. He could clearly feel how terrifying Nine Tails' power was. Just one tailed beast ball could flatten an island. No one could stop him, and it was basically like a walking natural disaster. "Come here quick, Admiral." On the sea, Genichi, who had successfully escaped, stood on the surface of the sea and looked at the huge Nine Tails on Sabaody Archipelago. "Let me see how much Admirals can give me." Chapter 4, Admiral's Arrival. As the entrance to the New World, Sabaody Archipelago could be said to be quite prosperous. But at this moment, a huge monster completely destroyed it. Retreat! The Marines were closing into the lawless zone from the distant island. They evacuated the civilians outside the lawless area while rushing towards the Nine Tails. Although the world governments were filled with rotten people, and there were many degenerates in their ranks, but these Marines from the headquarters at the very least followed the justice that they believed in. A horde of Marines protected the order of this island that would meet its destruction soon. Perhaps such a thing had never happened in this place. No one dared to go against the world government, including the most rampant pirates in the New World. Sabaody Archipelago wasn't that far from the Holy Land Marigosa and Marine headquarters. The reinforcements from both places arrived very quickly, and the admiral that was heading to Sabaody Archipelago at this moment was Admiral Sengoku. Sigh, why does this have to happen when I'm an admiral? What a hassle. Sengoku could already see Nine Tails rampaging even though there was still quite a distance from Sabaody Archipelago. His expression was grim. Because of this monster, the Marines and world government's reputation would be tarnished. Fleet Admiral Kong told Sengoku to handle this matter well before he retired. In order to ensure this, Sengoku asked his two old friends to come as well. They were Vice Admiral Garp and Vice Admiral Zephyr. Sengoku was an admiral, whereas Garp and Z were vice admirals, but their strength was already at admiral level. Sengoku was the oldest of the three. He was a year older than Garp and 5 years older than Z. Garp didn't want to be the Celestial Dragon's bodyguard, so he refused to be promoted to an admiral. On the other hand, since Z was still young, Fleet Admiral Kong decided to promote him to an admiral in 2 years. A 38-year-old admiral was considered young. At least no one became an admiral at that age in the history of the Marine. At this moment, Sengoku brought his two old friends to prove Marine's seriousness. Is this, the nine-tailed fox mentioned in the news? Is it a mythical Zoan user? Garp said solemnly on the deck. This guy is even more powerful than those lawless pirates in the New World. That's unlikely. There is indeed devil fruit that allows its consumer to transform into a nine-tailed fox in Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, but it's nothing like the monster before us. There was indeed a mythical Zoan devil fruit called Dog Fruit, model, nine-tailed fox dog, and the Marines naturally had information about this devil fruit. But as far as they know, the beast form of that devil fruit was nothing like the monster in front of them. Faster. Soon. But just as they were about to arrive at Sabaody Archipelago, Z suddenly noticed someone. Someone is standing on the sea. Z frowned. He carefully looked at that person and discovered that the person was wearing a black robe with a hood covering his head. The person was also wearing a vortex-like mask. He is a bit suspicious. Garp also followed Z's gaze and couldn't help but rub his chin. Judging from the appearance, the man they saw couldn't be a good person. Let's forget about him for now. The most important thing now is to deal with that nine-tailed fox. Sengoku also felt that there was something wrong with this person, but this was not the right time for that. As the admiral that led this force, he ought to stop the Nine Tails. At this moment, Nine Tails destroyed anything in its path, including the auction house and the audience. Genichi deliberately targeted only the wealthy people that participated in the auction and made sure that the slaves were unscathed. However, he did not let the Marines go either. Perhaps some of these people were good people, but they served the biggest foundation of this rotten world. Their justice served the wrong people, so Genichi would not show mercy. The Marines fired their guns at the Nine Tails relentlessly, but this level of attack was not even itchy for the Nine Tails. A strike from Nine Tails' claw left wailing of agony in its wake, but it would not stop just because of that. At this moment, the Nine Tails nearly destroyed everything within Area 1 to 29. All the lawless zone fell apart because of his overwhelming power. Be it the gangsters, the rich businessmen who participated in the auction, the Marines who stood up against him or some of the celestial dragons who happened to came there, they all died at his claw's mercy. His scarlet eyes looked at the next island, which was Area 30. From then on, it was no longer a lawless zone. There were many people who visited that place to have fun, but he did not seem to have any intention of retreating. When it was about to enter Area 30. Shockwave. A tall figure emitting a golden light appeared in front of the Nine Tails, catching the Nine Tails off guard and its feet were hit. Sengoku had arrived. When Nine Tails was about to wreak havoc beyond the lawless zone, the reinforcements from the Marine headquarters finally arrived. Moreover, Sengoku, as the leader, instantly entered his beast form. Boom! A golden shockwave was blasted out from Sengoku's golden Buddha. Although the golden Buddha was also huge, it was nowhere as big as the Nine Tails. However, one's strength often had nothing to do with size. At this moment, Sengoku used his full strength, pushing Nine Tails back to the edge of Area 29. Don't let it take another step forward. Otherwise, our justice will be tarnished. Sengoku shouted loudly. The Marines behind him suddenly became excited. Garp then jumped up. His arm was already covered by the powerful color of arms haki, boosting his offensive power. Then, he punched Nine Tails' head. What a tough guy. Garp's punch did hit the Nine Tails' head, and it did seem to injure it, but the Nine Tails suddenly retaliated after being overwhelmed by Garp's punch for a second. Those scarlet pupils seemed to house bottomless pressure. Roar! Chapter 5, Sengoku's Team vs 9 Tails. This creature was actually unharmed after taking his punch? Garp's punch could easily crush a mountain. However, at this moment, Nine Tails seemed to be fine as it retaliated. Roar! Nine Tails roared, sending Garp flying even though it was unharmed. It seemed Garp's punch did hurt it a little. Z, protect the civilians. Evacuate them. Seeing that Garp's attack did not work, Sengoku realized that the Nine Tails was more dangerous than he thought. At this moment, there were dozens of areas in Sabaody Archipelago and this battle would likely affect the whole Sabaody if not to other islands, so the civilians on the island must be evacuated. Hold on. Z didn't say much. As a person who upheld justice above all else, he wasn't corrupted by the Celestial Dragon's privileges. At least they three believed that civilians were very important. They've known the power of Nine Tails to some extent. It could fire a huge energy beam that could sink an island in one shot. They couldn't let the Nine Tails use such a devastating power in a place like Sabaody Archipelago. Despite knowing that, they were seeing the one thing they didn't want to see right now as the Nine Tails was condensing a huge energy in its mouth. The light beam didn't look like Haki, nor did it look like Devil Fruit's ability. But it was clear that it had a terrifying destructive power. Garp! Sengoku shouted at Garp. The latter was thrown to the ground by Nine Tails and fell into a big pit. But he was also a monster like Nine Tails. After climbing out of the pit, he seemed completely unharmed as well. After hearing Sengoku's words, his face became serious. This monster! Sengoku dished out a shockwave on the Nine Tails' mouth, but the Nine Tails also swiped its claw at Sengoku, setting off a tornado. WH! What a terrifying power! Sengoku's pupils dilated. Nine Tails set off a tornado with only a swipe of its claw. In that instant, his shockwave was completely dispersed. Following that, the tailed beast ball in Nine Tails' mouth was fired. It was blasted into the distance, beyond Sabaody Archipelago. Garp had already arrived in the direction that Nine Tails were aiming its tailed beast ball at. He immediately punched the tailed beast ball with enormous color of arms Haki. The moment they collided, it was as if the tailed beast ball clashed with a black protective wall in the air. Boom! In an instant, everything in the surrounding was instantly destroyed. All nearby buildings collapsed at the same time, and the entire island began shook. Garp roared, trying to stop the Nine Tails' tailed beast ball with all his might. After discharging the tailed beast ball, Nine Tails suddenly pounced forward. Seeing this, Sengoku immediately stepped forward, stopping Nine Tails, who was more than 10 times taller than him in its tracks. He waved his fist, and suddenly his enormous power was mixed with his color of arms Haki, boosting his destructive power as his punch collided with Nine Tails' punch. This scene was no less epic than Garp's attempt to stop the tailed beast ball. Boom! Sengoku was sent into the depths of the earth by Nine Tails' punch and a huge hole was formed on the ground. But Nine Tails also stopped its charge and even took a few steps back. In the next moment, the battle between Garp and the tailed beast ball finally came to an end. Garp punched in the tailed beast ball, causing it to explode in front of him. The explosion hit him and the dispersed energy also scattered to the island further away. Z, who was escorting the civilians, saw the dispersed energy coming towards him and kicked it away before shouting, "Watch out, you two!" Garp came out of the explosion and said with some dirt on his face, "It's easier said than done." His attack could easily break a mountain, and his defense seemed to be stronger than his attack. Nine Tails' attack could also crush a mountain, but because his punch weakened the tailed beast ball's impact, the explosion and the scattered energy did not cause much damage to him. This guy might be similar to the most rampant pirates in the New World, plus he's really tough. Garp said to Sengoku as Sengoku climbed out of the pit and said, "It is huge and agile. I wonder if it is afraid of the sea. Then why don't you try it?" Garp grinned. He flashed on the nearby body of water and punched it hard, sending his Haki into the depths of the sea and created a thrust force. Suddenly, the sea in front of him seemed to boil and set off a huge wave. "Idiot! I am still here!" Sengoku cursed, but the small wave that Garp set off was only aimed at Nine Tails, and it would not reach his position. If you want to make Devil Fruit user powerless, you have to put half of his body in the water. This is not enough. However, Sengoku was still worried that Garp would use another idiot tactic. Sure enough, Nine Tails swiped its claws, setting off a tornado that blocked the incoming waves. It even still had enough force to push Garp back after blocking the waves. Sengoku took this opportunity and threw a punch again. He covered his hand with color of Supreme King Haki this time. The power of this punch was no weaker than Garp's punch, and because of his size, it could inflict more damage to Nine Tails. Nine Tails was pushed back several hundred meters. He looked at the glittering Sengoku and roared. Another tailed beast ball was already condensed in its mouth. Damn it, does that move not drain his stamina or something? He can use it as much as he want. Sengoku cursed in his heart, but he couldn't possibly dodge, because at this moment, the direction Nine Tails was aiming at was the Holy Land Mary Gosa again. He had to block this one. Nine Tails was a monster who did not care about fairness at all. Bravo! In the distance, Genichi, who was standing on the sea, was amazed from the bottom of his heart. However, it was not because of the battle between Nine Tails and Sengoku. At this moment, his emotion points were increasing very rapidly. Positive emotion points, 6320. Negative emotion points, 654,821. Because the card was a one-time use, he chose to draw 2 times while Nine Tails was still fighting out of his desire for more power. One was a positive emotion, the other was a negative emotion. He used former 1000 emotion points on the former, and then used 100.000 emotion points on the latter. Chapter 6, Cream and Zero. As expected of an admiral was probably something Genichi would say, and this time, the people who came from the headquarters were all elites. They had provided him so much emotion points. Previously, Genichi had to forcefully absorb the emotion of so many slaves to the point that he couldn't absorb anything anymore and only got 100,000 emotion points, but within only a brief period after the Nine Tails rampaged, he had already gathered more than 600,000 negative emotion points. And one thing for sure was that as time went by, this matter would escalate throughout the world, and the emotional points he'd get would keep rising. The Marines and the world government would naturally give negative emotion points, while those pirates or people who despised the world government would give positive emotion points. And now, he was using 100,000 negative emotion points to draw a character card, and this time, the card he drew was Cream, a stand from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Cream is able to become a portal to a void-like dimension. Anything that passes through this portal is disintegrated into nothingness, with the sole exception is its user. The sole drawback was that its user was also blind to their surroundings while they were inside the void dimension. A stand from JoJo series had actually appeared in the form of a character card. With Genichi's inner command, a purple phantom with an illusory aura appeared behind him. This was great. Not only did he obtain 1% of Cream's power, Cream also became his stand. Genichi was quite satisfied considering he had to use 100,000 points for that. Despite the fact that Cream was a little slow, Genichi could not see what was going on outside while he was inside the void dimension, and he did not know if the enemy could detect him using Haki while he was inside the void dimension, but he didn't have to attack in the first place. With Cream, he had an absolutely safe hiding place, just like Obito Uchiha's Kamui that made him absolutely invincible. He could enter the void dimension inside Cream at any time, which left him invulnerable to enemies' attack. There might be a chance that Whitebeard's Tremor fruit could bypass the space and injured him, but he didn't need to take the risk of facing Whitebeard with his abilities. Now, because he had just awakened his abilities, he would be absolutely careful to ensure his safety. As for the 1000 positive emotion points that he spent, beef stew with potatoes, it can be quite filling if you eat it with a fragrant rice. Genichi knew he couldn't expect much for something that was worth 1000 emotion points. However, he hadn't eaten anything decent in the past few days when he was a slave. When he left the Sabaody Archipelago, he changed his clothes and covered his whole body in a black robe. He also wore a mask. At that time, the person wearing a black robe that Z and the others saw was obviously him. At that time, he suddenly thought that he somewhat resembled Obito Uchiha, who also wore a mask and released the 9 tails. Obito Uchiha fought the 4th Hokage, so should he go fight the future admiral? Should he make everyone wary of the completely unheard of 9 tails like this, or should he make them think that there was someone who released 9 tails? Considering the battle of 9 tails vs Garp and Sengoku, it would at least last for half a day. Long and drawn-out fights were common in One Piece universe. With the combined strength of Garp and Sengoku, this battle might be much more difficult than their previous fight with Shiki. Genichi thought about it and decided to choose the latter. He wanted the world government or other forces to direct their emotions at him. If it were just fear of the unknown or a natural disaster, he might get less emotion points. Although he couldn't beat Z, no one could catch him thanks to Cream's ability. At this time, the Marines were busy protecting the civilians. The warships that the Marines brought were already full of people. Z noticed that almost all of them were evacuated, so he planted to support Garp and Sengoku, but he suddenly saw someone walking slowly on top of the sea. His pupils dilated. This person. It was the guy he saw earlier. And the direction that guy was heading to now was the warship that carried the civilians? What was that guy planning to do? For some reason, Z felt that this guy was extremely dangerous. He absolutely couldn't let him get close to the ship filled with civilians. Hey, stand where and don't move. In an instant, he jumped down from the warship. Z was not a devil fruit user, so he didn't have to be afraid of the sea. Looking at Genichi wearing a mask, he directly said coldly, "If you go any further, I will consider you a pirate." Marine. Zephyr. The masked Genichi slowly said Z's name. The latter became more dignified and knew that this guy was no ordinary guy. "Nice to meet you, future admiral." "Who are you?" Z wasn't surprised to hear that he was a future admiral. The three most famous people in the marine were Sengoku, Garp, and him. Sengoku had already become an admiral, and it had already been decided that he'd become an admiral soon. "I am here to deliver a declaration of war. You can call me Zero." Zero. Z frowned. Declaration of war? Ridiculous. Are you going to declare war on the world government? Why? Reason. You can think of it as a spur of the moment or a long-term plan. It is both for war and for peace. What's with that ridiculous reason? Z was furious. Because of this ridiculous excuse, you instigated this incident? You bastard, do you know how many people lost their lives because of you? Z held the principle of not killing. He never took anyone's life, even if they were the most vicious pirate. After hearing Genichi's words, he already concluded that Nine-Tails Fox was the man's companion. Seeing so many casualties, although they were dark evil people, he still couldn't help but roar. Not just the Sabaody, this place is also. Genichi raised his head and looked at the civilians on the warship. Is it really alright leaving a ship full of civilians this defenseless? Don't worry about it. Z had already concentrated Haki on his arm. With me here, this is the safest place in the world. Chapter 7, The Invisible Empire Declares War on World Government. Z stared at the man who called himself Zero, who seemed to be full of openings. But for some reason, this man gave off an immense pressure. Maybe this guy was even more dangerous than the nine-tailed fox. However, the words "justice" carved on his clothes wouldn't let him retreat. As long as he didn't fall, behind him was the safest place in the world. So that's how it is. Zero chuckled, still full of opening, as expected of the world government that has ruled the world for 800 years. Your arrogance certainly is not unfounded. However, his voice changed. Suddenly, his body exuded a bizarre energy that wasn't visible to naked eyes. Only color of observation Haki could detect its traces. Haki? No, it did not look like Haki, or was it his devil fruit ability? Genichi smiled. The next moment, his body seemed distorted. No, not distorted. Z's pupils dilated in an instant. He saw Zero's body was entering the body of a strange creature floating behind Zero. Stop! Who are you people? Z instantly rushed forward with powerful color of arms Haki covering one of his arms, but the moment he almost hit Genichi, Genichi had been completely devoured by Cream and Cream turned into a black sphere. Z never expected that Cream would actually disappear. He shouted, "Is that all you got? Declaring war and then run away right away? Z, your insolence will come to an end." Cream's body had completely entered the void dimension. Genichi's voice came from the void, "I declare war on the world on behalf of my invisible empire, but the war won't break out now. It can be in a few decades, a few years, a few months, or even a few days later. It won't be a surprise if Mary Gosa or Marine Ford will be attacked in the next moment." Genichi, who had already entered the void dimension, said in a carefree tone, "You all will have to stay on your toes from now on. Take 9 tails as a gift from me." Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred on Sabaody Archipelago. The explosion illuminated the sky as if there were two suns. Z was absent-minded for a moment and quickly threw his punch. But the black sphere in front of him also disappeared. His punch hit thin air and the impact shook the sea, creating a massive gap in the sea, but it didn't hit Genichi. The Invisible Empire. Z gritted his teeth. He was concerned about the Invisible Empire that Zero mentioned. Was it an empire that could only be perceived with color of observation haki just like the monster behind Zero earlier? Was the space he entered the Invisible Empire? And that monster was the tool to enter the empire? Z was racking his brain, and the next moment he shouted to the marine on the warship, "Protect the civilians." The enemy might not leave just like that, but Z thought that it would be better to help Sengoku and Garp deal with Nine Tails first. If the enemy really came to declare war, then he couldn't waste too much time on Nine Tails here. The ability of that man called Zero was very strange. It didn't look very strong on the surface. Even though the man was full of openings, he gave off a dangerous vibe. And what was the monster that devoured Zero earlier? Z rushed as fast as he could to Sabaody Archipelago. The huge Nine Tails rampaged without a care and two figures fought with him. Garp and Sengoku, these two old guys demonstrated how terrifying their combination was. Later they joined hands to defeat Shiki and Bullet. It was reasonable to say that Garp was really good in team fight. And this time, he had another helper, Z. What took you so long? At this moment, Garp's cape was long gone. He was wearing a pure black combat suit. There were many wounds all over his body that dyed part of his black clothes red. After seeing Z, he was slightly at ease a little, but he still complained, "If you come any later, I would have dealt with this big fox already. I met a troublesome person. In short, it is a bit complicated. I will tell you about it after we deal with the nine-tailed fox." Z looked at Sengoku and found that Sengoku's golden body was not as radiant. During his conversation with Zero, these two had fought an intense battle. But Nine Tails was no different. Nine Tails was not as big as when it first appeared anymore. This monster doesn't seem to get tired at all. Be careful. That creature can fight at full strength while it's still breathing. Garp, who had been fighting with Nine Tails for a period of time, said and rushed forward, catching Sengoku, who was sent flying, and then attacked Nine Tails together. Boom! Garp punched and knocked Nine Tails back, but Nine Tails immediately retaliated. Its strength was also incredible. It could slap Garp from the sky to the ground with only its raw power. Z kicked Nine Tails' head. He looked at the huge fox demon eye. It was filled with endless destruction and pressure. Nine Tails roared, and after throwing Z away, it once again compressed the tailed beast ball in its mouth. However, it was not only one tailed beast ball this time. Is that creature planning to raise the entire Mary Gosa or what? At this moment, a large number of black balls appeared in Nine Tails' mouth. Each of them contained a powerful energy. Once they exploded, what would happen? It was simply unimaginable. And now, these tailed beast balls were all aimed in the direction of the Holy Land Mary Gosa. They are declaring war on the world government. It is not surprising that they would do such a thing. Z said directly, but we must not let it succeed. Once Mary Gosa is destroyed, the world will instantly go out of control. At that time, the whole world will be reduced to hell. He threw away his coat and stood side by side with Garp and Sengoku, looking at Nine Tails, who wanted to destroy Mary Gosa. This is not just about the battle of justice. It is related to the order of the world. Chapter 8, Z joins the battle. We can't let that beast use this move. Three of them rushed towards the nine-tailed fox's mouth. They wanted to block this powerful compressed energy. Otherwise, it would cause devastating damage to Mary Gosa. Mary Gosa had already been hit by a tailed beast ball once. If it were hit again, the prestige of the world government would really go down the drain. To be honest, Sengoku, Garp, and Z were not very interested in the Celestial Dragons, but the Celestial Dragons was the ruler of this world as far as most people concerned. Once this fact was shaken, the whole world would undoubtedly be in chaos. People who were crazier than the pirates would inevitably incite the public to start a war that affected the entire world. At that time, who knew how many people would die? They could not allow this to happen. Therefore, they had to stop Nine Tails here, even if they had to risk their lives. Roar! Seeing three of them rushing over, Nine Tails directly fired multiple uncompressed tailed beast balls in succession. The black sphere wasn't fired in a straight line, so they couldn't dodge it. They could only block this terrifying energy blast with their body. Most people would have died with missing body parts from these three, but since those three were really tough, they were alive. With several tailed beast balls being fired at once, the explosion it caused was so loud that made the world shook. A light that was countless times brighter than the sun enveloped Sabaody Archipelago. It was as if a second sun had risen. Garb! From the bright light, Sengoku and Z roared. Suddenly a person rushed out from the cloud of smoke. It was Vice Admiral Garp. The tailed beast balls were blocked by Sengoku and Z, so Garp didn't receive the most direct impact. And the purpose of their actions was very clear to Garp. It was for go back. Garp's body was completely covered in color of arms haki. He roared and punched the black-tailed beast ball that was about to hit them. Boom! Garp's punch grinned against the tailed beast ball before he used all the strength in his body and shouted from the top of his lungs, "Eat your own move, idiot!" This punch seemed to shatter the air. Garp used all the strength in his body and the black sphere-shaped tailed beast ball that was aimed at Mary Gosa exploded in Ninetales' throat because of Garp's punch. Boom! Then, a huge explosion occurred in Ninetales' body. A huge amount of energy coursed around in Ninetales' body. Garp couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. A strong light penetrated through Ninetales' mouth. Even if the main force was withstood by Ninetales, Garp could still feel the terrifying destructive power within it. If it really hit Mary Gosa, perhaps the land of gods would truly be reduced to nothing. However, the power is so great, so it should be. It can't be. Garp almost breathed a sigh of relief, but at the next moment, his whole body went cold. Because, from the light of the explosion, Ninetales' body was almost completely unscathed. This monster! Garp cursed in his heart. Is this thing invincible or something? He wanted to counterattack, but it was too late. Ninetales' eyes were full of hatred. It opened its huge mouth and bit Garp before he could react. Garp only had time to cover himself with haki. The next moment, his vision went black. He was swallowed by Ninetales and found himself in the Ninetales' mouth. And at this moment, Sengoku and Z finally broke free from the terrifying explosion. Their bodies were covered in injuries as they suffered such a terrible explosion. Even an admiral wouldn't be able to withstand that level of explosion head-on. Moreover, when they broke free, what they saw was the scene of Garp being swallowed by Ninetales. Garp! Sengoku shouted, then he rushed again regardless of his injury. He could no longer contain his anger, making him unable to stop. Z was also with him. They were so fast that they left after images. In an instant, they had already flanked Ninetales, and both of them punched Ninetales in the head. Ninetales was in pain. All of a sudden he was punched from both sides. It seemed quite effective as the Ninetales wobbled due to the attack before retaliating. Bastard! Z cursed. He swiftly dodged Ninetales' every attack. He clearly felt that although Ninetales didn't feel tired, it did become a bit weaker. There was still a chance before Ninetales completely digested Garp. Sengoku was also the same, although his injuries were getting worse and he got more and more exhausted, but his attacks were getting sharper and sharper. The fight between Ninetales, Z and Sengoku continued for some time. Heavy rain suddenly fell from the sky, as if lamenting for this raised place. The heavy rain hit the island and fell on the sea, making a noisy sound. Finally, the sound of a tailed beast ball's explosion overwhelmed the sound of rain. Sengoku and Z were pushed back by this energy and had to take another violent explosion head-on. Ninetales' huge body slowly emerged from the fire. His 9 swaying tails seemed to be bringing about catastrophe. His scarlet eyes made people shudder. Sengoku and Z stood back up, ready to attack again. However, suddenly, Ninetales stopped. Sengoku and Z frowned. Ninetales seemed to be in pain. The next moment, it roared and a shockwave spread to all directions. Sengoku and Z had to block the impact with their hands. It's that guy, Garp. They only saw something moving around in Ninetales' body. Although it was extremely small, but with the seemingly in pain Ninetales, it was obvious. It was as if something was constantly hitting it. It must be Garp. They didn't expect that he would not stop fighting even after entering Ninetales' stomach. Take this opportunity to destroy Ninetales' fox in one fell swoop. Sengoku roared and immediately rushed forward with Z. At the same time, the warship that was close to the island also fired at this moment, and the sound of the cannons echoed in the rain. It was as if declaring that this incident was finally coming to an end. The 9-tailed fox forced the marines to send out such a large number of forces and even dealt massive damage to the Holy Land Mary Gosa. As the harbinger of war, it did more than enough. Chapter 9, The Fallen 9 Tails. With a world-shaking explosion, the entire Sabaody Archipelago experienced a violent earthquake, as if the entire mangrove tree was shaking. The nine-tails demon fox that had bombarded the Holy Land Mary-Gosa disappeared. No one knew if it were dead or alive. This huge nine-tails demon fox suddenly vanished after being ganged up by Garp, Sengoku, and Z. Countless red lights appeared around its body and then it disappeared. Garp, who was swallowed by nine tails, suddenly fell from hundreds of meters height. At this time, he seemed to have finally fainted. Perhaps something in Nine Tails' body left him in such a bad state. Sengoku caught the falling Garp. At this moment, he was also wounded and out of breath, but Nine Tails finally disappeared. Is it really dead? Did we really do it? Z murmured. Sengoku shook his head. He didn't know the answer to this question. I met a guy who called himself Zero. He was the masked man we met on our way here. He also escaped using a unique space technique. Is that nine-tailed fox really gone for good or? They could sense that the energy in Nine Tails' body was rapidly decreasing with their color of observation haki. Although this monster didn't look like any ordinary creature, it should be able to die. However, for some reason, they had a bad feeling. This is just the beginning. It will not end here. Z said. Sengoku was also deep in thought. They looked at their surrounding and noticed that the entire island was completely in a mess. This was the reason why they blocked the tailed beast ball with their own bodies. Otherwise, the entire Sabaody Archipelago would be destroyed. Let's go back to the headquarters. I have something important to report to Fleet Admiral Kong. Z sighed. The world would not be as peaceful anymore from now on. Maybe things will go in unexpected directions. I just don't know if it is a good thing or a bad thing for this world. Thus, the Nine Tails Fox incident came to an end. The rain in the sky was still falling. It seemed to wash away the sins of this world. It was like grieving for Nine Tails' death. The news about this incident quickly spread all over the world. People all over the world had different reactions to the news. Some were afraid, some were excited, some were looking forward to it, and some praised Sengoku and the two vice admirals. Although people did not see the huge nine-tailed demon fox with their own eyes, the Iron Fist Garp, Black Arm Zephyr, and Admiral Sengoku were all famous in the New World where the great pirates were dominant. Even the Iron Fist Garp's name was like a demon to the pirates. People had a hard time imagining how powerful the Nine Tails was for being able to make these three people join hands, and despite being defeated, Garp fell into a long coma after the battle. On a pirate ship that was sailing in the New World, the crews of that ship were eating hot pot while singing songs. They clearly had a good time. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a loud laughter came from the corner of the banquet. The crews looked over and noticed that it was their captain, Roger, who was laughing. Interesting. That guy, Garp, was actually knocked unconscious. Unfortunately, we were not in Sabaody at that time. Roger was still holding a newspaper in his hand. He was laughing so hard before the wind blew the newspaper in his hand to the curious person beside him. Rayleigh took the newspaper, and suddenly several people surrounded him. Vice Captain. What did Captain Roger read that make him so happy? Rayleigh read the news. He saw the picture of a huge fox. The fox had 9 tails, and in front of it were 3 figures wearing Marine's coat. They were Sengoku, Z, and Garp. The 3 of them were like heroes who went against a monster that was 100 times bigger than them. Even though the picture was edited as the 3 weren't wearing Marine's coat, most people definitely did not realize. The Marine hero successfully hunted 9-tailed fox. The news was right below the eye-catching title. Something like this actually happened. Rayleigh's pupils dilated. Someone had actually attacked Sabaody Archipelago and bombarded Mary-Gosa? It was simply unbelievable. Even they didn't think about doing such thing, as the consequences were very serious. The Marine actually sent Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and Z to bring down that 9-tailed fox. The last photo showed seconds before 9 tails glowed and disappeared, and Garp fell out of his stomach. It was also very eye-catching. Rayleigh looked at more and more people gathered around him and smiled. Then he threw the newspaper up. Suddenly, the eyes of the crews lit up as they fought for this newspaper. Rayleigh walked to Roger amidst the chaos. At this moment, Roger was laughing and drinking sake. Seeing that Rayleigh came, he was also excited. He pulled him over and poured him a cup of sake. Garp, who has been chasing after us all this time, has been down for the count. I am really curious what kind of monster that does it to him. Roger was still smiling, but Rayleigh had a serious face. This may set off a new storm on the whole world, which may not be a good thing for us. The world government's reputation has been tarnished. It can't be restored simply by killing the mastermind behind this, and there's a chance the world government can't even take down the mastermind. What is there to worry about? Anyway, hey. Roger, who was still smiling, was stunned after listening to Rayleigh. What? Ninetails is not dead. It is not about Ninetails. Rayleigh shook his head. There was a torn part of the newspaper in his hand. Before Z joins the battle, he confronted a masked guy. I suspect that Ninetails' appearance might be related to the masked man. That information in the torn-off part of the newspaper was when Z attacked Genichi, but the camera couldn't capture stand, so he could only see that Genichi was being sucked into the void, which was more menacing. Roger had only paid attention to the headline of Garp fighting Ninetails. He didn't expect that there was such an important information in this corner. He was serious for a while, and Rayleigh also looked at him, and then... Sure enough, as he expected, Roger continued to laugh. Isn't this more interesting? Let's turn the world upside down. Chapter 10, The World Shakes. Ah ha ha ha. Still in New World, on the world's strongest pirate ship, there were also people on Rock's pirate's ship who laughed heartily. The world's most vicious pirates, Rock's, who was considered the strongest pirate crew in the world, laughed as he looked at the newspaper. His laughter made the entire ship shake. There is actually someone who has the courage to go against those fat pigs. Interesting. There was no doubt that Rox also saw the news this time, and he was particularly interested in Ninetails bombarding Mary Gosa. On his ship, there were many famous pirates, Whitebeard, Shiki, Big Mom, and Kaido. All these big names were Rock's crews. With so many strong people gathered, Rox's ambition was not unfounded. He wanted to become the king of the world, which made him the enemy of the world government. At this moment, he was excited after seeing Ninetails rampage and bombarding Mary Gosa. But... Tisk, wouldn't all the limelight be stolen by the stinky fox? Rox suddenly became annoyed again. For a moment, black lightning suddenly struck down and the waves suddenly became unstable as if being influenced by Rock's anger. In an instant, color of Supreme King raged from his body. Even though some of his crews fainted because of this, no one stopped Rox. This was how this crew was. If you faint, that meant you were just not strong enough, and no one would speak for the weak. I can't let this be. Rox said in a deep voice. In front of him were Shiki, Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, John, and Akoku. In addition to these famous pirates, the only who could withstand Rock's color of Supreme King Haki was Kaido. Come on, let's make a scene and show the world government know that the nine-tailed fox is nothing compared to Rock's pirates. Now the whole world knows. The pirates in the world were either excited or afraid, while the Marines was anxious. Although they successfully defeated Ninetails, the pirates were more and more rampant. They had to increase their troops to maintain order. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Fleet Admiral, Kong, said angrily, who told them to spread these news. Things are too chaotic at that time. There's no way we can cover everything up. Garp rubbed his nose. At this time, aside from the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku and Z who had fought with Ninetails were also present. Ninetails' picture is one thing, but how did Z and Zero get photographed? Sengoku frowned. Judging from the angle, it should be the civilians on the ship. Fortunately they didn't hear our conversation. Otherwise, I can't imagine how much of a commotion it would cause. Z sighed. In short, things are very serious now. The world government has suffered such a big loss. It is not possible to make up for it by killing Ninetails. We have to find out who that man called Zero is. Why did he come there, and what is the invisible empire that he mentioned? Kong said. Z, your information is very valuable and you have contributed a lot in this battle. I have officially submitted the recommendation to promote you as an admiral to the world government. I'm sure you will be promoted soon. I will be investigating Zero. Do we have time for a promotion? Z frowned. No, this is what the world government and I have planned for you. Besides, you will be responsible for the investigation of the invisible empire. The local government and the Cypher Paul will cooperate with you. Sengoku and Garp, get ready to go to the new world. Finally, hey. Garp grinned, I feel that my body is going to rust after resting for so long. Kong nodded and emphasized, the pirates in the new world are very rampant recently, so I especially sent you two to eliminate them. Understood. After they all received their orders, the three walked out of the Fleet Admiral's office. Sengoku first congratulated Z. Congratulations Z, you are going to become an admiral. Originally, Z was not qualified enough. He should have become an admiral 2 years later at the age of 38. Now he became a general at the age of 36. It was a change caused by Genichi. Z was promoted together with Garp, but when Garp regained consciousness, he immediately refused. He didn't mind protecting the celestial dragons out of his own volition, but he didn't want to be reduced to the celestial dragon's lapdog. Garp, are you sure you are okay? Z looked at Garp again. He still remembered clearly. When Garp came out of Ninetail's body, his body underwent some changes. His body was covered by a red wispy membrane-like coat. That power was neither haki nor devil fruit. One thing for sure was that it was menacing. That power was the power of Ninetails. If not for the fact that Garp was still subconsciously maintaining color of arms haki even after fainting, that power would have devoured him. But even so, that power was still tormenting Garp. When they returned to the headquarters, and Garp was hospitalized, his condition didn't seem to get any better. Even the doctors couldn't find anything wrong on his body. After Garp woke up, Z and Sengoku were surprised upon hearing what this idiot had done. After being swallowed by Ninetails, Garp actually wanted to give Ninetails a taste of its own medicine. He bit off Ninetails' meat while he was in Ninetails' stomach and swallowed it. After that, he felt that his body was very hot. Despite that, he kept attacking Ninetails from inside and eventually brought it down with Sengoku and Z's help. It could only be said that Garp was indeed a monster. If it were someone else, even if they didn't die from the high fever, they would at least be incapacitated. But after Garp woke up, he felt refreshed. He didn't look like a person who had been unconscious for a few days at all. Of course I'm fine. I'm not afraid of that big fox. Why would I die just because I eat its flesh? Garp laughed. Don't worry, I seem to have endless strength to vent. This time, I must catch that bastard Roger. Chapter 11, Toguro. Positive emotion points, 72.352. Negative emotion points, 1.251.216. The world was currently in chaos and everyone had different thoughts in their hearts. Now, everyone was focused on the weird creature that devoured Genichi's body, turning into a negative emotion points for him to use. He discovered that he'd get around 50% less emotion points from other people once he had 1,000,000 emotion points. Otherwise, he should have more negative emotion points by now. According to his speculation, drawing a character card with 100,000 emotion points would give unbelievably strong characters such as Kaido, Shiki, or Whitebeard in this universe if they were a one-time use card. In another sense, if it weren't a one-time use character card, the character Genichi got might be around supernova level. For example, Cream was actually equivalent to a person who had eaten a powerful devil fruit and had trained to a certain extent. After all, although Stand in JoJo universe was very interesting and also very powerful, there was a clear difference in their respective universe. After all, JoJo's universe was closer to a real world, whereas One Piece universe was a fantasy one. Not only did it have superpowers, but it also had a systematic training method. He didn't know what Stand was originally like, but he was sure that the Stand he drew using emotion points were not invincible like how only Stand user could see Stand and only Stand could hurt Stand. Stand was just like Devil Fruit's ability, but without imposing the weakness of seawater to its user. Although it was invincible against ordinary people, it could be detected by color of observation haki, and it could be attacked by color of arms haki, or color of Supreme King haki. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to get an invincible character with only a little emotion points. The amount of emotion points Genichi spent would be equivalent to the strength of the character card. Even though Cream seemed very good, One Piece universe was not short on good devil fruits, such as Barrier Fruit and Hobi Fruit, both of which had absurdly powerful ability, even if the user was not strong. Cream belonged to this category. And the 1,000,000 emotion points, he estimated that the average level of the super pirates from the hundreds of millions to the Four Kings, the upper limit is probably the same as Doflamingo and Jinbei. Genichi would definitely get a powerful character with 1,000,000 emotion points. The character he got might be around Jinbei or Doflamingo's level. With 10,000,000 emotion points, he should get at least an Admiral or a 4 Emperor level character, and with 100,000,000 emotion points, he might get the strongest combatant in this world. And we were talking about a normal character card just now. If Genichi got a one-time use card, the character would be more powerful for sure. However, he preferred to get the normal card if he used 10 million emotion points. After all, the one-time card disappeared after one use. He wasn't tempted at all if he had to spend 1 or 10 million emotion points for a one-time use card, no matter how powerful it was. It had been a while since the incident in Sabaody Archipelago. Ever since then, he had been studying his ability. From time to time, he seemed to be able to hear the voice in the depths of his soul, and he would have a better understanding of the essence of his ability. He found that there should be no limit to this ability, as the characters he drew could also learn all kinds of abilities in One Piece universe. After all, the character card he drew was adjusted to the One Piece universe, so he should get some advantage to balance it out. Just like how non-stand users, who were supposed to be unable to see stand, could see it because of this world's mechanism, the characters Genichi drew using emotion points should be able to learn the technique available in this world in return. He himself did not have much to say. As long as he could continue to draw cards, then his strength would continue to rise. Although it was only 1%, he could become stronger with each character card he drew. Besides, the character cards themselves were part of his strength. Now, he had more than 1 million negative emotion points and more than 70,000 positive emotion points. He did not know why he got so little positive emotion points, even though he had bombarded Mary Gosa, as those people who had been oppressed by the celestial dragons should be very happy. Did they not see the news? Or did they become even more frightened? Genichi was not sure, but both his negative and positive emotion points were still rising, and the emotions from the world were still flowing into his body. He decided to wait until his positive emotion points reached 100,000 and then draw the tools. Since Genichi got less negative emotion points once it exceeded 1 million, he decided to draw a 1 million negative emotion points character card. He now had drawn 2 character cards. One was the one-time use Nine Tails and the other was Cream. Both of them were very important for his plan to become stronger. And now, he wanted to draw another card. Younger Toguro, an upper B-class demon from Yu Yu Hakusho. He has the ability to manipulate his muscle with demonic energy. Although he is a B-class demon, he can reach lower A-class when he surpasses his limit in battle. Surpassing his own limit should be referring to reaching 100% of his 100% strength. Genichi might be able to confirm his hypothesis after drawing such a powerful demon. If Toguro could learn Haki on top of his powerful physique, just how strong would he be? Was there a chance he could awaken Color of Supreme King Haki, too? Chapter 12, Planning. It should not be difficult to master Haki with Toguro's strong physique as a foundation. Then again, Toguro was not a native of the One Piece universe. Even if he had the potential to awaken Haki because of this universe's way to balance things out, just like what Rayleigh said, everyone had the potential to awaken Haki, but most people could not grasp it. He did not have any information about Haki now. In other words, he had zero knowledge of the way to learn Haki, and the most difficult thing was starting from scratch. He had no other choices but to do anything he could. There were many places to train in One Piece world. Even the Fishman Karate had its own dojo, but if he wanted to learn Haki systematically, he felt that he had to go to Wano country or the Marines. He might be able to grasp more about color of observation Haki and color of arms Haki there. But should Genichi ask Toguro to join the Marine? Genichi was a little hesitant. Since he had spent 1 million negative emotion points for Toguro, of course Toguro had to work hard for it. If Toguro joined the Marine, then his movement would be limited. After all, now was not the military drafting where one could become an admiral right away. It would take too much time if he learned Haki by starting from the bottom. It would be faster to just capture a vice admiral or go to the New World to find a famous pirate and interrogate them. At this time, he was thinking about using 100,000 emotion points to draw a character card, and then asked the character he got to capture or interrogate those who could use Haki, but after thinking about it, he decided to give up on this idea. After all, he was quite lucky with the previous 2 draws, which got him Nine Tails and Cream, both of which were very useful characters or abilities to him, but he might not be as lucky next time. It was better to save up and wait until he got 1 million emotion points for now. Besides, now that he had less than 1 million emotion points, his emotion points gain would return to normal. It would be just a matter of time before he got 1 million emotion points again. In the past few days, he believed he probably figured out the era he was in. It was still the era of rocks, the year was 1484, but his era was going to end soon. Because in this year, Roger and Garp joined hands to crush Rock's dream of being the king of the world. Rox himself died in God Valley, and his crews fell apart. Genichi felt that this might be a good opportunity to secure some emotion points, but he didn't know when the war in God Valley would take place, and he didn't know if he even deserved to participate in that level of battle before then. To occupy a certain position in that kind of battle, you have to be at least at the Admiral or 4 Emperors level, right? When he thought of this, he felt that it was highly likely that he would have to go to the same level as Nine Tails. Even if younger Toguro had grasped Haki, with only a few months away from God Valley incident, just how good could his Haki get in such a short period of time? With that in mind, he felt that it was not enough. However, there was a future ahead, so he was not in a hurry. Maybe the next 1 million negative emotion points character card would give him a surprise, or the next 100,000 positive emotion points tools would make him quickly become stronger. He thought about it and decided to go with Toguro to the new world. With Cream around, it would be a piece of cake, but he first entered the void dimension through Cream's mouth and summoned Toguro. The 2-meter-tall Toguro that might seem really tall in other worlds was very common in One Piece universe. 3 or 4 meters tall people were nothing unusual in One Piece universe. Toguro was wearing an olive-green military uniform-like coat and black sunglasses, and his most striking feature was his muscular body. After he was summoned, he glanced at the small town in front of him, and walked forward. Cream attached itself to Toguro's back, becoming his stand. Genichi took over Toguro's body, and then put away the void dimension before walking to the ship that would head to the new world. There were only 2 ways to go to the new world from the first half of Grand Line. One was to go through the Holy Land Mary Gosa in Red Line, which was the legal way. The other was the means that pirates used, which involved diving into the seabed 10,000 deep through Fishman Island. Now the buildings above Sabaody Archipelago were almost destroyed by Nine Tails. They could not be rebuilt in a short time, so they could only enter using the legal method, which was through Mary Gosa. This was definitely fatal to pirates, but it was meaningless to Toguro. He was not a pirate, and no one could link him to Nine Tails or Zero. He didn't have any criminal records, so there was no problem in using legal means. He had a lot of money on him, which he got from the auction house when he escaped from Sabaody Archipelago. Although he could not store a lot of money in his pocket, it should be enough to cover his expenses. Although Mary Gosa was also bombarded by Nine Tails, it was one of the world government's ways to prove their strength. If they closed this route because of the Nine Tails incident, people would think that the world government couldn't even function after just one attack. Once I become rich, I will have a spy infiltrate the marine. It will be more convenient for me to make moves under the official cover. Genichi thought in his heart. As for the previous declaration of war against the world government, it was impossible now. His current strength was not enough to impact the world government. In any case, he would need tens of millions or even 100 million emotion points to overthrow the world government. If he knew someone from the news agency, he would definitely spill everything about him and Z, which would definitely cause more emotional fluctuations. Unfortunately, he is still too young, and his connection was not that good. On the way to Mary Gosa, he thought a lot, especially about the future plans. When he reached Mary Gosa, and was about to get off the boat, Toguro grinned. Genichi's positive emotion points had finally reached 100,000. This meant that he might finally get a tool that was somewhat useful to him. The beef stew and potato from before almost angered him to death. Chapter 13, Sheep Talisman. The Holy Land Mary Gosa was located above Red Line. To go to Mary Gosa from the sea, you would have to stop at the red port below Red Line. Then, the gondolas would lift you up to Sabaody Archipelago. Toguro got off the boat and entered the gondolas. Meanwhile, Genichi, who was inside the void dimension on Toguro's shoulder, began to draw his tool card using positive emotion points. With 100,000 positive emotion points, he should get something useful. It would be best if it could come in handy in the future. Sheep Talisman, one of the 12 talismans from Jackie Chan Adventures. It is one of the 12 powers of the Holy Lord. Giving its user the power of astral projection, the ability to eject the user's soul from the body and wander around as a spirit. If the user enters the body of a soulless body, they can control it. The user can also enter the dreams of others. It can even forcefully eject the souls of people other than the holder. It turned out to be this thing. In the void dimension, an octagonal talisman appeared in Genichi's hand. There was a light green sheep pattern on it. It was the item he got from the card. Too bad it is not the dog talisman or the horse talisman. The ox talisman and rabbit talisman are pretty good, too. Dogs or horses gave him survivability. With one of them, Toguro could easily use his full power. Otherwise, Toguro would take a huge toll on his body and would be easily crushed by his own strength. If he could use haki, maybe he could last longer. This was also the reason why Genichi wanted Toguro to learn haki. After all, it would be difficult for Toguro to compete with the truly strong combatants in One Piece universe if he wasn't in his ultimate form. The ox and rabbit talismans were pretty good, too, as they boost the user's combat strength. As for the sheep talisman, even though it seemed quite powerful based on the description as the user could possess other people, this could definitely be blocked by the powerful haki. In addition, he might not be able to adapt to other people's bodies. However, entering another person's dream was somewhat interesting. If he entered one's dream, then he could also enter his mind. Wouldn't that mean that he could directly obtain the way to learn haki method from the other's minds? That person happened to be here. Genichi smiled. In Mary Gosa, there was someone who definitely knew how to learn haki. Garb. Do you really think that there will be no price to pay after eating Nine Tails' flesh? Genichi muttered. Although Nine Tails was a concentration of chakra, its body was tangible, so it could be eaten. However, this method was very dangerous. In Naruto universe, there were two people called Kinkaku and Ginkaku. They obtained enormous strength because they ate the meat of Nine Tails. Others had tried doing the same thing, but everyone died except for them. In Kumagakuer, there were even experiments on eating Eight Tails meat, but none of them succeeded. Since Garp ate Nine Tails meat, of course, he would suffer a backlash, but the physical power of the characters in One Piece world was superb, and Genichi didn't want a source of emotion points like Garp die like this, so he reduced the intensity of Nine Tails energy when Garp ate it. This way, Garp wouldn't die from chakra poisoning, and it also gave Genichi two benefits, or rather discover two applications of his ability. The first application was that he could constantly monitor Garp's position after he had eaten Nine Tails' flesh, like a radar that could accurately locate him. The second discovery was that when Garp ate Nine Tails' meat, the emotion points Genichi got suddenly increased. He suspected that having the character cards he drew interacted with the people of this world would make them somewhat close to him, and the emotion points they provided would be higher. Moreover, he also noticed another important thing. That was, the emotion points Garp provided was greater than Sengoku and Z even if he did not consume Nine Tails' flesh, and their strength were about the same. As emotion points from all over the world also flocked in, he noticed something and made a hypothesis based on the amount of emotion points. That was the more important a person was to this world, the higher the emotion points they would provide to Genichi. For example, Roger should not be as strong as Rocks. At most, he would be at the same level as Rocks. However, the emotion points that Roger provided was far beyond Rocks. After discovering this mechanism, Genichi felt that it was not impossible to collect 100 million emotion points. Because, the most important person in this world has not been born yet. Monkey D. Luffy. The protagonist of This World, future Pirate King, Sun God, Joy Boy. If it were him, Genichi would definitely get abundant emotion points. Especially, Luffy was a very emotional person. Perhaps once Genichi got less and less emotion points after saving it up in the future, Luffy would be his hope. Then I must ensure Luffy to be born safely. Before that Sun God appeared, I should be careful in handling this world. But, I can't let this world be idle. Genichi said softly. Then, Toguro successfully arrived at Mary Gosa. According to Genichi's radar, Garp and the others were also in Mary Gosa and were preparing to set out for the new world. It's getting late. Toguro raised his head and saw that the sky had gradually darkened. He quietly walked on the road of the Holy Land. At this moment, he could clearly see that a part of this vast city that was quickly being rebuilt. The main force of reconstruction was naturally a large number of slaves. Mary Gosa was called a Holy Land, but it was the darkest and most despicable place in the world. Because this was the lowest and most disgusting gathering place of the celestial dragons. The entire city operated on a large number of slaves worked day and night here non-stop. They were only allowed to stop once they died. Genichi naturally could see what Toguro saw. And this sight simply disgusted him. Have a good sleep. Toguro and Genichi spoke at the same time. Let us meet in our dreams. Chapter 14, Conversation in Dreams. Although Genichi hated the slavery, some of the slaves deserved it. In the auction house in Sabaody, most of the people auctioned there were pirates. Pirates themselves were no different from the disgusting slave buyer. It hadn't been that long since Genichi found himself in One Piece universes and had already seen many villages that were robbed and razed by pirates. The pirates in first half of the Grand Line where the marine headquarters was located were already this crazy, let alone the pirates in the New World. Moreover, Genichi had 1% of Nine Tails power. Since Nine Tails could detect negative emotions, he easily determined that the rebuilt city was a gathering place of scum. Even if the pirates were sold as slaves, no matter how miserable those pirates seemed, it could not make up for the evil deeds they had done before. After I learn Haki, I will send relief you guys from your pain. Since Toguro was a little late, there was no available ship he could board. As a result, Cream stayed back at Mary Giose and Genichi remained in the Void Dimension. There were a large number of warships parked at the port. The people who waited in the port couldn't stay in the Holy Land for too long. Moreover, Toguro did not have much interest in the Holy Land. There must be a lot of capable combatants in those warships. It would be easy to look up relevant information once Toguro invaded their minds. The Marine 6 Powers was likely to be a good way to learn Haki. 6 Powers was also the closest thing to Haki. Among them, Tekai was similar according to color of arms Haki according to Jinbei. Although the Marine 6 Powers was only available from a certain rank, it was not that difficult to look into. Just as he had thought, Toguro entered a hotel. When he arrived at the room, it was already late at night. He held the 8-sided charm in his hand and used its power. The sheep talisman then emitted green light. Genichi's consciousness that resided in Toguro's body found that it was leaving Toguro's body through his soul. In fact, Genichi's consciousness all could still move based on instinct even though it was incapable of complex instructions. He originally thought that his body would be affected when he used the sheep talisman while his consciousness was inside Toguro. However, it turned out that Genichi's body that was still in the void dimension was not affected at all. This is perfect. This way, I can save some time. Genichi thought and then entered the dream of an Arabi. Dreams were actually a projection of the human brain's subconsciousness. If you have a certain degree of power, you could naturally delve into a deeper part of the brain. After all, the sheep talisman's ability could affect the target's body and, not just to sneak into their dream. However, this kind of infiltration also required the user to be strong enough. Genichi had a powerful character like Toguro that couldn't be stopped by mere vice-admirals. Thus, he easily sneaked into their brains and got relevant information. What he got was mainly about 6 powers, and it was actually not very difficult to learn. Of course, it was hard for Toguro because he did not know how to learn it before. He got what he wanted, but Genichi was not satisfied. With such a good thing, wouldn't it be a waste just to leave like that? What he needed was emotions. In his soul state, Toguro freely shuttled through the warship and finally found Sengoku. Originally, he wanted to find Garp, but after seeing Sengoku, he had a new idea. He first entered the dream of Sengoku. This was a blank world. It was obvious that he wasn't dreaming, but with Sheep Talisman's ability, he could do many things in this kind of soul state. For example, his body changed from a burly man to a man wearing black clothes and a mask of ice on his face. He also got rid of his muscles. In the dream world, he at least wanted to change his image. Then, he appeared in front of Sengoku. In the blank world, Sengoku just closed his eyes and slept like his body in the real world. When Genichi approached, Sengoku suddenly opened his eyes. "Who are you?" Sengoku shouted. He didn't know that he was in a dream and this place seemed extremely real. Even in his sleep, his color of observation Haki warned him that someone was trespassing. He opened his eyes and saw a person wearing a mysterious ice mask. He couldn't see the person in front of him. Sengoku's pupils dilated. Speaking of the mask, didn't Z just meet a person with mask recently? Although the appearance is a little different from the masked man, but... Sengoku was ready to fight. "Me?" The corner of Genichi's mouth revealed a smile, and he said in carefreely, "Am I a visitor from hell? Or a messenger from the heaven? You can pick whichever you like." "Hey!" Sengoku frowned. He didn't know why, but he felt that the man in front of him was somewhat familiar. Of course, it was familiar because Sengoku didn't realize that this was a dream, so the dream world was naturally controlled by Genichi. Everything that happened in the dream world made sense, and logic didn't apply in this world. "It's been many years since someone can see me in this world." Genichi smiled, you must be the one who ate the human fruit, model, Buddha. You've obtained Buddha's power, wisdom, spirit, and master your body and mind. That must be why you can see me. Sengoku didn't say anything. As the man in front of him said, he indeed ate the human fruit, model, Buddha. This was not a secret, so he was not surprised that the man knew this. Are you also from that invisible empire? The same as that 0 and 9 tails. Sengoku was originally sitting on the ground with his legs crossed, but now he stood up. He was much taller than Genichi. An invisible empire? So that's how it is. This fits the name of their country. Genichi said softly, however, I am different from them. You can see me because of your strength, but... Genichi reached out his hand. His right hand was gradually shining. As expected, it is very difficult. Chapter 15, Indra, Garp, and 9 Tails. Genichi seemed to be dissipating, starting from his hand. Sengoku frowned. He was called a wise admiral. Naturally, he would not attack this unknown person out of the blue. Instead, he wanted to obtain more information through conversation. However, Genichi began to dissipate not long after they met. This was something he did not expect. It became difficult to determine the man's objective now. Genichi did not seem to be in pain as he dissipated. He just calmly said, when your body and mind catch up to your power, awakening will occur. Since you can see me, it means that you are already on the right track. Enlightenment, a commonly known term for Buddhist, a realm that only Buddha could reach, which sounded plausible for Sengoku. And it was obvious that Sengoku didn't understand the theory that Genichi made up, but the first half of his sentence was definitely right. The moment devil fruit users' body and mind caught up with their power, that would be when awakening occurred. If the first half of the sentence was right, then the next part should be right, too, no? At this moment, Genichi's entire arm had already dissipated, and he dissipated faster and faster at this moment. Wait a minute. Sengoku saw this scene and didn't have much time to think about it. He hurriedly shouted, what is this invisible empire? Who are you? Invisible and visible things have always existed in this world. You should have noticed the power of that 9-tailed demon fox, and it will be active again soon, although, this time you may not see it. We will meet again. The next time we meet, you can call me, Genichi said softly. He slowly turned around. At this moment, more than half of his body had dissipated, leaving only his head. And the moment he was about to disappear, he said, Indra. Sengoku instantly woke up. Just a dream. However, it felt so real. Sengoku stretched out his hands, still struggling to wake up. He was still thinking about the words of the person in the dream and found that every sentence was so clear. He got off the bed, not knowing why he felt a little uneasy. Was it because Indra said that the 9-tailed fox is going to be active again? It was clearly just a dream. However, it could not be ruled out that this was the doing of other devil fruit users. He walked to the deck of the warship, enjoying the cool breeze that blew over. He jumped to another warship to see Garp. He had a bad feeling, and he also wanted to tell Garp about what happened just now. Admiral Sengoku. Another patrol ship saw Sengoku and immediately saluted. Sengoku nodded and asked, where is Garp? Vice Admiral Garp is in the cabin, he should be sleeping, right? All right, good work. Sengoku walked further in. However, as soon as he entered, he felt a menacing aura. In an instant, sweat were dripping from Sengoku's face. His expression told him that the air was filled with the wickedness, the resentment, that horror, just like 9 Tails. Damn it, does he mean that 9 Tails is going to appear again here, now? He charged forward in an instant and kicked open the room where he felt the menacing aura was. However, when the door was kicked open, what Sengoku saw inside was just Garp, who was sleeping soundly. No, was Garp really asleep right now? Garp's body was enveloped with a faint red cloak, and that menacing aura came from this red cloak. It was as if a tail was slowly forming beneath Garp. Garp! Sengoku shouted loudly. He wanted to wake Garp up, but Garp showed no sign of waking up. Normally, he should have gotten up long ago, but now he didn't even move. Sure enough, there was something strange. Sengoku's mind instantly recalled what Garp had done before. His pupils dilated and he muttered, is it because he ate 9 Tails' flesh? That must be it, and he imagined something more frightening would occur. Could it be that the 9 tails that Indra spoke of was referring to Garp being controlled by 9 tails? Hey! You bastard, wake up! Sengoku wanted to wake Garp up forcefully, but suddenly a menacing power burst out from Garp's body. Sengoku's hand felt as if it was pricked by a needle. That was not only 9 tails power, but also Garp's power. So that's how it is. Are you fighting that big fox? Sengoku seemed to understand something and said softly, don't lose to that thing. In a dark world, Garp suddenly woke up. The moment he woke up, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly expanded and distorted, revealing the outline of a huge demon beast. 9-tailed demon fox? You're not dead. Garp looked at 9 tails who suddenly appeared in the sky and said, he really is persistent. 9 tails was born from resentment. Of course, he won't die. Suddenly, a voice came from 9 tails' direction. Garp raised his head and found a person sitting on 9 tails' head. That bad-tempered monster who wanted to destroy everything actually let someone sit on his head? Garp looked at the man. He was wearing a black robe with a hood on it. He was wearing a mask, so Garp couldn't see his face clearly. However, Garp's pupils dilated because he had seen this person in the newspaper. It was Zero who spoke with Z. The dialogue between Z and Zero was known by only a few people in the world government, including him, so he was shocked at this moment. This guy. The guy who declared war on the world government appeared again. Zero, what are you scheming? Garp clenched his fist and said, who are you people? Zero, or rather, Genichi said nonchalantly on top of 9 tails' head, I just came to see the marine hero who ate 9 tails' flesh, and while I'm at it, I should tell you that 9 tails' meat is not so delicious. Is that so? I think it's very delicious, and I want to eat another bite. For example, now, I'm suddenly craving for a fox meat. Chapter 16, Bombarding Mary Gosa again. There is no need to rush. 9 tails' recovery will take some time. Don't think that you can quell 9 tails' resentment. In order to prove this, we will attack Holy Land Mary Gosa. Genichi said indifferently. Garp's pupils dilated. This group of bold fellows actually wanted to attack Mary Gosa again. Do you think I will let you do as you please? Garp jumped into the air in an instant and then threw a punch that was enveloped in color of arms haki, but it was as if the 9 tails in the sky and Zero were also illusory. His punch passed through them, not causing any damage. I don't care whether you will let me do it or not. Genichi and 9 tails still stood in the same place, but after Garp passed through them, they turned around. Although Zero was wearing masks, Garp knew that Zero was mocking him. We have already done it, after all. Although I still want to have some more small talk, it seems that your companions have come. Genichi looked at Garp who was ready to attack again. He stood up from 9 tails' head. Don't think that you can control 9 tails, even if only a part of it. When you are devoured by resentment and pain, you can also become the new 9 tails. His body gradually disappeared, and Garp shouted angrily, stop. Zero. You haven't answered me who you are. Just make your guess. Are you afraid of the invisible? Genichi smiled. In the next moment, the whole world fell apart. The interlacing reality and fantasy collapsed. Garp woke up from his dream in an instant. Then, he sat up on the bed and panted heavily. Garp, what happened? Sengoku, who was at the side, quickly asked after seeing Garp wake up. Garp was about to answer, but he was suddenly startled. Because, from above, a loud roar suddenly came from the sky above the red port. Boom! Immediately after, a tremor occurred. Even if they were below red line, they could still feel the huge roar coming from Mary Gosa above red line. Holy Land Mary Gosa was under attack. It's 9 tails. Garp and Sengoku got the answer almost at the same time. The two of them were surprised and couldn't help but look at each other. We'll talk about it on the way. Let's stop 9 tails first. Bright stars were twinkling in the sky above the Holy Land Mary Gosa, dispelling a little bit of darkness from this despicable city. After the residents and the celestial dragons fell asleep, a large number of slaves were released from their cages to repair this huge city. There were many guards stationed at the part of the city that was destroyed by 9 tails. Many of celestial dragons' subordinates with whips in their hands to lash the slaves in case they slacked off. Even though 9 tails' tailed beast ball was fired from quite a distance, it packed quite a punch. Despite that, more than half of the destroyed areas had been rebuilt because these slaves had to work non-stop. And now, they were still working with Cypher Paul or guards monitoring them, and they could not get any rest at all. However, at this moment, they would get their wish to stop working, albeit it would be forever. In an area not far from the reconstruction site, a dark crack suddenly appeared. And then, a crimson streak appeared. In this instant, a massive amount of energy suddenly condensed out of the darkness. In the next moment, it turned into a scarlet torrent that blasted towards that area. Everything along the way was blown away by the storm that was generated by this massive energy, and finally hit the new buildings. Boom! Although it was far weaker to the tailed beast ball that Nine Tails had released previously, this time, the distance was closer and the explosion was extremely intense. In just an instant, a large number of slaves and guards holding long whips were engulfed in the explosion. Smoke rose again after a short period of time in Mary Gosa. The sudden quake and loud noise shocked the entire Mary Gosa. People almost couldn't believe it. It hadn't been that long since the incident in Sabaody, and this holy land, which was supposed to be the safest place in the world, was once again bombarded. Moreover, a beam of light appeared once again from the dark crack, but unlike last time, it was directed at the celestial dragon's residences deep inside Mary Gosa this time. Boom! The powerful blast destroyed a large number of buildings. Many celestial dragons were engulfed by the extreme heat in their sleep. In response, a large number of soldiers came out. They were CP0 and some guards in the deeper parts of the Holy Land, the warriors of God. At this time, in Cream's void dimension, Genichi used Nine Tails' power to transform into Nine Tails. He could no longer fire the tailed beast ball this time. Firing tailed beast ball twice should be the limit, because he was well aware that the security in Mary Gosa was really tight. His location should have been compromised after firing two tailed beast balls earlier, so he had to retreat quickly. After all, this was where the five elders, the ones with the highest authority in this world, lived. Even if there was no truly skilled combatant, there might be some people with troublesome devil fruit abilities. His purpose here this time had been achieved, too. After blasting the tailed beast ball twice, it should be enough to cause another uproar again. Moreover, he had shown dreams to Sengoku and Garp, which would stimulate more emotion points from them, especially Sengoku as Genichi's new source of positive emotion points. After all, Zero was created to become the enemy of the world government. A character that destroyed order. It was mainly to harvest the Marines' negative emotions and the pirates' positive emotions. In order to balance it out, another character that would stimulate the Marines' positive emotions had to be created. At this moment, Mary Gosa was getting more and more chaotic. More and more people woke up from their dream. The footsteps of a horde of guards mixed with the shouts of people. The entire Mary Gosa was placed in a lockdown in an instant, and no one could go out. However, this could not stop Genichi at all, because he was inside Cream. When the people in Mary Gosa had identified that the special energy appeared from a space crack, Genichi had already left Mary Gosa and headed to the New World with Toguro. Chapter 17, Jewel of Four Souls Fragments. They're clearly picking a fight. Mary Gosa, Five Elders Conference Room. One of the five elders yelled angrily, after declaring war, they even have the audacity to do such a thing in the Holy Land. Based on our observation, the enemy has a spatial ability, and it is very difficult to deal with, another five elders chimed in. If that's the case, doesn't that mean they can freely travel to and from any place and destroy any place they want, another five elders said in a low voice. They just attack indiscriminately earlier. Perhaps they will come for us tomorrow. However, judging from the intensity of the attack between the first attack and the second, the Nine Tails must have been seriously injured even if it's not dead yet. Otherwise, its attack would be at least as devastating as before. During the attack in Sabaody, Nine Tails could have destroyed an island with one blast, but the one it fired earlier wasn't as powerful. Then catch them before they recover their strength. Have the Marines, Cypher Paul, and all countries affiliated with us search for their whereabouts. Agreed. Seconded. And just in case. Seeing that everyone was on the same page, the first five elders that spoke up earlier once again said, all the people who have come to Mary Gosa within the last 3 days, other T-World government's officials will be gathered at Mary Gosa. If anyone resists, they will be killed on the spot. He said a very cold proposal. The Holy Land was the place the first and the second half of Grand Line. It was unknown how many people had passed this place in a day. Was it even possible to round up every passers-by for the last 3 days? However, such a proposal actually made the other four ponder. There were even people who said, some Marines, Cypher Paul agent, and world government officials may not be clean, especially those who have reached the rank of admiral or below. It is not difficult to find a reason or excuse to catch or kill them. This is the world government. This was the arrogance of the celestial dragons. Just because there was a possibility, they could carry out such a massacre. Especially those who passed through that spatial crack, we have to pay special attention to them. Another celestial dragon threw a few photos on the table. These are the people who passed through that area these few days, we have to pay close attention to them. Among these photos, one of them was Toguro. Hey? What's with them? Not only did they pass through the space crack, they also went to look at the reconstructed site. I think we should bring them back as soon as possible. Humph, have Sengoku and Garp bring these guys back as soon as possible. That makes sense. Seconded. Agreed. These ridiculous proposals were quickly accepted, leaving people dumbfounded. Genichi probably did not expect that Toguro was already targeted by 5 elders and would be hunted down by the admiral just because he passed by the reconstruction site. However, it was not to something that he did not know yet. Because he had Garp as a spy. He could use the power of 9 tails on Garp to slightly sense the situation over there. Moreover, he could also judge everyone's situation through the emotion points available to the person that sounded in his mind. Therefore, when Garp took the 5 elders' order, Genichi could feel Garp and Sengoku's emotion points flowing into him. It's really troublesome. We have to face the admiral. Genichi said softly. He decided to disembark on the next island on his own instead of with Toguro to prevent getting ambushed at the same time. After all, he didn't know what the celestial dragons were up to. In case the world government had people who could seal the space or break the space, it might not be safe to stay in the void dimension. Therefore, he would go separate ways. He did not plan to stay with Toguro all the time either in the first place. However, he didn't want to lose his character like this. He wanted Toguro to train Haki well as a give before parting ways. It had been 2 days since the incident of Mary Giose. At least for now, Garp and Sengoku had not located his whereabouts. After all, the 5 elders wanted to round up so many people. Since Genichi immediately left after attacking Mary Giose, the Marines who stayed behind in Mary Giose for a while couldn't find him so quickly. Positive emotion points, 102,010. Negative emotion points, 1,684,121. In these 2 days, his emotion points was increasing rapidly. Positive emotion points was growing faster than before. At first, he didn't know why, but he eventually figured out the answer. In this world, most of the people who hated the celestial dragons were poor people. Most of them were civilians, and they didn't have an easy access to recent information. Ordinary people wouldn't receive the news until quite a while. Therefore, as time passed, more and more people would know what 9 tails had done to Sabaody Archipelago, especially. There was also a considerable number of civilians who contributed negative emotions to the fear of 9 tails' strength, which led to the ratio of negative emotions and positive emotions being quite astonishing. Perhaps it would take a long time before he could receive positive emotion points from them. However, 100,000 positive emotion points was enough for now. In order to deal with the Sengoku and Garp, he needed a tool that boosted combat strength. Just like the ox or rabbit talisman. If he could not get anything good, he had no choice but to hide until he got another 100,000 character card. Jewel of 4 Souls, 5 fragments, a sphere from Inuyasha universe. It is a fragment of the Jewel of 4 Soul. It can boost the user's strength. The more fragments one have, the stronger they get. Once it's complete, Jewel of 4 Souls can fulfill the user's wish. When drawing a card, you can increase the chance of getting Jewel of 4 Souls fragment by holding the fragments in your hand. This merchant ship went to an island to resupply. Genichi completely separated from Huyulu. Before leaving, he handed the 5 pieces of Jewel of 4 Souls fragment to Huyulu. Jewel of 4 Souls was a good thing. Jewel of 4 Souls fragment was also very useful to him at the moment. He needed a tool to increase his combat strength. Jewel of 4 Souls fragment could increase Toguro's strength and demonic aura. Although Toguro was not a demon from Inuyasha universe, it should be usable. Chapter 18, Toguro and Sengoku. The Jewel of 4 Souls was a treasure in Inuyasha universe. It was produced from the souls of Priestess Midoriko and many demons. It possessed extremely powerful strength. However, now that it was reduced to fragments, it was naturally unable to provide the full power of the Jewel of 4 Souls. But now, these 5 fragments of the Jewel of 4 Souls could be considered a great help. He originally wanted to wait for some time until Toguro had mastered Haki to face Garp or Sengoku. This might take a long time, and it was very likely that it would delay his plan in God's Valley. Therefore, he decided to draw a card at this time. He embedded the 5 fragments of the Jewel of 4 Souls into his heart and limbs. There were exactly 5 pieces. After fusing with the Jewel of 4 Souls, Toguro felt that his body and demonic energy were constantly increasing. Moreover, this power also gave him regeneration ability. This way, he would have more confidence in going all out. He sat in the banquet on the deck with his sunglasses on. He was boarding a merchant ship, and the final destination was a small country not far from Red Line. He leaned on the reclining chair and did not care about the noise of other places. He just looked at the sea in the distance. With a strong physical fitness as the foundation, his progress in Haki was very fast. At least now, he had reached the level of ordinary Haki users. Although he was nowhere near the highest level, at this moment, color of observation Haki was telling him that there were boats coming from all directions. They're here. He did not panic at all. The merchant ship suddenly stopped. It seemed that the captain also noticed the warship coming over. He didn't sense Garp nearby, which meant that the one who came to catch him was Sengoku. The people on the deck who had been enjoying themselves before felt that the ship suddenly stopped. They were confused and even wanted to complain, but after seeing the warship coming from the side, they stopped. Why did the Marines come to this ship? Is there a wanted criminal on board? People suddenly fell into panic. Toguro slowly stood up with his hands in his pockets, ready to leave. Stop! Suddenly, someone shouted at Toguro, but the latter didn't pay attention to him and just kept walking. Then several armed Marines ran out from the crowd. It seemed that they had already sneaked into this merchant ship. Get out of the way! Looking at a Marine wearing normal clothes in front of him, Toguro said indifferently. His simple words seemed to carry an unquestionable dignity. He was wearing black sunglasses, but the Marine felt like he was stared at by a pair of extremely sharp eyes. This Marine couldn't even breathe normally at this moment, because there was an extremely terrifying power from Toguro that formed a phantom of a devil behind him. Ha! It was as if he was about to be crushed just from looking at Toguro. His sweat kept dripping down, as if he was being forced to knee in the next second. However, just as he was about to collapse, someone patted him on the shoulder. A burly man came. It was Sengoku. In the past few days, he had caught other suspicious people, and Toguro was the only one left. This was partly Garp's fault. Originally, the 5 elders wanted them to split up and capture the suspicious people, but Garp did not care about the order at all. He said that the pirates of the New World are more important. I'll leave this task to you since you're an admiral, and immediately disappeared to the New World. Toguro was the first person to leave and also the furthest one who had escaped. Although this was the first time they met, Sengoku knew that Toguro was different from the suspicious people he had caught. He could feel that Toguro was no ordinary man even before they fought. His color of observation Haki was telling him that this was a completely different opponent from those he had captured before. Therefore, he directly stood up and said, Toguro, a businessman from Sabaody Archipelago. You're present in Marigiosa during the attack of Nine-Tailed Fox. Now, because of the circumstances with Nine-Tailed Fox, we have some questions. All the witnesses will be questioned. Please come with us. Toguro was still the same as before. After hearing Sengoku's words, he did not move. This identity was originally just false information so that he can board this ship. As long as you had money, you could easily do this. Moreover, the buildings on the surface of the Sabaody Archipelago had been destroyed, and no one could investigate now. Toguro looked at Sengoku and slowly turned around. In the eyes of Sengoku, he walked to the guardrail of the merchant ship. He jumped a few hundred meters and directly stood on the sea. He landed on the surface of the sea from tens of meters height, but the sea below didn't splash. He only created ripples on the surface of the sea. This degree of control over his body and strength could be said to be perfect. Sengoku's pupils dilated. He was a devil fruit user. The sea battle was unfavorable for him. However, he could not fight in this merchant ship that was loaded with a large number of rich merchants. However, what surprised him the most was the strength of the man. He did not look like an easy opponent. Originally, he thought it would be an easy task. He blamed Garp for this. If he were there, this wouldn't be a challenge? Aren't you going to try to stop me? Toguro stood on the surface of the sea and said faintly, but he didn't leave right away. Instead, he just stood there, looking at Sengoku who was standing on the merchant ship without any expression on his face. Is what happened in Sabaody Archipelago and Mary Gosa related to you? Sengoku stood on the ship and asked loudly. At the same time, the marine had already locked the merchants on the ship into their respective rooms, so there was only Sengoku on the deck. Toguro said expressionlessly, that is Zero's doing. It has nothing to do with me. You know Zero. Z said that the mysterious man might be more dangerous than any pirate. They had checked a lot of information but they couldn't find such a person in the record. And now they wanted to find information from a suspect. Could it be that these two incidents were also related to this man? About a month ago before Nine Tails attacked, he came to find me. Toguro looked at Sengoku's expression, and suddenly the corner of his mouth rose a little. He invited me to join Invisible Empire, but I refused. I didn't expect that he would cause such a big incident. Chapter 19, Toguro vs Sengoku. He invites you. If that's the case, I can't let you leave. Sengoku muttered. In an instant, a golden light shone from his body. His body quickly got bigger and turned into a huge golden Buddha. Sengoku looked at Toguro who was standing on the surface of the sea. He knew that he couldn't let this person leave. So after seeing that Toguro didn't want to say anything more, he immediately used force to stop him. Even if the opponent was strong and stood on the surface of the sea, Sengoku wouldn't stop because of this. He was an admiral. Shockwave. Sengoku threw a punch, generating a powerful storm. This attack worked even against Nine Tails, let alone a puny individual like Toguro. Before the tremendous force could even touch Toguro, the water below Toguro spun violently with him as the center. Looking at the powerful punch that came from the ship, Toguro made his move as well. Toguro's muscles began to thicken and enlarge, tearing apart his trench coat, revealing his explosive muscles. At the same time, his arm turned dark. He returned the punch of his own against Sengoku's punch. Boom! This collision made the entire sea seem to boil. The huge force directly cut through the sea behind Toguro and Sengoku, and it extended to the end of their line of sight. The marines and merchants on the merchant ship were shocked by this power because they felt as if something was trying to rip them out of their bodies. Sengoku was the only one on the deck, but there were many marines on the other warships aiming at Toguro. However, at this moment, they suddenly slumped to the ground. Sengoku's pupils dilated. His men died. This was color of Supreme King Haki? No, it was different. Even if one's color of Supreme King Haki was so intense, it couldn't take away a person's life. This was simply unheard of. Stop! Sengoku shouted, but Toguro's strength was beyond his imagination. Although he faintly knew that his opponent was strong, he didn't expect him to be this strong. Although this attack wasn't his full strength, there were very few people who could withstand it. However, Toguro's body became extremely strange. His muscles simply didn't seem like a human's muscle. He didn't retreat in the face of the shockwave released by the Golden Buddha. Boom! A huge explosion erupted. These two huge forces collided at this moment. The result was determined at this moment. A huge underwater whirlpool appeared, and the collision of power caused devastating after effect. Despite that, they both remained motionless in the storm. The huge merchant ship broke apart at this moment. Sengoku had to jump to the marine's warship. Many civilians and marines lost their lives. These people died simply because of Toguro's powerful aura, because Toguro was currently at his 100% strength. In this state, the weak would be crushed to death by the demonic aura that he unconsciously emitted. Of course, he could control it to just affect the people he wanted. Most of the people that died were mostly evil according to Nine Tails' negative emotion detection, so Toguro did not feel bad. Genichi's perspective of this world was very strange. He had just transmigrated to this world and became a slave. After seeing so much darkness, he discovered his own ability. This made him feel nothing about this world. It was as if he was playing a game? Virtual world game? Would anyone feel guilty for killing a few people in the game? Genichi actually had this feeling in his heart, and since the one who killed was his character, it really felt like he was playing a game and controlling a character. However, Sengoku naturally could not understand how Toguro felt. He was seething with anger now. He did not expect that someone could cause so many casualties in his presence, but what made him even angrier was that he had no way to deal with his opponent. Toguro! What was the deal with his body just now? Was it Devil Fruit's ability? Sengoku couldn't shake off the scene of Toguro striking back earlier from his mind. At that time, the power emitted from his body rose countless times in an instant. Moreover, his muscles enlarged. It was hard to imagine that it was the power of a normal human. But if he were a Devil Fruit user, why would he stand on the sea? Sengoku couldn't figure out what Toguro's power was. Don't worry, the people that's affected by my power are only those with dark hearts. After the collision, Toguro was no longer at his 100% power. He looked at Sengoku, who jumped onto the warship, and said, "Maybe Zero came to find me because he saw through my nature? That was why he asked whether I want to turn from a human into a monster." Monster. Although his chest was full of anger, after hearing Toguro's words, he quickly calmed down. He tried to find more clues about Zero from Toguro. Monsters are creatures that transcend humans. They will not be restricted by any restrictions and can freely use their strength. Toguro took off his black sunglasses and looked at Sengoku. The latter suddenly froze because he saw a desire in Toguro's eyes. What kind of desire was that? A desire to become stronger. I found out a long time ago that humans have limits. When they reach that limit, no matter how they train, it will be difficult for them to continue to grow. Moreover, because of age, their bodily functions will decline. At the same time, they will suffer all kinds of diseases. No matter how strong a person is, they will inevitably age. Zero found me since he noticed that I was aging and asked me to join them. If I join them, I will become an immortal monster. But at that time, I refused Zero's offer. Toguro looked at the dignified Sengoku and finally said, "Even if I want to become a monster, I will not join any organization and submit to anyone. I want to use my own way to become a monster. For example, the Jewel of 4 Souls." Chapter 20, Limit of the World. Jewel of 4 Souls. Sengoku heard a completely unfamiliar word, and Toguro had no intention of hiding his secret. This is a tool that can fulfill the user's wish. It once turned me into a half-demon, and now I want to use it to become a complete demon. Sengoku was having trouble processing all this information at once, but he knew that he could not stop Toguro this time. Toguro was very strong. Sengoku did not use his full strength in that punch just now, but neither did Toguro. It was safe to say that Sengoku's opponent might be as strong as him. It was definitely not an easy thing to fight with such a person. If he wanted to take down Toguro, he needed to call Garp. Moreover, he could not take him down in the sea. If they fought on the sea, he'd be in a disadvantage. "We will meet again." Toguro put on the black sunglasses again and then turned around indifferently. He just turned away and left without any hesitation. Sengoku bit his lips. Even if he wanted to attack, he couldn't do it. Because most of the Marines fainted after Toguro released his aura. Some of them were crushed to death by that power. It was really rare and unheard of in this world. Half-demon? Monster? Toguro, the Jewel of 4 Souls, the Invisible Empire. So many things filled Sengoku's head. He just stood there and tried to process everything, but there were too few clues. "It seems that I can only report the news to Fleet Admiral Kong and 5 elders first, and then... Scratch that, I'll rendezvous with Garp first." The combination of the Jewel of 4 Souls, Haki, and 100% power is indeed powerful. Toguro recalled the power he displayed as he gradually disappeared into the distance. As the future Fleet Admiral, Sengoku was one of the people Roger acknowledged. He had joined forces with Garp to defeat the legend Shiki and Bullet, so there was no doubt in his strength. And now that Toguro could fight with such a strong individual to a draw, it proved that his strength should be effective. The decisive battle of God Valley, and after using 100% strength this time, he discovered a problem. Toguro's strength was not as simple as strength multiplication. For example, the difference between his 80% power and his 100% was not merely 20%. Toguro lost to Yuzuki Urameshi at his 80% strength, but he could crush or even kill Yuzuki Urameshi at his 100% strength, let alone at his 100% of his 100% strength. However, when he used it in this world, he found something off. When Genichi just got Toguro character card, he tried using various percentage of Toguro's power, 45%, 80%, and even 100%. At that time, his strength did increase according to this multiplier, but during his fight with Sengoku, it felt different. It was as if there was some kind of restriction in this world that made it really hard to become stronger once you've reached a certain level. That might be why the future 4 emperors barely got any stronger, as they had hit their limit. Only 100 million emotion points worth character card could bypass One Piece universe's limitation. It seems that the character cards and tools that he got with emotion points below 100 million would be adjusted according to the law of this world. Except for the completely unknown the truly strong people in this world were Roger, Rox, or later Luffy once he went through awakening, so the closer one's strength to them, the slower they will grow. So when people like Garp, Roger, or Shanks, who were considered to stand on top of this world with only haki, would barely get stronger if they ate a devil fruit. In other words, 100 million emotion points is very important. The characters I've got can be upgraded through other means. It is even possible for Mr. Satan to become a 4 Emperor caliber powerhouse given the correct means to train him. However, it is absolutely impossible to surpass the limit of this world. He could become the world's strongest, but he could not surpass the world itself. If he wanted to transcend this world, he had to use 100 million emotion points. Genichi really don't know what kind of character he'd get with 100 million emotion points. They must have the ability to destroy this world, right? Were they stronger than the god of destruction in Dragon Ball? However, 100 million emotion points would take a while to accumulate. After all, he only got around 1 million emotion points despite the ruckus that Ninetales had caused. Besides, he'd get less emotion points the more emotion points he had amassed. Toguro could kill weak demons with only 80% of his demonic aura, and he could devour the soul of the living. Toguro was deep in thought as the brief fight with Sengoku just now already made him a little tired. At present, it seems that his strength was pretty good, but not so much for his endurance. His 100% power was too taxing for him. Toguro must devour others' souls to maintain his 100% power longer. With Jewel of 4 Souls and Haki, it wasn't that taxing, and Jewel of 4 Souls ability prevented him from dying like in the manga where Toguro could not handle his own strength. Next, I should train Haki while waiting in the God's Valley. Toguro continued to walk alone in the vast sea. He knew that his next destination would be full of the Marines, but that was what he wanted. The Battle of the God's Valley would be more intense. The more skilled combatants came, the better. Chapter 21. The incident of God Valley was the most well-known battle before the plot began. Big names such as Roger, Garp, Whitebeard, Shiki, Kaido, Big Mom, John, Akoko were involved in this battle. It was in this battle that Roger and Garp worked together to destroy Rock's conspiracy. What triggered this incident was Rox, who attempted to attack on Figurine family, celestial dragons that happened to be there. Figurine family was a relatively better family compared to other celestial dragons. Rox wanted to kill them to cause war and chaos, but was defeated by Roger and Garp. After the disbandment of Rock's pirates, the crew scattered all over the world and greatly affected the power balance of the world. Shiki and Whitebeard were both known as the 3 great legends alongside Roger. Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, and Shanks, a descendant of Figurine family that Roger found in the treasure box that would be called the 4 Emperors in the future. There was no war in this world that could compare to this war. The momentum was vast and the impact was far-reaching. Rox was also known as Roger's strongest enemy. In fact, this sentence alone could tell that Rox's strength was above Garp, Shiki, and Whitebeard. After all, they were all Roger's enemies, but Rox was Roger's strongest enemy. The current Toguro was definitely no match against such a monster, but he was definitely more than enough to stir up trouble. With Toguro's extraordinary physique, his haki training made a fast progress. Toguro's haki now seemed really good now, at least in the eyes of some weak pirates. For example, he could tell that he was being followed using color of observation haki. The marine was naturally following him. On that note, Genichi sensed the position of Garp and found that Garp was indeed approaching. It seemed that he'd cooperate with Sengoku to catch him. It wasn't impossible if they were alone. Although those two were strong, it was difficult to catch the pirates. But in this world, there should be no one who was not afraid of Sengoku and Garp duo. Shiki and Bullet were the victims. Although these two picked fighting to the death over escaping, the results were there. Toguro did not want them to flank him. It was no problem if the Marines followed him, but he could not let those two flank him. It seems that 5 Elders has also received my message. When he was heading towards God's Valley, Genichi received negative emotion points from 5 Elders. The Jewel of 4 Souls that he casually mentioned seemed to pique their interest. Something that can give people eternal youth. 5 Elders might issue a buster call in order to catch me. He wondered how many skilled combatants would be present in God's Valley. He'd definitely get a lot of emotion points from this battle, right? Just as he thought, 5 elders had once again gathered together to discuss about Toguro. Eventually, just as Toguro predicted, they issued a buster call. Capture Toguro. Sengoku and Garp had already rendezvoused and then led the buster call's fleet towards Toguro. The two also exchanged the information they had obtained so far. From the current speculation, the so-called monster is most likely a combination of forces of nature. Sengoku and Garp sat on the warship. At this moment, his mind was still thinking about the conversation with Indra. Indra said that he should have grasped the essence of Nine-Tails Demon Fox. At that time, he was touched. It was as if he had received a revelation, and even if he didn't say anything, he could actually feel that Nine-Tails Demon Fox was full of hatred and resentment, just like all the sins in this world. When their color of observation haki was focused on Nine-Tails, they only felt a chill running down their spines, as if they themselves were infected with the urge to destroy the world. Sengoku softly said, Nine-Tails represents resentment. This is also a kind of emotion that should appear in Sabaody Archipelago. Garp also sighed. Zero had also personally said to him, Nine-Tails was born from resentment. When you are dominated by resentment, you will be the new Nine-Tails. He agreed with Sengoku. It is precisely because monsters are the concentration of this kind of power that they are an invisible empire, because we can't see the resentment in people's hearts. Perhaps different monsters have different powers. For example, Zero. I can't feel the resentment like Nine-Tails from him. Garp said. Toguro is also the same. Sengoku nodded. If I were to describe, maybe I can define Toguro's nature as fear? Zero approached him and offered him to become a demon because of his fear of aging. Does this mean that Nine-Tails was also turned into a monster through the same method? This is not strange. In Sabaody Archipelago, there is a lot of resentment. Slavery practice was a common thing here. The deepest darkness in the world is gathered here, and naturally, it would cause incomparable resentment. Maybe, but we can't let these monsters destroy as they please. They may be born from our emotions, but they will only bring disaster to this world. Garp shouted in a low voice. Nine-Tails bombarded Sabaody and Mary Gosa. Zero declared war on the world government. Toguro killed so many people in front of Sengoku. It was enough to prove that they all had done atrocious things in the past. Compared to the pirates who made a fuss in the sea, these monsters were even more dangerous. I tried to test him. He is very strong in terms of strength alone. Moreover, he has the ability to kill the people around him without even lifting a finger. I don't think Buster Call is enough to take him down. Moreover, Toguro is not a devil fruit user. So we must take him down on an island. Sengoku said as he took out a map. The magnetic field in the New World is not accurate, but I believe he's heading here. Garp looked over, touched his chin and said, God's Valley. I remember that this is where the celestial dragons transit, right? Is he going to kill those trash? Garp. Sengoku immediately reminded, and Garp waved his hand. Ah, just pretend you didn't hear that one. You really are. Sengoku was baffled, but at this time, a marine sent him a piece of information. Sengoku looked at it and his face changed. What's wrong? Garp didn't care, but Sengoku's face seemed grim, so he asked. The Figuran Valley is heading towards God's Canyon. Chapter 22. In the God's Valley, the place with the word God was generally related with the celestial dragons. After coming to this world and asking around, he found out that this God's Valley was a transit station for the celestial dragons in the New World. However, very few celestial dragons would go to the New World, so this place was not very important. Even though there were not that many pirates who could threaten the world government in the past, the pirates were becoming more and more dominant recently. The rise of Rock's pirates especially gave the world government a hard time. If in a few decades, the pirates would gain more power. The rise of the four emperors and the revolutionary army made the world government anxious. By that time, it was safe to say that the world government had lost their absolute dominant position in the world. In the past, the Marines could chase Roger and Whitebeard, but in the future, the four emperors mostly just sat in their own territory and no Marines dared to attack them. Moreover, the four emperors wouldn't lower their heads before the world government. Genichi didn't really have anything to say for the era that Roger pioneered. The world government was ruled by a group of stupid pigs. Roger was undoubtedly successful in stimulating the rebel forces to surpass the strength of those stupid pigs, but at the same time, the Great Pirate Era had indeed caused a large casualties among civilians. Toguro would not change that era. At least before Luffy was born, he would not change the world too much, because he needed Luffy to contribute him abundant of emotion points. By that time, Luffy would be a better source of emotion points than Roger. Once he accumulated 100 million emotion points, he would have enough power to surpass the world government and everyone. At that time, he would change the world according to his own liking. Toguro stood on a small island. This was not God's Valley, but a small island nearby. Despite rarely being used, some Marinia were stationed in God's Valley. When Rox and the others arrived and fought, it would be the time for him to appear. He had successfully shaken off the Marine's pursuit as he still had Cream with him. At this moment, he was thinking about his next plan. How to maximize the amount of emotion points he'd get with the most powerful people of the current era participating in the fight. Rox wants to start a world war, so he must be interested in Jewel of Four Souls. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at his current emotion points again. Positive emotion points, 112,354. Negative emotion points, 2,654,812. After about 2 weeks, his positive emotion points was back to 100,000 again. His negative emotion points had also reached 2 million. It was safe to say that there were many people who were happy about the heavenly dragons being attacked. Still, those people weren't really influential people in this world. Some people just didn't care, and some people who sided with heavenly dragons hated Genichi. It seemed that positive emotion points was stable around 100,000, and negative emotion points was also increasing very slowly. I wonder if the upcoming battle can get my positive emotion points to 1 million, and my negative emotion points to 10,000,000. The sea breeze blew gently, and his right hand slowly touched his chest. In the next moment, he actually stuck his hand and reached out for his heart. This was nothing but a suicide in ordinary people's eyes, but it was nothing to Toguro. When his hand came out, he was already holding a glowing fragment. When he held Jewel of Four Souls fragments in his hand while drawing a card, it could increase the probability of him drawing Jewel of Four Souls fragments. He still remembered this reminder. And at this moment, he needed more Jewel of Four Souls fragments. Genichi immediately drew a tool with 100,000 positive emotion points. Jewel of Four Souls fragments *4, a sphere from Inuyasha universe. It is a fragment of the Jewel of Four Soul. It can boost the user's strength. The more fragments one have, the stronger they get. Once it's complete, Jewel of Four Souls can fulfill the user's wish. When drawing a card, you can increase the chance of getting Jewel of Four Souls fragment by holding the fragments in your hand. 4 fragments of Jewel of Four Souls appeared in Toguro's hand, but there were only 4 fragments this time, even though he got 5 last time. It seemed that he was not as lucky as last time. He put the fragment of Jewel of Four Souls that he pulled out earlier in his heart again. He thought about what he should do with the remaining 4 pieces and then embedded one of them into his head. He could clearly feel that he had become stronger again, but 80%. He tried to activate his own strength. As his muscles enlarged, a powerful force spread throughout his body. His punch landed on the ground, leaving a black crack on the small island that went straight to the opposite side of the island. Sure enough, it is just as he thought. The stronger his base strength was, the greater the increase in combat strength. In other words, the increase in combat strength brought by his power manipulation will be reduced. In other words, it will make his normal state stronger. However, he didn't get that much stronger after using his power manipulation. It could be said that once his original strength was boosted, so that he would not have to be burdened by the transformation. This was undoubtedly a good thing. Perhaps one day, he would be able to reach the 100% of his 100% strength without using power manipulation. He looked at the remaining 3 pieces of Jewel of Four Souls fragments in his hand, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. High risk, high return, but the only thing I can risk are these 3 Jewel of Four Souls fragments. Jewel of Four Souls was indeed an amazing tool, but it weren't that useful for a truly skilled combatants with just 1 or 2 fragments, but that was all he could use as bait. Although the more Jewel of Four Souls fragments gathered, the more perfect Jewel of Four Souls became, and the more the power of its user would be boosted, but now, the value of 3 pieces of Jewel of Four Souls fragments was far less than what he could possibly gain in the future. Under the stimulation of Jewel of Four Souls in his body, he felt that his haki was also cultivating very quickly. Moreover, he vaguely felt that haki was somewhat mixed with his demonic energy. Perhaps in the future, this demonic energy would completely transform into haki or assimilate with haki. Just like this, he continued to train on the island. He didn't know how much time had passed. Perhaps a few days, or perhaps a few weeks. Once a month passed, Toguro, who was training, suddenly stopped. He walked to the end of this very small island and looked at the fleet on the ocean. He said softly, "They're here." Chapter 23, Rocks Pirates. Indeed. A fleet of ships full of strong-looking ships and cannons came from the sea in the distance. At a glance, one could tell that the people on the ship were either rich or noble. This was to deter small-time pirates, and the big pirates generally would not make a move on the celestial dragons, because once they did, they would be chased by the marines. The pirates were after treasures, not meaningless slaughter, so there was no need to provoke the marines. Marines had so many soldiers that a fight with them would be endless. In this era where there weren't that many pirates, they generally would not take the initiative to provoke the marines. After all, the pirates were competing with other pirates. If marines were on the tails as well, wouldn't that make it harder for them? However, there were exceptions. Just like this time, although the fleet was large and well armed, it was being hunted down, and the ones who chased them was the strongest pirate crew, Rocks Pirates. Toguro's color of observation Haki read their movements, and Toguro instantly entered Cream's void dimension, quietly moving through space and arrived at where the big fleet stored their treasures. Toguro found himself surrounded by glittering gems and treasures. Figuran family was clearly rich even for a celestial dragon's standard. However, for him now, money was not that important. This money could not be exchanged into emotion points. Unless, if he gave the money to ordinary people, wouldn't they be happy and provide him positive emotion points? With that in mind, Genichi's eyes lit up. He found that the positive emotions he got from ordinary people was very low. Now that he thought about it carefully, the big events that concerned the fate of the entire world didn't concern these ordinary people, so they didn't really care and didn't give him emotion points. It seemed that there was something going on. But now was not the time to care about this. From the sound, it was possible that there was a fight outside. Of course, it was definitely not a big battle, but it was just a sound of gunfire. Figuran family should thank him for this. He was the one who lured the Marines' ship over, so when they were chased by Rocks Pirates, the Marines could back them up immediately. In the vast sea, a horde of ships gathered together might be stronger than skilled fighters. After all, most of the skilled fighters were devil fruit users. Once their ship was destroyed by the bombardment, they would only die if they sank into the sea. This was one of the reasons why Buster Call was so terrifying, especially when the Marines sent an admiral. At that time, with the Marines' firepower that was enough to flatten an island plus an admiral, it would be easy to eliminate many difficult opponents in the sea. And now, in this second half of Grand Line, a quite merry scene happened. In the vast and endless sea, dozens of warships were firing their cannons at the pirate ship in the distance, and the pirate ship was also constantly fighting back, but compared to the firepower of the Marines, the pirates' firepower wasn't as strong. Even though Rocks Pirates were at a disadvantage in firepower, the crew were not anxious or panic at all because their crews were the strongest and most ferocious people in the world, and their captain was the strongest in the world. It turns out to be Sengoku and Garp. Did they immediately rush over when they heard that the celestial dragons were attacked? Captain Rocks seemed to have noticed Sengoku and Garp's presence. He couldn't help but coldly say, as expected of the celestial dragons' lapdogs. Sengoku and Garp were also quite famous in the New World, especially after the big news not long ago. The three Marines' powerhouses defeated the huge nine-tailed fox. This clearly wasn't the first or the second time Rocks Pirates fought against the Marines. Do you want to retreat instead? Whitebeard glanced at Rocks, and the latter suddenly laughed out loud. Our previous fights with them didn't give any clear result. This is the perfect time to make it clear. We are Rocks Pirates. All of you are the elites of this world, even the celestial dragon flees upon seeing us. Why would we lose to the celestial dragon's lapdogs? Are you afraid, Newgate? The other big name on the ship, Shiki, also grinned. I can fly over and deal with them right now if you're too afraid. Gu-ra-ra-ra. Let's see how you deal with them now, Shiki. Whitebeard also did not back down and said. On this ship, this was a common thing. Everyone was strong, and they had no intention of listening to anyone weaker than them. Moreover, many of the crews possessed color of Supreme King Haki, so they were not the type to obey others. There was only one reason why such a pirate crew could still go on without fighting among themselves. Their captain, Rocks. Rocks ruled Rocks Pirates with absolute strength. However, there were still disputes underneath. Now, it's about time. Rox spoke without waiting for Whitebeard and Shiki to continue. The reason why we let Figuran's fleet escape was to show the world that the celestial dragons are nothing special. They can only flee before our might. Now, this goal has been achieved and our name should strike fear into the people's soul. Rox slowly stood up from the captain's seat and looked at the ships of the Marines in the distance. An invisible aura spread out from his body and in the blink of an eye, it formed a powerful pressure. The celestial dragons fled, and the Marines protecting the celestial dragons were wiped out. This world will be ruled by Rox. Isn't that a perfect title for the headlines tomorrow? Chapter 24, The Marines vs Rox. An intense pressure came from far away, leaving people wobbled. Sengoku gritted his teeth and seemed to be resisting the pressure. He knew that it was color of Supreme King Haki. There was only one among millions of people who was born with the aptitude of a king. Those who had color of Supreme King Haki usually became powerful pirates, and the person standing at the top was Rox. In just an instant, the pressure hit the entire fleet, like ripples spreading on the surface of the sea. That force made the sky seem to darken, and those who were hit by that force directly fainted. Let alone ordinary Marines, even some Vice Admiral level Marines couldn't withstand it. The only ones who were not affected were Garp and Sengoku. The Marines' buster call was indeed powerful, but it was meaningless before Rox, who was standing at the top of this world. His color of Supreme King Haki was so strong that the Vice Admiral level Marines couldn't handle the pressure, so the advantage of numbers was simply useless in front of him. Sengoku. Garp looked at Sengoku. Sengoku gritted his teeth and looked at the officers who were standing wobbly and the fallen soldiers. Finally, he looked at Rox, who was still releasing color of Supreme King Haki in the distance. Sengoku's eyes suddenly widened and the same power exuded from him. It was also color of Supreme King Haki. Very few people had color of Supreme King Haki among the Marines, because obeying orders was a must for soldiers. It was very difficult for that type of person to have a color of Supreme King Haki. Even if they had the aptitude, it was very difficult to awaken. According to the manga, Sengoku was the only Marine who could use color of Supreme King Haki. However, Sengoku was technically an admiral. What would the fleet admiral and the world government think of a Marine who could use color of Supreme King Haki? For a regime, stability was the first requirement, especially the internal stability. In fact, they did not need to have anyone with color of Supreme King Haki. That was why Sengoku rarely used color of Supreme King Haki, but now it seemed like he had to. The two color of Supreme King Haki clashed in the air. The intense power seemed to shake the sea. The officers behind Sengoku regained their consciousness. They looked at the world in front of them and only felt dark. The power released by Sengoku and Rox disappeared at the same time. At this time, the ship of Rox pirates had approached them. Moreover, many soldiers on the ship hadn't regained their consciousness, so the Marines' ship couldn't fire their cannon. They went to God's Valley. Garp said in a deep voice. Figuran family's ship also went to God's Valley. Sengoku observed for a moment and was suddenly shocked. Why didn't they escape? Of course, because there is no way to escape. That guy blocked their escape route. Garp threw aside his marine's coat, revealing his black suit. It seems like there will be a big battle in God's Valley. Sengoku's pupils dilated as the one Garp talked about was Toguro, who had escaped from him. After learning Toguro's course and predicting that Toguro was heading towards God's Valley, he had an ominous premonition in his heart, and now it came true. He intercepted the escaping Figuran family's fleet and led them to God's Valley? Don't tell me that guy is working with Rox, right? Sengoku took a deep breath. It's hard to say. But one thing for sure is that they're both our enemies. Garp asked. Why, do you want to retreat? Although he said do you want to retreat, he didn't slow down and directly walked towards the edge of the ship. Sengoku shook his head. He also threw aside his coat, revealing his black military uniform. If I retreat, where will I put my justice? They looked at God's Valley not far away. They suddenly jumped and directly jumped from the warship. This jump was probably several hundred meters away, but both of them were proficient in the Navy's 6 powers. Whether it was Jeppo or Soru, this distance was just a blink of an eye. And Rock's pirate ship was slowly approaching the sea, as if it was using this delay to bring about a sense of oppression. What about the celestial dragons? Garp and Sengoku stood on the island and looked at the approaching Rock's fleet. Even if there were only the two of them, and they were up against a fleet of skilled pirates, they had no intention of retreating. Who cares about them? Garp whispered, Toguro may not kill them, but Rocks definitely will. It is already difficult for the two of us to stop Rocks and his men. We can't just send one person to stop Toguro, right? Garp had never been interested in the celestial dragons. Even if Figuran family was considered the better ones among the celestial dragons, they weren't that different. Garp. Sengoku. Are you planning to stop us with just the two of you? After the two of them finished speaking, Rock's pirate's ship successfully docked. A person flew out from the fleet. He had long hair that was about to touch the ground, like a lion's mane, and even his beard was golden. That person floated in the air, but he wasn't using Jeppo. It was Shiki, the future 3 legendary pirates, float fruit user, and now an executive of Rock's Pirates. It was basically survival of the fittest in Rock's Pirates. Rocks was stronger than them, so they all listened to him. But this rule was actually fragile, and Rocks also knew this. He also knew that there were many unruly people among his crews. They didn't trust Rocks, and Rocks didn't trust them either. In fact, he didn't take all the crews with him this time. He didn't inform Charlotte Linlin and Kaido this time, but he still brought Shiki, Whitebeard, Silver Axe, and John. Although it wasn't their full power, this lineup was enough to make most people despair. Shiki slowly floated in the air. Whitebeard and others also came down from the ship, followed by a large number of pirates. At the back, Rocks slowly walked over and grinned as he looked at Garp and Sengoku. Chapter 25, Roger joins the battle. Captain, there seems to be a big war over there. Not far from God's Valley, there was a pirate crew sailing in the sea. Unlike other pirates who often travel at a large fleet of ships, this pirate crew only had one ship from the beginning to the end of their journey. The crews were still young, but everyone had a confident smile on their faces. This was a group of powerful people, this was something that anyone could tell from a glance. Hadn't they been confident in their strength, they wouldn't have such a calm look on their faces, and they wouldn't sail this sea with only a few crews. This was the rising star of the New World, Roger Pirates. At this moment, Roger and the first mate Rayleigh stood at the front of the ship. Although they couldn't see what happened in the distance, they could hear the sound of gunfire coming from the front. Roger could see everything as his color of observation haki had reached such a powerful level. Color of observation haki was different from color of arms haki, which excelled at offense and defense. This was a power that sharpened one's perception. Roger was especially good in this aspect, even though his color of arms haki and color of Supreme King haki were also very powerful. After hearing Rayleigh's words, he smiled, and then said very naturally, "It's Garp and Sengoku." Both? Even one of them is hard enough to deal with. Who makes them having such a hard time? Rayleigh was surprised. Judging from the sound, the shootouts happened between two sides. However, when ordinary pirates saw Garp and Sengoku, they would never think of fighting them with cannons. Therefore, Rayleigh was very curious about who was fighting with Garp and Sengoku. "It's Rocks." Roger turned around and said, "It's really interesting. The Marines actually fought with Rocks. We can't miss this out. Everyone get ready to fight. The God's Valley is in front of us. It is the battle between Garp, Sengoku, and Rocks. We have to hurry over." He shouted to the people on the ship, saying words that made ordinary people think that he had lost his mind. Normal people would run away when they saw this. The farther they ran, the better. After all, no one would want to interfere with the war between the Marines and Rocks pirates. The people who wanted to do this must be crazy. These two were the most powerful monsters in the world. Other people were afraid of contact. How could they rush over like Roger? It was unknown how many casualties would be caused by that decision, but none of the people on this ship were afraid, none of them showed fear, all of them were excited to respond to the captain's call. "Which side are you going to help?" Rayleigh went to Roger's side and whispered, "Don't tell me you're planning to help the Marines." "Of course I'm going to help the Marines." Roger patted Rayleigh on the shoulder, "I'm gonna have a good chat with Sengoku and Garp. After the fight, we can ask them what is going on with that nine-tailed fox." Rock's side has the upper hand, and although Garp was very strong, thinking that just they two could fight the entire Rocks pirates wishful thinking. Since Roger wanted to participate in the battle, he naturally didn't want to help the winning side as it was too boring. Sigh, as I thought Rayleigh sighed. He had already thought that Roger would side with the Marines. However, since Roger was his captain, he had to listen no matter how outrageous it might be. He was calm and collected. He was already prepared to fight. Next, he was going to fight Rocks. It would definitely be a bloody battle and wouldn't be easy. Hey, really? Roger looked at the God's Valley that was getting closer and closer. He even felt Rock's color of Supreme King Haki, but at this time, Roger had already walked over with a sword in his hand. Rayleigh glanced at Roger and found that this man had a serious look on his face. What? I'll go ahead, do me a favor and lead our men. Roger seemed to have spotted something, so he had to distance from the crew and advance to God's Valley on his own. What's wrong? Rayleigh did not stop Roger, he just asked for the reason. He saw Roger's face and knew that this man had made up his mind, and no one in this world would be able to change Roger's mind once he had made up his mind. Normally, he wouldn't mind arguing with Roger, but this was obviously not the right time. I heard the sound of something strange. Roger took off his cape and jumped down from the ship. Rayleigh just looked at Roger's disappearing back thoughtfully. Roger's color of observation Haki had reached the level where he could listen to everything. He said that he heard something strange in the sound of people. This was something Rayleigh had never heard before. Just what happened in God's Valley. However, if he thought about it a little, he could imagine that there must be something unusual that could cause such a direct conflict between Rocks and the Marines. We can't just help the Marines for free. In addition to the treasure, we have to seize whatever they are fighting for as well. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth rose and he said loudly to the crew, hurry up. We have to get to God's Valley as soon as possible. Roger, who jumped off the ship, kept running on the sea. His heart was still echoing with the voice that just sounded. Come and save me, I can fulfill all your wishes. This was a strange voice he heard. The reason why it was strange was because it sounded like the voice of millions of people talking together. And it was tempting. According to Zero, Jewel of 4 Souls can turn me into a complete monster, so that I can have eternal life. This person's voice was very normal, but it sounded tempting, making Roger think that it was something special. It looks more interesting. Roger jumped up, and in the next moment, he had already arrived on the God's Valley. Of course, he could already sense the battle up ahead. Then I'll have to trouble the two of you to help me buy some time. Roger smiled with a bad heart. He then kicked the ground, and like a fighter jet taking off, he left behind a huge roaring and exploding air on the ground before him. At the same time, he swung his blade. Godly Avoidance. Chapter 26, Toguro vs Roger. Don't come any closer. The guards kept pulling the trigger. Countless bullets hit one person, but they did not cause any damage. Toguro kept walking forward, completely ignoring the bullets. The guards on the ship fired their guns knowing full well that it had no effect on Toguro. After all, they had personally seen this monster remained unscathed even after getting hit by their cannons. You aren't a member of Rock's pirates, right? Why did you attack us? The patriarch of the Figueroa family looked at Toguro behind countless soldiers. Looking at Toguro's body that didn't even get scratched after taking the cannon head-on, there was a trace of fear in his eyes, but he said, I can give you anything you want. An average celestial dragon would try to threaten Toguro at this time and saying that he would only end up dead if he dared to hurt them. However, Figueroa knew full well that Toguro wouldn't be afraid of his empty threat if he was brave enough to come here. Therefore, he instead offered to give Toguro anything he wanted as long as they spared his life. Jewel of 4 Souls, you have it, right? Toguro tilted his neck and made a crisp sound. He said to the people in front of him, I know it is here. Give it to me. Jewel of 4 Souls. His words left Figueroa family puzzled. They had never heard of this thing before, but based on its name, it was nothing more than precious jewelry. They had plenty of these things. Stop attacking. Take out all the treasures we have. As long as they were spared, let alone this Jewel of 4 Souls, they would even hand over all the treasures they had. With a single command, a group of people immediately brought out all the treasures. Their ship was docked at the side. They originally wanted to run into the depths of God's Valley after disembarking. After all, this place was Celestial Dragon's transit station. A certain level of security was stationed inside, but they were intercepted by Toguro not long after they got off the ship. Although they did not know what Jewel of 4 Souls was, it was obvious that nothing was more important than their lives. Toguro watched as the Celestial Dragon's guards brought over a huge pile of boxes from the rear. They were filled with gold and silver treasures. As one box after another was opened, the aura of jewels filled the surroundings. Every box here was a wealth that could shock ordinary people, but Figueroa family gave it up without hesitation. I don't know which one Jewel of 4 Souls is. The leader of Figuran family looked at Toguro and whispered, I can give them all to you if you want. No need, I only want this. Toguro looked at the fourth box that had been opened. It was filled with all kinds of jewelries. In the next instant, he appeared in front of the person who had opened the box. Just his aura alone made the guard take a few steps back. He reached his hand inside and was about to pick up a fragment that was emitting a purple light. Was that Jewel of 4 Souls? Everyone looked at what Toguro was after in surprise. Because there were too many treasures, Figuran did not know when he got this fragment. However, since this powerful man in front of him valued it highly, it must have contained extraordinary strength. However, no matter what kind of power it was, it no longer belonged to him now. Godly avoidance. However, just as Toguro was about to touch Jewel of 4 Souls, a man's voice suddenly came from the distance. He shouted and waved his blade. Suddenly, an intense force was exuded from his blade. At this moment, the entire sky became dark. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire island. Toguro's pupils dilated and he instantly retreated. He saw a huge gully coming from the distance. It was like an invisible barrier separating Toguro and the treasure chest. Then a man who seemed to be after the treasure box came from the distance. Run! At this moment, the Figuran family knew that a new battle was about to begin, and they would die if they stayed there. Even if they had guards and slaves, they were no match for this pirate. Toguro took a deep breath and then shouted loudly. It was as if heaven and earth were howling in anger. A massive gale was generated. The power brought by the roar formed a huge impact and hit Roger, who was rushing toward Toguro. Roger originally wanted to leave after getting the box, but at this moment, he had to swing his sword to cut the gale. But after that, he saw that Toguro was already in front of him. Roger was actually excited in his heart at this moment. Although Toguro hadn't gotten serious yet, Roger could hear the unfathomable huge energy in Toguro's body. He swung his sword, which collided with Toguro's punch. A huge hole was created because of the impact. Hey! Tell me your name. Roger knew in his heart that the voice he had just heard might be him. It seemed that this man might be related to the Jewel of 4 Souls in the box, but Jewel of 4 Souls was calling him, asking him to save it. Toguro was forced back by Roger's sword. After hearing Roger's words, he stopped in place. He took off his sunglasses, then threw them to his feet and crushed them. Toguro, what about you? Just call me Roger. You are so strong. How about it? Do you want to be my comrade? Roger invited Toguro to join his crew and smiled. Roger, Toguro said in a low voice. Then, he released a terrifying pressure from his body. Roger's pupils immediately dilated. He only saw a huge pressure released from Toguro's body bursting forth wildly. It resembled color of Supreme King Haki. Under this pressure, the Celestial Dragon's guards who had been running slower fell to the ground one by one. Their lives were all taken by Toguro's demonic aura. In a very short period of time, Toguro used his 100% power. A powerful force erupted. His body enlarged, but his appearance did not change as drastic as before. After merging with Jewel of 4 Souls fragments and cultivating Haki, Toguro's normal state became stronger and stronger. The gap from his normal state to his 100% strength was not as big as it was at the beginning. Otherwise, Roger's slash just now was enough to defeat him. Hand over Jewel of 4 Souls, or I will kill you. Chapter 27, 0 out of 0, Rocks comes. After the transformation, the power exuded from Toguro became incomparably heavy, and the power in his body was still rising, and he eventually reached the state of 100% of his 100% strength. A protagonist's transformation often seemed completely invincible, but only when they were facing small fries, but what if they were facing an opponent of the same level? If you encounter an enemy that require you to go all out, and you needed to keep transforming to have enough power to fight them head-on, that meant you were not at the same level as him. For example, you can fight the same as the enemy if you become a Super Saiyan and your normal form were 5 or 10 times weaker. In normal circumstances, the enemy could kill you after tiring you out. Toguro's full power was now at the level of the 4 emperors, and if he were in his normal state, he might not be able to stop Roger's strike just now. Therefore, it seemed that the 6th fragment of Jewel of 4 Souls and Haki training could not drastically improve his strength future growth, but constantly improving his lower limit was also an important part of becoming strong. At least it could ensure that he would not be killed by any minor characters that fast. At this moment, he was trying to see how far his current full strength was from Roger, the future king of pirates who would dominate the world. And Roger just watched as Toguro completed his new transformation. He lifted Ace in his hand and put down the box in his other hand. Roger's color of Supreme King Haki and Toguro's demonic energy collided at this moment. In the next moment, their figure zoomed all over the place as they exchanged blows. The impact of their clash suddenly tore the sky. The dark clouds in the sky were split apart, as if they were cut apart by a sharp blade, revealing the sun hidden above the dark clouds. Black lightning was generated around them, and the impact of just one blow traveled across the entire God's Valley. On the other battle, Garp, Sengoku, and Rock's pirates could sense the huge collision of power from the distance, and they couldn't help but stop fighting. This is Roger's Haki. There was a bit of blood on Garp's face. He and Sengoku were back to back. It was too difficult for them to deal with the entire Rock's pirates with their strength, and this was with Rock's and Edward Newgate not participating in the battle. Shiki alone could handle either Sengoku or Garp on his own. Silver Axe, John, and Akoko were also skilled in their own rights, but the powerful Haki from the distance directly stopped them. Roger. Hearing Garp's words, Rox frowned, and then he remembered the name of this man from the depths of his memory. It's the guy who came back from the deepest part of Grand Line. I heard that he has reached the Aqua First Star Island, but why would he come here? Roger pirates were already famous on Grand Line almost 14 years ago. They were powerful, but they did not do what pirates usually do. Although sometimes they would show their cruel and terrifying side, that was only when their companions were wronged. Usually, they were more like a group of adventurers gathered together than pirates. Such a way of survival was unique even in the New World where strong people came in large numbers. Rox once had the idea of inviting Roger to join him, but Roger unexpectedly rejected. From the collision of the color of Supreme King Haki, it seems that Roger was also fighting a troublesome guy. Edward Newgate looked at Captain Rox D. Zebek and said with a smile, "Captain, do you want to quickly finish the battle here and then rush over?" "There is no need for that." Rox said confidently, "I will head straight there. The front entrance of God's Valley is there. It is a rare opportunity to attack the transit station of the Celestial Dragons from the front. I'll show the world the true horror of Rock's pirates." Whitebeard also wanted to go over and take a look, but suddenly his eyebrows raised, and he said to Rox, "It seems that the battle here will take longer. I will stay here." Rox had already felt it even before Whitebeard explained the reason. On the sea not far away, the remaining crew of Roger pirates were heading over there. And his crews that he left on the sea had already engaged them. Things are gradually getting interesting, aren't they? Rox twisted his neck and revealed a cruel and terrifying smile. He didn't care about his companions who stayed here. He just turned around and walked towards Roger. For him, it didn't matter even if these people died. Although they were carefully selected powerhouses, he wouldn't care about the weak who would die. He also wouldn't reach out to save the people who would die in the war. Only those who survived were qualified to be his companions and his crew. Since he had made up his mind to go to Roger and break through the Celestial Dragon's line of defense, he wouldn't change his mind because his men here might be attacked by the Marines and Roger pirates. His men should also be aware of this. The weak are not qualified to live. Rox laughed loudly. In the next moment, the terrifying Haki burst out from his body. The clear sky became dark again at this moment, and black thunder struck. Rock's laughter echoed throughout the entire island. Half of his crew members who fled to shore because of Roger Pirate's pursuit had fainted because of his color of Supreme King Haki. What a troublesome guy. Watching Rox leave, Edward Newgate muttered and then looked at the group of people who were on the shore. He originally thought it was a simple pursuit, but he didn't expect that in a few minutes, he provoked a large group of Marines. After a while, Roger Pirates also rushed over, and there was an unknown person who could fight Roger toe-to-toe in the distance. It seemed that the outcome of this battle would be unpredictable. Chapter 28, Rox joining the fray. After the previous test, Roger had already imbued his weapon with his color of Supreme King Haki. It could cause damage to his enemy without touching them, but it was not a long-range attack like a compressed air blade. Let alone imbuing his color of Supreme King Haki into something, he had not even awakened it, but his demonic energy was no less powerful than color of Supreme King Haki. As a demon, Toguro did not have any special abilities, only pure physical strength. His demonic energy was all used to strengthen the body, thus creating the body of a demon. Facing Roger's color of Supreme King Haki imbued strike, Toguro threw a punch at Roger. Before he even touched Roger's sword, Ace, there was already a huge collision of energy. The earth shocked. At their level, once they attacked with all their strength, it would inevitably be a devastating blow to the surroundings. Are you sure you don't want to join my crew? Roger and Toguro were in a deadlock. His eyes were filled with joy. To be able to fight with such a worthy opponent already made this trip worth it. The sea is very vast. Let's explore the sea together. Toguro and Roger both retreated a few meters, and then they collided again. In a flash of lightning, Toguro's fist was like a storm. Just the punch wind was enough to blow open a hole that extended to the end of the line of sight in front of him, but Roger seemed completely calm and he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage in this fast-paced battle. In such an intense battle, Toguro decisively rejected Roger's proposal. What I want is not to explore the sea, but time. I want to become a complete monster, live as a monster until the end of this world, and become strong forever. I want to enjoy endless battle until the end of this world. Your wish and your vision are too small. Toguro had a cruel smile on his face. He sneered at Roger and said, for a powerful human like you, your life is too fragile. Roger, even though I'm just an incomplete monster, I can see that your life will not last longer than 15 years at most. No, maybe in 10 years, your body will be in pain because of aging and illness. You will die in the last few years of your life. This is the fate that humans cannot escape. Roger's pupils dilated, but in the next moment, he burst out laughing, I'll save that for later. Life is so precious because it's limited. Godly avoidance. Although Toguro sounded right, Roger did not feel any discomfort in his body. He was only 39 years old now. Even if he had 10 more years, he would not be 50 years old yet by then. What was more, he didn't care even if he really died. When Roger set out to sea, he was already prepared to die. Godly avoidance. As the name implied, even the god would avoid this strike. Toguro was forced back by Roger's blade. Roger held the hilt with both hands and slashed down with all his might. After being forced back, Toguro could only block his hands. His muscles enlarged, and color of arms haki that he had trained recently enveloped his hand. The intense demonic aura was enough to melt the weaklings who had rashly stepped into their battlefield. Roger was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The intense demonic aura that seemed to cover the sky and the earth turned into waves that bombarded over. Even he could not help but stop his movements, and the strength condensed in his hands weakened a bit. The moment Roger swung his sword, a metallic sound was heard, as if his sword had cut into the hardest material in this world. What a tough body! Is this a demon? I heard that there are fairies in this world, but they are different from you. Roger had been through hundreds of battles. Naturally, he could tell that Toguro's haki standard was actually average. However, his physical strength was abnormally high. When combined with color of arms haki, he became a real monster. Not enough. Toguro was repelled by Roger. The momentum on his body suddenly contracted. The pressure that was floating around him seemed to disappear and become more oppressive. His heartbeat was unusually clear in the world that had suddenly quieted down. He then disagreed with Roger. There are still a few human parts left in this body. Hadn't it been for that, I could still become stronger. This is not enough. Toguro looked at Roger. His eyes suddenly shone brightly. He opened his hands and released his previously contracted aura, setting off a strong wind. Roger. Hand Jewel of 4 souls over. It is useless to you. Not necessarily. Roger smiled calmly in the midst of the storm of attacks. He ignored all the pressure. He was the most free man in the world. No one could change what he had decided. On this aspect, he was somewhat similar to rocks. Perhaps this was also the common point of the world's strongest fighters. They all had extreme self-awareness, and only in this way could they draw out the full potential of color of Supreme King Haki. Jewel of 4 souls can fulfill your wish, right? Turning you into a complete demon is technically a wish. Roger thought of the voice he heard before he came and said to Toguro. What wish do you have? Toguro sneered. Roger really thought about it carefully and finally shook his head. He said with certainty, I don't want to achieve my wish by relying on something. I will achieve it with my own power. Perhaps this is the reason why Jewel of 4 souls found me. Although he still did not know what Jewel of 4 souls was, his previous voice and Toguro's persistence made Roger think that it might really be able to fulfill his wishes. However, Roger was not a person who would take shortcuts. No matter what he wanted to do, he would use his own hands and feet to seize it. Boring, you will regret it sooner or later. Toguro said in a low voice. Then you can see for yourself whether I'll regret it or not. Roger looked at Toguro, who was ready to fight again. But just as the two of them were about to clash again, a strong sense of oppression suddenly came from not far away. Interesting, interesting. A tool that can grant wishes. From the jungle in the distance, Rox appeared. He was also holding a long sword in his hand and seemed to have heard the conversation between Roger and Toguro. I didn't expect that this operation would give me such an amazing result. Chapter 29, Mexican Standoff. In this world, there were not many people who didn't believe in items that could grant any wishes. Roger was one of them, and it was obvious that Rox was not that kind of person. For Rox, who wanted to become the king of the world, if there was such an item, he would gladly accept it. He would not be an idiot like Roger. He could check whether this item was real or fake after he took a good look at it. Another troublesome guy. Toguro and Roger both looked at Rox. For now, Rox was the strongest person in the world, stronger than Roger. However, in the world of pirates, if the gap between the two was not big, then it would usually take a long time to fight in a perfect state. Roger, give that jewel of 4 souls to me. Rox tilted his head and said to Roger. If you do, I'll at least spare your crew. It could only be said that he was worthy of dreaming to be the king of the world. In terms of ferocious momentum, he was much stronger than Roger. It felt as if a mountain was approaching even though he was just walking towards them. It was a clash between Roger's haki, Rox's haki, and Toguro's demonic energy. The collision between the two sides turned into a Mexican standoff in the blink of an eye. The ground shook several times more violently than before. Now in the God's Valley, the sky rumbled and the earth trembled. In this collision, Roger was serious at first, but finally squinted and laughed. I'm sorry about this. I don't have the habit of sharing what I have. I am a pirate. How can a pirate hand over his spoils of war? He picked up the box next to him, and then casually flipped it over. He took out all the gold, silver, and jewelry in the box. Countless jewels scattered. This was a wealth that could make ordinary people lose their minds, but none of the 3 people present cared. Their eyes were focused on a purple bead mixed in the jewelry. Roger and Rox had never seen Jewel of 4 Souls in the past, but they could tell from a glance that the bead was different from the others. It emitted a faint light, and it drew people over. Roger slowly lowered his body, and picked up Jewel of 4 Souls. He was a little surprised and said, so it is such a small thing. Let's settle this with pirate's way. Roger looked at Rox and Toguro, and suddenly threw Jewel of 4 Souls up fiercely. He was also well aware that he would become the target of the other two. So, instead of being a prey, he would throw the other two off. Toguro and Rox leaped up at the same time. Both of them wanted to seize Jewel of 4 Souls for themselves, but that was when Roger swung his blade, and no one wanted to take Color of Supreme King imbued strike head-on. However, Toguro was not a human. He was a demon. Rox hesitated because of Roger's attack, but Toguro did not hesitate at all. He forcefully stopped Roger's strike and grabbed Jewel of 4 Souls. He landed on the ground before leaping away. Don't think about running. Rox grinned. His body suddenly turned into darkness, and endless darkness extended to the blade. Dark smoke spread out, and a huge suction force spread into the air. Toguro's pupils dilated as he was pulled down by the gravity. Dark fruit? Originally, Rox didn't really make any appearance in One Piece manga. He was simply reflected in Sengoku and Kaido's memories. He was similar to Roger, but it was more mysterious than Roger, because it was stated that Roger was clearly not a devil fruit user, while there was no information about Rox whatsoever. However, people guessed that Rox was the previous dark fruit user. Toguro didn't expect that it was true. And it was different from Blackbeard. In addition to his powerful ability, Rox also had an unparalleled swordsmanship. The combination of the dark fruit and swordsmanship made Rox unparalleled in the current era. His entire body released darkness and gravity to pull Toguro's body. Moreover, he slashed out with his sword, as if he had cut out a dark night. Toguro's pupils dilated. In the next moment, all the muscles in his body squirmed. He shouted loudly, and his already extremely powerful demonic aura became even more violent. 100% of the 100%. Only in this way can I really become a demon. Toguro's body was more than twice as large as before. The muscles even bulged out like tumors behind his shoulders. Facing Rox's attack, he took a deep breath and then blew a wind from his mouth. Ha! With a furious roar, the world shook. The darkness that swept through the sky instantly became clear. Moreover, rocks below was directly trapped in the center by a huge tornado. If he were to use this state before he obtained Jewel of Four Souls, then Toguro would definitely die because this state consumed too much energy. Even if he could kill his opponent in 1 or 2 moves, the energy consumption would still exhaust all of Toguro's life force. However, with the support of 6 fragments of Jewel of Four Souls, Toguro could hold on longer. After his transformation, he broke through rock's gravity and arrived dozens of meters away in a flash. Interesting. So this is a monster. However, Roger had already predicted his movement. The moment he landed, Roger's sword was already waiting for him. Toguro raised his arm to block Roger's blade. Even in his full strength state, Roger's blade cut through haki that covered Toguro's arm, and left a deep wound. But at the same time, Toguro also punched Roger with his left fist. Roger tilted his head and dodged Toguro's fist. The ground that Toguro hit was crushed, and its impact traveled all the way to the top of the mountain behind Roger, and it just disappeared. Black Prison. Roger wasn't surprised. When Toguro was constantly forced back by Roger's attack, Rox, who was trapped by the wind, had released his strength. In the blink of an eye, the entire land turned into a thick darkness. Toguro and Roger's bodies seemed to be bound by this darkness. Rox was half squatting on the ground, his knife was embedded into the ground, and the ground had turned into a black hole. Chapter 30, The Shattered Jade of Four Souls. When Toguro was pulled into the black hole, a mountain behind him had been attracted by Rox. Its speed was faster than Roger and Toguro, and it directly hit Toguro. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died a long time ago with a mountain like that hitting them. Only Toguro that possessed abnormally tough body could withstand it. Even so, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was stuck on the wall of the mountain, and he was dragged to the black hole even faster. Toguro growled. He stretched out his hands and then slammed his elbow into the big mountain behind him. The entire mountain was directly smashed into pieces. A mountain turned into countless stones and flew into the black hole. Before approaching, it was crushed into powder by the huge pressure. Toguro's pupils dilated. He looked at the approaching black hole. He was also pulled by the destructive force. The huge gravitational force seemed to be trying to turn him into mincemeat. Once he reached the center of the black hole, the destructive force would be stronger. Even his body might not be able to withstand it. Toguro suddenly opened his fingers. Jewel of Four Souls that he held in his hand was suddenly pulled into the black hole by the gravitational force. In an instant, cracks appeared on Jewel of Four Souls. Rock's pupils dilated and he hurriedly stopped his ability. After the gravitational force disappeared, Jewel of Four Souls continued to fly toward Rox because of the inertia. Rox was about to catch it, but Roger swung his sword before Rox could catch it, forcing Rox to swing his sword to block it. 2 devastating forces erupted in the air, sending Jewel of Four Souls, who was about to slowly fall down, flying again. Rox was just about to use the gravitational force to pull in the Jewel of Four Souls, but when he looked over, he was stunned. So, you're after this thing? Jewel of Four Souls, who was sent flying, suddenly fell into the hands of a man, and he was neither Toguro, Roger, or Rox. The man was wearing a tattered black military uniform, and the man was smiling. It was Garp. Wahaha! I didn't expect you to come here. When Roger saw Garp coming, he immediately gave up on continuing his fight with Rox. Rox looked at Garp and didn't speak, but the killing intent in his heart rose sharply. With the strength of his subordinates, even if Roger pirates came, they should be able to fight them head-on. Since Garp was here, it could only mean that his crew. He was a little dissatisfied as a captain. What exactly is it that 3 of you fight over? I really want to take a good look. Garp looked at the 3 people and naturally noticed their menacing gaze. He knew that whoever held this thing would become the enemy of the other 3 people. However, he was not afraid. An unknown power that exuded resentment suddenly exuded from Garp's body. There seemed to be a tail growing out of Garp's back. This was Nine Tails' power. After eating Nine Tails' flesh, Garp's body underwent some changes. Once he focused his attention, he would be able to enter this state. That kind of abnormally violent power was completely different from haki. If one were to describe something, it was closer to Toguro's demonic energy. In an instant, it was blasted into the distance. Toguro released his demonic energy to stop it, while Roger released his color of Supreme King Haki. This thing is already full of cracks. The four auras clashed against each other. This might be an unprecedented scene in the New World where strong people came out in large numbers. The rumbling sounds continued, and the entire God's Valley was like experiencing an earthquake at this moment. And in this apocalyptic scene, Garp threw Jewel of Four Souls into the air like Roger and Toguro did. They all rushed almost at the same time. The closer they got to them, the stronger the impact was. And under such a powerful pressure clash, Jewel of Four Souls suddenly let out a loud sound. Then, the cracks on the beautiful jewel kept increasing. In front of their very eyes, they saw the precious jewel suddenly shattered. Jewel of Four Souls. Shattered? The precious jewel that could fulfill a person's wish had been destroyed by their power? Crack! The four of them were stunned on the spot. They saw the shattered Jewel of Four Souls explode into countless fragments in the air. A large number of fragments flew out in different directions. Toguro reacted quickly and jumped up in an instant, catching Jewel of Four Souls fragments that was flying in his direction. His action immediately inspired the other three people. Rox, Roger, and Garp immediately did the same. After catching Jewel of Four Souls fragments that was flying towards them, they still wanted to grab the other fragments. That was right. Although the precious jewel was broken, the fragment might still be useful. Even a fragment of an item that could fulfill a person's wish should have extraordinary abilities. In fact, Rox and Garp did not know if Jewel of Four Souls was that amazing. However, when they saw that Roger and Toguro were fighting for it with all their strength, this Jewel of Four Souls should be the real deal. Even if it was just a fragment, they would definitely seize it. But just as they were about to reach out to the other Jewel of Four Souls fragments, Toguro suddenly threw a punch. The enormous power transformed into an air cannon. In his full strength, he could turn a breath into a hurricane, let alone a swing of his fist. Under this punch, the wind direction of the entire island changed. The huge power blew Jewel of Four Souls fragments, and the other three were stopped on their tracks. The moment they stopped, the countless fragments had already disappeared. "You bastard!" The three of them said angrily, but Toguro had no fear on his face. "I will remember you three." Toguro held a piece of Jewel of Four Souls fragments in his hand and looked at the other three people. He said in a cruel voice. "In any case, we have a long way ahead of us. Before I gather all of Jewel of Four Souls fragments to become a complete monster, I don't mind playing with you." His body slowly changed shape and reverted to his normal state. He glanced at the three people, two of whom were pirates and one was a marine, and then his figure disappeared instantly. "Before that, you have to take good care of the fragments of Jewel of Four Souls for me." After the figure disappeared, only the voice that was filled with killing intent echoed throughout the entire God Valley. The three were all deep in thought as they held the Jewel of Four Souls fragments in their hands. This Jewel of Four Souls was indeed extraordinary. Just a fragment could make them feel extraordinary power. If all the fragments were gathered, maybe it could really fulfill one's wishes? Chapter 31, The End of the Battle of God's Valley. After Toguro left, the originally fierce battle in God's Valley was no longer as merry. Garp, Roger, and Rox each held a Jewel of Four Souls fragments in their hands and looked at each other. Rox's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. "Captain!" A voice came from the distance. Sengoku, Rox pirates and Roger pirates were all heading toward where Garp, Roger, and Rox were. Because of the intense impact, they felt uneasy, so they decided to have a temporary truce and rendezvoused with their captain or comrades first. "Linlin, Kaido, who told you to come?" Rox turned his head and found that Charlotte, Linlin and Kaido, who he left behind to guard the territory, had also come. "The clash of between your haki has traveled across the sea. There's no way I can stay behind after feeling that pressure." One of the future four emperors, Big Mom, was not so strong now. Her rank in Rox pirates was lower than Whitebeard and Shiki, but it didn't deter her whatsoever. Most of Rox pirates' crews were all people with color of Supreme King haki, and most of them were extremely self-centered. Humph, Rox didn't say anything. He just looked at Garp, Roger, and the others. "Forget it, your timing is not bad." Rox grinned coldly. He looked at Roger and Garp and said coldly, "Then let's settle the unfinished business now. Both the life of the Celestial Dragons and Jewel of Four Souls fragments, they are all mine. It seems that we have to join hands." As Roger watched Rox's momentum grow stronger, he couldn't help but say to Garp and Sengoku, "In the present situation, only the two of us can defeat Rox. We can settle this once we get rid of Rox." Garp clenched his fists and said. Sengoku nodded as well. "Of course, he could clearly see the situation. Right now, there was only a chance of survival if they teamed up with Roger pirates to take down Rocks. Garp, Sengoku, Roger, Rayleigh, Gaban and the rest of Roger pirates against Rocks, Edward Newgate, Shiki, John, Akoku, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido and the rest of Rocks pirates. This could be the most powerful intense war recorded in history. Maybe there will be no more war of this scale from today on. There was no way it didn't make them excited. Godly avoidance. In a disadvantageous situation, Roger was the first to make a move. He looked at Rocks with no fear in his eyes. As the name of his move implied, even God would avoid this, let alone Rocks. This battle was called the Battle of God's Valley, but not many people remembered it because it was covered up and disappeared from history. God's Valley also completely disappeared after this battle along with Rocks pirates. Genichi had seen all that. It was not that he did not want to participate in the battle, but he didn't have much on his arsenal at the moment. He only had Toguro, and he had hit his limit. After he reached the 100% of 100% state, the energy consumption was too much, and it put strain on his body. In a short time, he had already reached his limit. It seems that I must continue to train Haki in this body until he can truly become the best fighting force in this world. On the island far away from God Valley, Genichi was thinking about something in a house. Because of the previous battle, he had distributed the Jewel of Four Souls among Roger pirates, Marine, and Rocks pirates. This seemed a bit wasteful on a glance, but he had a plan. By using 3 fragments of the Jewel of Four Souls as bait, he got a lot of emotion points. Since they have my item, Roger, and the others are also now in my radar and feed me more emotion points. What they thought was a complete Jewel of Four Souls was actually an ordinary gem. He simply added 3 fragments of Jewel of Four Souls that he had gotten before, so after the gem shattered, they only had those 3 fragments no matter how much they gathered. It was also because of the influence of the Jewel of the Four Soul fragments that the gem had a strange phenomenon, and it was also because of Genichi's control over the Jewel of the Four Soul fragments that it made a sound to attract Roger. An item that could grant one's wish could clearly arouse the greed in people's hearts, so he sacrificed 3 Jewel of Four Soul fragments to establish the validity of this background story. Compared to Nine Tails destroying Mary Giose, this was perhaps a more shocking news. He did not let Toguro leave God's Valley too far. He just watched the battle on the island from a distance. This battle went on throughout the entire God's Valley, and eventually the entire island perished. In the end, Rocks could not escape the fate of defeat and death. He was defeated by Roger and Garp together. After Rocks was defeated, the clashes in other places also stopped. The worn-out forces left. Roger took the Celestial Dragon's treasure just like in the plot. He found Shanks, who was just 1 year old, and took him to his ship. However, unlike in the manga, 3 people from the 3 different forces took something called the Jewel of the Four Souls fragments. Roger and Garp each got a piece of it. Rock's fragment eventually fell into Whitebeard's possession. Rock's body sank into the sea with the God's Valley. After seeing all this, Toguro finally left this area. He was still waiting until the news about what happened here spread throughout the world. What happened today was definitely more shocking than the last time Nine Tails had bombed Mary Giose. The strongest people he had fought so far were only Sengoku, Garp, and Z. Now, he had also fought against Roger, Rocks, Whitebeard, and so on. In that time, he had basically figured out the mechanism of his ability. The amount of emotion points depended on one's strength, the connection with the original plot, and whether or not the people had experienced it himself. After all, if the resident of that world had only heard about the news from the newspaper, the amount of emotion points they gave wouldn't be as much as when they experienced it themselves. Therefore, Genichi did not feel too stressed even though Rocks had died, and he lost a source of emotion points. Rocks was powerful, but the emotion points he gave were far inferior to Roger and Garp. Unfortunately, Genichi's current strength was still not enough, and he could not fully participate in this great event. Chapter 32, Dominating the Demon. Positive emotion points, 655411. Negative emotion points, 56214511. Genichi noticed that emotion points was rapidly irising. It was increasing by every second. During the last Nine Tails incident, he could get around 1 million positive emotion points and half of it when it came to negative emotion points. Looks like I can't get 10 million. Said Genichi with some regret. If he could get 10 million, then he could draw a 10 million character card right away. Then he could directly get a top-level combat power. Although only the 100 million emotion points character card that could transcends the limit of One Piece world, the limit of One Piece universe itself could be raised. The 100 million emotion points signified that no matter how hard the natives of this world trained, they could not reach this character's level. For example, the strongest in this world was the Four Emperors level, but with Genichi's intervention, he could alter this. For example, Jewel of Four Souls fragments and the Flesh of Nine Tails. These were things that could improve a character's fighting strength. In this way, their strength would naturally increase, and the limit should be reached faster. For example, Toguro was about to reach the limit, and to deal with this, Genichi could alter the limit of this world. If he wanted to increase his strength, he would have to spend several years or even decades raising the upper limit of his strength. In the meantime, the upper limit of the strength of other 10 million character cards would definitely be higher. However, since he had not yet reached that level, he did not force it. In any case, there was still a long time. This era was just the prologue. If he really wanted to reach the level of 100 million emotion points, he had to rely on Luffy's help. After all, it was already so difficult to accumulate emotion points once it reached 1 million. Once he reached the level of 10 million, he would definitely get even lesser emotional points. With that in mind, Genichi decided to draw the card again. After all, Toguro had used up all his resources for the moment. He could not just rely on Toguro alone to stir up trouble, could he? And since he had established the existence of Demon, he'd love to have some similar character card. With 100 million negative emotion points character card on his hand, Genichi took a deep breath and couldn't help but feel a burst of expectation. He hoped that it would be a powerful figure. Makima, a control devil from Chainsaw Man universe. She has the ability to control all creatures that consider themselves inferior to her. Once under her control, people will listen to whatever she say. Her control can also be used on the deceased. And as a devil, Makima can make a contract with humans. Genichi was stunned. He never thought that he would be able to get this character. Although the devil was supposed to be genderless, Makima's appearance was clearly like a female human. Makima was the main antagonist in Public Safety Saga in the manga. As a devil who represented conquest, she became stronger through others' fear. This was similar to Genichi, but Genichi grew stronger through others' emotions. However, Makima was a cheat-like existence because the devil can't really die. After death, they simply went to hell and reincarnate, but One Piece universe did not have hell like Chainsaw Man universe. Genichi wasn't surprised that he got Makima from a 100 million emotion points character card. After all, although Makima was very powerful, it was because of the foundation that she had built over so many years. She made a contract with Japan's Prime Minister to transfer all the injuries she had suffered to the Japanese citizens, obtaining an immortal body. Then she spent quite some time as a public safety devil hunter looking for devils to control. Only then did she become absurdly strong. And in the world of One Piece, she was not considered that strong. She did not sign a contract with the world government, nor did she have the devils under her control. In other words, getting her wasn't strange. If Makima make a contract with the Five Elders, would it make everyone associated with the world government her shield? If it were possible, wouldn't she be invincible? But relatively speaking, her power in this world would definitely be limited. After all, even in the manga, Makima had to use other methods to show other powerful demons that she was superior to them. It was impossible for her to truly believe that everyone else was inferior to her. Above all, in this world, there was another ability called Color of the Supreme King Haki. Genichi believed that it could resist Makima's power to some extent. After all, the people who had Color of the Supreme King Haki wouldn't bow to others. But the deceased is different. Genichi suddenly showed a smile, for he knew. Not long ago, a guy just died. Rocks. A few days ago, this strongest pirate in the world sank into the sea during the Battle of God's Valley. He brought the entire island with himself to the bottom of the sea using dark fruit's power, hoping to drag Roger and Garp along with him, but in the end he could not kill a single enemy. In the end, he sank into the sea. In this world, the sea was the natural enemy of the strong. Only people like Roger and Garp, who weren't devil fruit user, could conquer it, but they would never do something like digging up corpses. So the sea can be considered a good place to die, unless you are in a fish's belly. But now Genichi had one more character. It was a lifesaver as Toguro had been under the Marine's radar for quite some time. Genichi was somewhat glad that Makima could control the deceased, and the deceased that she controlled even had a certain level of consciousness, even though it was a consciousness controlled by Makima. He wondered if they could be used against the powerhouses of this world. Another important question was whether Rox could still use his devil fruit's ability after being resurrected. After all, the devil fruit would recirculate in the world after its user died. Rox was already dead, and the fruit must be gone. Would Rox still retain his devil fruit's power after being controlled? But even if he no longer possessed his devil fruit's power, Rox was one of the best, hacky users in this world. The more Genichi thought about it, the greedier he became. Chapter 33, Keep Drawing. After getting Makima, Genichi did not stop. He controlled Makima to meet up with Toguro and search for Rox's body while he drew another card. However, this time he drew a 100.000 negative emotion points character card. Since it would take a while time before Luffy was born, he could use them to become stronger during that time. Once Luffy to set out to sea, 100,000 level cards would no longer have much impact. This was because it was impossible to become stronger that quickly. It was better to use these decades before Luffy was born to make the character he got stronger. With that in mind, he started directly with 3 consecutive draws. Himura Kenshin, a protagonist from Rurouni Kenshin universe, formerly known as Manslayer Batosai. He has excellent swordsmanship. Sing, the protagonist from Kung Fu Hustle. His talent is extraordinary. Drago, a character from Jackie Chan Adventures. As the son of Shendu, he was both a dragon and a fire demon. Looking at the 3 character cards in his mind, Genichi fell into deep thought. 300,000 negative emotion points in exchange for Himura Kenshin, Sing, and Drago. To be frank, it was a good deal. Among them, Himura Kenshin and Sing came from non-fantasy world, unlike One Piece where a person destroying a mountain was a common thing. After coming to this world, their outstanding talent should be a good asset, as long as they were given enough time. Himura Kenshin could take the swordsman route like Hawkeye in this world. As long as he could use Haki, his Flying Heaven-governed sword style would definitely shine. Flying Heaven-governed sword style was the most powerful sword style in Rurouni Kenshin universe. It shocked the world with its swift drawing blade technique. It also had the ability to anticipate the enemy's movement by observing their move. Combined with Haki, becoming a great swordsman should be easy. Coming up next was Sing. As the main character in Kung Fu Hustle, he was also a 1-in-a-million genius in martial arts. After mastering the Buddhist palm style, he became invincible. Moreover, his talent was also amazing. Although it was unknown whether his martial arts talent included the talent in Haki, it should be possible with this world's balancing mechanism. At least he could use the Buddhist palm. Compared to these two's origin, Jackie Chan Adventures world where Drago came from was stronger. However, his strength was mediocre on his own. Without the 8 demon chi that he absorbed, Drago was just a green lizard that was much faster and more powerful than ordinary people. He should also be able to learn Haki, but it was unknown whether he could become the master of the 12 talismans like his father in the future. The sheep talisman that Genichi had obtained earlier was one of the 12 talismans. It seems that Jewel of 4 Souls fragments have another compatible demon to use it. He used positive emotion points to draw 2 more times. In order to establish the story about Jewel of 4 Souls, he told Rox Roger and the others about Jewel of 4 Souls, and in order to show the world that Jewel of 4 Souls was real, he also needed to make more Jewel of 4 Souls fragments. He got 5 Jewel of 4 Souls fragments on the first draw. Baby Manufacturing Machine, a futuristic gadget from Doraemon universe that can be used to create babies with superpowers with certain materials. The baby has its own ambition: conquer the world. Drawing a card while touching the baby manufacturing machine can increase the probability of getting the gadget from Doraemon's 4D pocket. Material: 1 soap, 1 iron nail, 100 matches, 450 pencils, 1 teacup of, a handful of sulfur, some magnesium oxide, 1.8 liters of water. Genichi was a little surprised. He originally wanted to get more Jewel of 4 Souls fragments, but he didn't expect to get a gadget from Doraemon universes. There were many extremely ridiculous gadgets in that universe. If he could get the teleportation telephone, wouldn't he be invincible? Despite that, Genichi also knew that it was an omnipotent item. He had to at least save 100 million emotion points if he wanted to have a chance to get it. Other than that, there was also the time machine and God robot, which were absurdly strong items. However, there were some pretty good gadgets, too, other than these absurdly good gadgets. Anywhere door and passport of Satan would be very good if he could get it. Although the superpowered babies were not disciplined in the Doraemon universe and even desired to conquer the world, Genichi had Makima now. Genichi thought excitedly. These babies were very powerful in Doraemon universe, but this was a world full of supernatural powers. It was impossible for them to cause that much damage. Otherwise, 100,000 positive emotion points would be too cheap. 100,000 emotion points was clearly cheaper than the emotion points he used to get Makima. With Makima's control, she could easily control these superpowered babies that were created. These babies had superpowers when they were just born, and when they grew up, they might become stronger. At that time, wouldn't it be the same as having an endless supply of super soldiers? With this machine, everything he did next would be much more convenient. At least in a series, there was no need to worry about aside from the main protagonist and antagonist. Jewel of Four Souls shatters, causing the demon sealed inside to break free. In order to eliminate these demons, the world government signed a contract with Makima to set up a special division to deal with the demons. I wonder if the world government will buy this story. Chapter 34, Post-War Situation. And when Genichi was ready to start his next plan, the whole world was in chaos. The rock pirates that dominated for a while suddenly disbanded, and their captain, Rocks, died at God's Valley. The world government turned this into a news to praise themselves by releasing the headline saying that Rocks Pirates was defeated in the hands of Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp in God's Valley. Only a number of people knew what truly happened in God's Valley. In addition to Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, there was also a pirate named Roger who participated in the war. In addition to these famous people, there was another person involved, who was no less skilled than Roger and the others. It could be said that more than half of the mightiest forces in the world participated in the Battle of God's Valley, and the cause of this war was unknown. Rocks at first claimed that it was to kill the celestial dragons and plunge the world into chaos, but after Rocks pirates disbanded, everyone agreed that Rocks himself came for Jewel of Four Souls from the beginning. Jewel of Four Souls, this particular name spread to the ears of the various forces in the world in a very short time. This was the item that made the Marines, Rocks Pirates, Roger Pirates, and the unknown person didn't hesitate to risk their life on the line in God's Valley, and it had the ability to fulfill one's wishes. This was probably an exaggerated setting that even fantasy novel didn't want to use anymore, but everyone didn't doubt the authenticity of this information. Because Rocks Pirates, the Marines, Roger Pirates, and an unknown skilled fighter fought tooth and nail in God's Valley, the validity about Jewel of Four Souls increased. People even thought that such an item could cause such a war. People believed that Jewel of Four Souls could truly fulfill people's wishes, as the Battle of God's Valley was the proof, and that wasn't all. In that war, Jewel of Four Souls had shattered into countless pieces and scattered all over the world. Even its fragment alone contained incredible power. In the Battle of God's Valley, the four forces each obtained one piece, while the rest of the fragments were still out there. Each fragment would grant its owner massive power, and there might be a possibility of gathering the complete Jewel of Four Souls in the future. Moreover, even if they could not gather all of them, they could use the Jewel of Four Souls fragments in their hands to prevent others from gathering all of them, or use it as a bargaining chip. In short, the news about Jewel of Four Souls had spread all over the world, and even the world government could no longer control public opinion that ran amok. They originally wanted to cover up this news, and then use huge manpower to find all Jewel of Four Souls fragments, so as to test if this item could truly grant one's wish. However, they couldn't contain this news at all. In addition to Genichi, even Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki spread the news about Jewel of Four Souls, in order to prevent the world government from hogging all of the fragments for themselves. They could still take it away from other pirates, but taking it away from the world government would be difficult. Did they have to raid Marines headquarters or the Holy Land Mary Gosa to do so? Wouldn't that be walking into the trap? Roger and Whitebeard, in particular, had already tested Jewel of Four Souls fragment's strength. They discovered that this fragment could be implanted into their bodies, and the part that they embedded it into gained some strength, albeit not much. At their level, it was actually very difficult to get stronger. Roger and Whitebeard were already in their 30s and 40s at this time. In fact, they had basically reached their peak at this age. Although they could still get stronger, it wouldn't be by a large margin. However, simply by embedding fragments of Jewel of Four Souls into part of their body, they felt that their bodies were getting stronger. It was really incredible. I roughly estimated there are at least 70 to 80 fragments, right? In the Sea of the New World, Roger, who had already left God's Valley, continued his journey, was talking to his first mate Rayleigh. Maybe this thing can really fulfill a person's wish. It would be too dangerous if such a thing was obtained by someone with ill intentions. Rayleigh sighed, and the world government will never let anyone obtain the complete Jewel of 4 Souls. The piece that Garp obtained should be handed in. What a pity. Roger said with some regret. As he talked about Garp, he recalled the reddish power on Garp's body during the battle in God's Valley. He could not help but ask curiously. However, even without Jewel of 4 Souls, it is not like Garp comes back empty-handed. The power on his body should belong to that nine-tails demon fox, right? Nine-tailed demon fox. The monster that appeared on Sabaody Archipelago might be the monster that Toguro mentioned. That guy Toguro searched for Jewel of 4 Souls to become a complete monster, in other words, he was now an incomplete monster? In short, the world is changing. Rayleigh and Roger were on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze and looking at the vast sea. After the disbandment of Rock's pirates, they might be the strongest crew in the world, but they would not be satisfied with this. They also had their own dreams and objectives. You know. Roger suddenly said, if we find the final island, I will leave Jewel of 4 Souls fragments there as a reward for the next pirates who manage to get there. Good idea. Of course, that will have to wait until we find the final island. We will definitely find it. Roger said with extreme certainty, I have a feeling that there is a huge change in this world. This is the turning point of an era. In our era, things will definitely be different from the past. The world government claims that Lodestar Island is the final island, but when we arrive there, we know that it is not the final island. Then, the final island must have something the world government didn't want to be exposed to this world, and it will definitely surprise us. It will definitely be revealed in this era. Chapter 35, World Government's Reaction. In the Marine headquarters, Garp was eating a donut when Sengoku came to his room. Have you turned it in? Garp said while reading the newspaper. Sengoku nodded and said, from that fragment alone, I am afraid that Jewel of 4 Souls can really fulfill people's wishes. In the Battle of God's Valley, Garp managed to snatch a fragment from the broken Jewel of 4 Souls, but unlike pirates, they couldn't keep it to themselves. Moreover, knowing Garp's personality, he didn't care about this kind of thing. He handed it over to Fleet Admiral Kong first. Then, Kong entrusted Sengoku to personally deliver the fragment to Mary Gosa, where the 5 elders resided. Since Sengoku had returned, Jewel of 4 Souls fragments should have already been handed over to 5 elders. Even if it can really fulfill your wish and the world government wants to collect all the fragments, it is nothing but a dream as things stand. Garp didn't really care. After all, most of the fragments had been scattered to unknown places. Moreover, the people who could get it in the future would inevitably be the strong, such as the world government, Roger, Whitebeard, Shiki, and the others. The number of Jewel of 4 Souls fragments that they had would definitely increase. If they wanted to get the complete Jewel of 4 Souls, they would have to snatch it from them. Just what kind of wish one would have if they had to face those powerhouses. That's right. Sengoku sat on the side and said in a low voice, I am more worried about you than Jewel of 4 Souls. Me? Garp put down the newspaper in surprise. He looked at Sengoku with widened eyes and suddenly laughed. What are you talking about? What do you have to worry about? I am not worried about you. I am talking about the power of the 9-tailed fox in your body. Is it weakening? Said Sengoku. Ah, that, Garp nodded, I did eat 9-tails flesh, and then for some reason its power manifested in me. But to put it bluntly, it is similar to the effect of Jewel of 4 Souls fragments on me. Sengoku already knew that Garp could harness 9-tailed fox's power, but neither of them reported about Garp's power. Garp was too lazy to say it, and Sengoku did not want his old friend to be isolated in the laboratory before Garp showed any abnormalities. Therefore, this was like an unwritten agreement between them. During the battle in God's Valley, Sengoku noticed that 9-tails' strength was weakening, so he specifically came here to ask if Garp could overpower 9-tails' power. Although Garp would be a little weaker because of this, Sengoku would rather Garp become weaker than the possibility of him transforming into 9-tails. It will completely dissipate soon. You and I both know that the source of 9-tails' power is resentment. When the resentment disappears, 9-tails' power will naturally disappear. Garp said softly. He also didn't care if the power of 9-tails in his body dissipated, as he didn't have to bear the resentment of those people. But as long as the darkness in Sabaody Archipelago remains, this resentment will never stop. Sooner or later, 9-tails will come back. Sengoku now understood more and more about those so-called monsters. They used certain negative emotions as the source of power. As long as there was still darkness in this world, then they would always exist. They killed Nine-Tailed Fox, but a new resentment gave birth to a new Nine Tails that appeared in Mary Gosa. Although it was much weaker than before, it was Nine Tails nonetheless. It was still alive, but it was weaker than before. However, it would not last for too long. Sooner or later, it will return from humans' resentment and raised to this world again. The so-called invisible empire refers to them always being by our side. They are the negative emotions that exist in our bodies. They're always by our side, but we can't see them. That is why it is called the invisible empire. Are they mocking us? This world has been safe for nearly 800 years. Are we about to enter the turning point of this era? Garp smiled and looked at Sengoku. Like Roger, both of them could see that this world was entering a new era. Be it monsters or Jewel of Four Souls, they were unprecedented in the past 100 years. Now that they appeared one after another, it might mean that they were about to enter a new era. Whether we're about to face light or darkness, we will see this through to the end. Sengoku was wearing a cloak with the word justice engraved on his back, but when he thought of Nine Tails, he felt that this word sounded extremely ironic. He stood up and walked out of the door. Soon, he disappeared from Garp's sight. Garp ate the donut and picked up the newspaper again. He read the news about former Rocks pirates crews that formed their own crew after losing Rocks. This fragment indeed possesses certain magical power. At the same time, in Pengia Castle, Mary Gosa, 5 elders also gathered together and observed Jewel of Four Souls fragments that Sengoku brought. Only world government may possess this. Have the Marines and the Cipher Paul and all countries that are affiliated with us search for it. The more fragments we gather, the more advantageous it is for us. We can even give gold in exchange for the fragment. Not a bad idea. Should we report this matter to Im-sama? Suddenly, a long-legged 5 elders spoke, causing the meeting to fall into silence. Did the true king of this world have to know about this? The 5 elders were the highest authority in the world government on the surface, but in fact, it was Im who held the absolute power in world government. Im-sama must have already known what happened recently. Before His Excellency gives the order, we only need to do what we should do. Then, let's do as we said before and gather as many fragments as possible. They had made a decision. During the successive incidents, they also smelled a trace of unusual smell, because even if there were powerful pirates out there, their strength and ability were not beyond 5 elders' expectation, but now the world was becoming strange, which was not good news for them. Chapter 36, Thor. As I thought, he has lost his devil fruit ability. At this moment, on the surface of the sea, a woman with long red/pale auburn hair stood on the surface of the sea with her hands behind her back as she looked at a wet figure in front of her. Those who roamed around New World would be able to tell at a glance that this wet person was Rox D. Zebek, who had died in the Gods Valley a few days ago. Now, he was standing in front of the red-haired woman. The woman was the devil Makima, the character that Genichi got not long ago. Genichi sure was quite lucky, as he could have gotten any other character. The last character he got was a demon, and Makima was a devil. The devil in Chainsaw Man was genderless. They were simply being that people feared. Others' fear fueled Makima, and after coming to this world, it was naturally assimilated by the laws of this world. As a control devil, the fear of control from the people in this world could empower Makima as well. In this world, the people's fear of domination was also strong. Especially since this world was not a civilized society. Some places in this world were indeed bright and beautiful, but in fact, there was a bottomless darkness behind this seemingly advanced civilization. Therefore, most of the enslaved people naturally resented and feared being dominated, and that was the type of fear in that Makima could absorb as power. This power seemed to turn into a different kind of Haki in One Piece universe. It was a bit like Color of Supreme King Haki, which made Makima's power better in this world, as she used Color of Supreme King Haki-like power that turned the fear into her own power. If the enemy's Color of Supreme King Haki could not resist their fear, they would be controlled by her. In other words, the enemy would have to face the fear of countless people in the world. Only if they could defeat the fear, would they be able to prevent themselves from being controlled by Makima. If they could not, they would be controlled by Makima. Of course, she could not do that now, because her power needed some time to get used to this world. In addition to controlling others, she also had some other abilities. For example, she could crush her opponent over long distance. To do so, she needed the name of her target, a sacrifice, and make sure she believed she was superior over her target. She could also control the dead. She looked at Rox, who was standing in front of her. After she dominated the sea creatures nearby, she easily found the corpse of Rox that had sunk into the sea, but she was disappointed. After all, he's not a devil, so he's nothing but a marionette. If he were a devil, he could have retained his own consciousness to a certain extent, and then I can tamper with his memories to make him dance on top of my palm. In other words, the current Rox was only a puppet. Although he'd do everything that Makima asked, he did not have his own consciousness in. In other words, he was nothing but a tool for combat. Without dark fruit and his consciousness, his strength will definitely drop a lot, right? Rox's original strength was definitely one of the best of the world. Even when the plot was about to reach the end, Kaido listed Rox, Whitebeard, Roger, and the others as the top fighters in the world, but now Rox had lost his devil fruit ability and his consciousness, so his strength obviously dropped by a lot. Just with an internal command from Makima thought, Rox suddenly released an intense power. The birds flying in the sky and the fish swimming in the water all fainted at this moment. This was his color of Supreme King Haki. It seems that he still retains his color of Supreme King Haki even after being dominated. Makima was deep in thought. Rox was now the only strong puppet in her hands. Naturally, she had to make him as strong as possible. Moreover, it was actually not difficult to do. Rox could just eat another devil fruit. This way, even if he could not restore his strength to the peak of his previous life, he would be a threat nonetheless. His appearance also needed to be changed. After all, Rox was already dead, and there was no need for another Rox to appear in this world. Because even if Rox really came back to life, his crews like Whitebeard, Shiki, and the others would not obediently return to him and listen to his orders. He had already failed, and in Rox's pirates, the loser was the weak. Rox had never lost in the past, so his crew flocked around him. Now that he had lost so much, he naturally did not have the prestige he had in the past. Go to Skypiea. Makima said to Rox, eat the rumble fruit on Skypiea. Then abandon your name and introduce yourself as Thor. The moment Makima finished speaking, Rox, or rather, Thor had already disappeared from this sea. Naturally, he went to get rumble fruit in Skypiea. At this time, Logia's devil fruit should still be quietly waiting for Enel on Skypiea. However, Enel wouldn't come. Genichi already knew about rumble fruit was in Skypiea. How could he waste this chance? However, according to his understanding of this world, rumble fruit shouldn't be as powerful as he thought. Its attack power should be inferior to magma fruit, and its speed should be inferior to the glint fruit, and its versatility should be inferior to ice fruit. Although it was inferior to the above devil fruits in their respective specialty, rumble fruit was balanced. After all, if Enel was not stopped by Luffy, he could be regarded as a 500 million belly level pirate. This kind of strength was actually not weak. After all, Ace and Shinjao only had a bounty of 500 million belly, which was the executive level in the Four Emperors crew. However, if Rox ate rumble fruit, then his strength would be much stronger than Enel, because Haki could further boost devil fruit's effectiveness, and Rox's Haki undoubtedly surpassed Enel's. He should be able to reach the Four Emperors level with that devil fruit. Chapter 37, Drago. Genichi planned to have Himura Kenshin and Sing train for some time before they set out to the outside world. Their talents were limited by the world itself, and after coming to One Piece, they should spend some time to get used to this world. Moving on, Genichi also had the superpowered babies that was made with baby manufacturing machine. Genichi estimated that power of these babies when they were born was similar to Drago, which cost around 100,000 negative emotion points. However, they seem to grow very fast and have a short lifespan. They might die of old age in less than 10 years. This made Genichi disappointed. Otherwise, wouldn't he be able to produce a superpower army? Well, it was a 100,000 positive emotion points item. At the very least, when those babies grew up, they should be even more powerful. In addition, he would have them learn Haki, even if they couldn't use it that well. Apart from them, the only one who could move was Drago. Genichi temporarily used 4 of the 5 newly obtained Jewel of 4 Souls fragments on Drago and gave the sheep talisman to him. The sheep talisman was part of his father's abilities. It was a part of his power as a fire demon. Although sheep talisman was not that good in combat, he could forcefully eject his opponent's souls if they were not that strong. At this moment, Drago had arrived at Dressrosa. At this point, Dressrosa was still under King Ricodoldo's rule, but it had nothing to do with him coming here. The reason why Genichi took a fancy to this place and had Drago go there was purely because the Admiral Z was about to go to this country. After Z was promoted to the Admiral, his first task was to search for information about the mysterious person Zero. He first started with the countries affiliated with the world government. Dressrosa was not a big country, so it didn't take long for Drago to reach the palace. After embedding 4 fragments of Jewel of 4 Souls in his body, Drago's strength was currently at the level of hundreds of millions belly bounty pirates. Of course, in this era, in this country where there was no war for hundreds of years, he was already very strong. But, that was only if the Marines didn't come. Drago was wearing a black robe and walking in the dark night. The complacent people on this island did not notice anything off, so Drago went all the way to the outermost wall of the palace. He quickly jumped up into the palace. However, the king's plate was so high that ordinary people couldn't enter. However, Drago, who was strengthened by Jewel of 4 Souls, almost reached his father's level. It was as if his demon's body was gradually maturing. He gradually attained the capability to fly like Shendu. Although he was not that fast, he was getting faster and faster. Since Violet wasn't around yet, no one noticed Drago's arrival under the cover of moonlight. The door of the palace hall was tightly closed, and there were guards in front of the door. After seeing Drago, they were confused at first, but they quickly reacted. They immediately pointed their guns at Drago and shouted, "Who is it? Stop it, or we have the right to kill you." In their sight, a strange man in a black robe walked to the gate of the palace, and that man seemed a little strange. It was as if there was something behind him. It was obvious that he was a man with ill intentions. Although there was no war in the past hundreds of years, this was New World. Fighting against pirates was nothing now. But just as they finished their words, a large fireball was directed at them. The fire directly lit up the dark night, and their bodies were swallowed by the fire before they could react. A huge explosion came from the door, and the guards were hit by the shock wave of the explosion and fell to the ground. The door of the palace was also busted by Drago. The lights in the palace hall was focused on the door and finally revealed the figure of Drago. At this moment, the interior was in chaos because no one had trespassed the palace for hundreds of years. This was simply a provocation to this country. Who is it? Dressrosa was a country affiliated with world government. Provoking this country was equivalent to challenging the world government, so almost no one went out of their trouble to stir up trouble in these countries, unless they didn't mind having Marines on their tails. However, Drago did not care about this world's laws. However, this country's reaction during emergency was very fast. After hearing the sound of explosion and the door being busted open, the guards inside quickly responded. The current king and princess also woke up at this moment. Looking at the large number of guards in the hall, Drago did not blast out fireball again. He only watched as more and more people gathered in the palace hall. Some of them held guns, some held sword and axes, and they all seemed like a capable fighter. However, they did not make a move immediately because they discovered the Drago true appearance. Drago's green skin was revealed under the light. His lizardman-like appearance could not be covered by the darkness. His sharp teeth and claws were daunting. At the same time, his blood-red eyes were filled with a kind of anger. The guards had never seen such a creature before. Was it Devil Fruit's ability? Hearing their questions, Drago grinned. He said to them, "I am a demon." "Well, it seems that your leader has come. The boring question and answer segment has ended. Hand over the Jewel of 4 Souls fragments in your possession." He saw a dignified person walking slowly behind the crowd. As soon as he arrived, the others made way for him. He walked out of the crowd and looked straight at Drago without fear. Jewel of 4 Souls fragments. Of course he had heard of this thing. After all, it was everywhere in the news recently. It was said that the person who managed to gather all Jewel of 4 Souls fragments could have their wish granted. After this news spread, the sea became even more chaotic. At that time, he was worried that this dispute would affect Dressrosa. As he feared, the trouble was coming. "If you are here for that thing, please go back. Dressrosa does not have the Jewel of 4 Souls fragments you are looking for." Chapter 38, Z's Arrival. King Riku knew that Jewel of 4 Souls, the would set off a bloody storm, but he did not expect it to affect Dressrosa so quickly. "No, I can sense that the thing is here. You can't lie to me." Drago lifted the black hood on his head with his hand, revealing his terrifying face completely. Then, a large fireball appeared on his palm. After fusing with Jewel of Four Souls fragments, the power of his flame became much stronger. At least it was no longer just the small fireball that could only burn wood like in the series. At this moment, this huge fireball made everyone in the palace nervous. Could it be that the enemy was a Logia user? However, judging from his appearance, he seemed like a Zoan user, and just now he said that he was a demon. If you insist on causing trouble, Dressrosa will fight back. King Rico shouted. He could feel that Drago was very strong, but if he wanted to use brute force to dominate this country, he had to walk over their bodies first. He had heard about Jewel of Four Souls fragments, but he really did not have it. Since Drago insisted on asking Jewel of Four Souls fragments, there was nothing they could do about it. Moreover, as the king of a country, King Rico couldn't just submit to external threat. If he admitted defeat to someone of unknown origin, this country's reputation would be tarnished. It seems that you have not realized what you are going to go through at all. Drago sneered. In the next moment, he threw the huge fireball in his hand toward the guards. In response, the other guards also began to shoot, and a large number of armed guards rushed toward Drago. Boom! The huge fireball pushed back the guards who were rushing over. At the same time, it exploded, and violent flames came out from the center of the explosion. In the blink of an eye, the entire palace had turned into a sea of fire. Stop! This time, King Rico personally rushed to stop Drago with a sword in his hand. He was pretty good with sword, or so he thought. Even if the royal family of this country worked hard to become stronger, they didn't go through a lot of life and death battles like the pirates out there. Without combat experience, they could not become stronger quickly. For example, Luffy, who had only trained for 2 years, was not as strong as Kaido. Only through a battle of life and death could one become stronger quickly, and the royal families were destined to not have much experience in a battle of life and death. It was also destined that they would not be strong. At least King Rico's strike was easily dodged by Drago right now. Although he did not have the speed of a rabbit charm, he and Chengdu were of the same origin. He gradually possessed Chengdu's power thanks to Jewel of Four Souls fragments. Perhaps when he attained his final form, he would become Chengdu himself without the help of demonic energy or talismans. The guards who were still alive in the palace continued to come, but they had lost track of Drago. He opened his mouth and spewed fireball again, causing the entire palace to burn even more. King Rico swung his sword again, but Drago grabbed King Rico's neck before he could swing his sword and lifted him up. Stop! Let go of father! Let go of his majesty! When the people saw this scene, they were furious, but they were afraid that King Rico would be harmed if they carelessly made a move. There were more people outside, but no one dared to make a move, because King Rico's life was in Drago's hands. Alright, since I'm a merciful demon, I will give you another chance. Tell me where Jewel of Four Souls fragments is, and I can spare your life and your country. Otherwise, I will kill you and burn the entire country like I did to your palace. King Rico was frightened. He did not expect that he and his guards would be defeated by this demon so quickly. His only hope now was the marines stationed in Dressrosa. He hoped they could see the fire here and send an army. I really don't have Jewel of Four Souls fragments. If I had it, I would have given it to the world government as a heavenly tribute. This country is not rich. If I can use Jewel of Four Souls fragments in exchange for heavenly tribute, I will definitely not hesitate. King Rico and Drago looked at each other. Eventually, he couldn't handle Drago's power and said, if you don't believe me, you can search this whole country. I can take you anywhere you want to go. Drago frowned. He suddenly threw King Rico aside, and a powerful force was suddenly approaching. Your Majesty! The guards were furious, but just before they could make a move, something was rushing toward them at a breakneck speed. A figure instantly rushed from the distance, shuttling through the crowd, and punched Drago. Drago's pupils dilated. He immediately blocked the punch with his arms. The intense power pushed Drago back, knocking down a pillar not far from King Rico. Who are you? Boom! On top of the collapsed pillars, the fire was still raging. Suddenly, Drago jumped out from the debris. He stood back up again, but he was slightly injured. But his face was still fierce. He looked at the person who suddenly appeared in the palace. The person had purple hair and was wearing a marine's coat. It was Admiral Z. I should be the one asking you this question. How dare you attack a world government's affiliated country? You will have to come with me. Z could feel that Drago was not human. His presence resembled that of the nine-tailed fox. But he could not say for sure what Drago was. He could be a Zoan user for all he knew. The most important thing now was to arrest him. Do you have Jewel of Four Souls fragments on you? Flame burst out from Drago's body. He looked at Z and deeply sighed as he realized that he still had ways to go compared to people like Z. Although Z couldn't kill him with that punch earlier, it did inflict a lot of damage. But with Jewel of Four Souls fragments regeneration ability, this injury was quickly healed. Jewel of Four Souls fragments. Z frowned and wanted to ask again, but he saw Drago suddenly attacked the guards with his flame again as a diversion and fled. See you next time. I will keep an eye on you until this country hands over Jewel of Four Souls. Chapter 39, Z and Makima. That guy said he was a demon. Z's pupils dilated. He didn't chase after Drago because the palace was covered in fire. There were many people trapped in the fire, especially the royal family. If something happened to them while he was there, it would be difficult to explain it to the world government. And according to Drago, he would come again, so there was no need to chase after him now. When the fire subsided, Z and King Riku talked about what happened just now. He then fell into deep thought. There was another demon? This was an unheard race so far. Now that they appeared one after another, was there any connection between them? Z's task this time was to investigate Zero, and this might be a clue. He had been investigating several countries but didn't find any news about Zero. He finally stumbled across something useful here. He said that there's a Jewel of Four Souls fragment here in this hall. We have heard of that thing, but it's not here. King Riku said in the burning hall. There's no good in keeping it. Even if such a thing is here, I'd rather give it to the world government in exchange for heavenly tribute. I'm well aware of Dressrosa's good reputation. Z nodded. He didn't doubt what King Riku said. After all, this country was indeed a peaceful country. It was clear from how easily Drago dealt with King Riku's guards. I will be around for the next few days. Don't worry, I will catch that demon. Z said to King Riku. The latter suddenly felt relieved. Thank you, Admiral Z. I will look for Jewel of Four Souls fragments carefully. I will inform you immediately if I stumble across anything. Z nodded again. In fact, he had already received the order from the Fleet Admiral to pay more attention to information about Jewel of Four Souls fragments while investigating Zero. If the demon really said there was a Jewel of Four Souls fragment here, then he would definitely find it here. Jewel of Four Souls posed too great of a threat. If it fell to the wrong hands and they made a malicious wish, the whole world would face a huge crisis. King Riku left and Z himself was about to leave too after his men put out the fire as he thought about everything that had happened so far and suddenly stopped. Admiral Z. What happened? When Z stopped, the Vice Admiral behind him obviously had to stop, too. Because of that, he asked Z, who was deep in thought. Z didn't answer and the others didn't dare to ask any more. After a long time Z frowned even more. He turned to the other Marines and said, head back to the base without me. I have something to do. The Marines looked at each other, but seeing Z's serious expression, they had no choice but to follow his order. After all the Marines left, Z looked at the part of the palace that wasn't destroyed where the guards and King Riku evacuated earlier. Z put on his coat and walked in that direction. He eventually found a balcony-like place there, but the one he found wasn't King Riku, but a woman with pink hair. She seemed to be watching the scenery below. At this position, she could see the whole country from above. It was Makima. When Z was about to leave, he suddenly felt something was off. Since he came there, everyone seemed flustered aside from one person. She stood in the crowd like she was watching a play. And the others seemed to be ignoring her for some reason, including him. If he didn't suddenly recall what happened before he left, he probably wouldn't have noticed that something was wrong. Jewel of Four Souls fragments. Z came behind her and said in a deep voice, did you have it? Strange, this woman was very strange. Despite what Z said, his muscles were already contracted and he was ready to fight. The Admiral is really different from the others. The woman slowly turned around, her eyes left Z speechless, as those eyes were like a whirlpool. She seemed completely calm, unfazed by Z's arrival. She used her ability to alter everyone's memories so that they wouldn't notice her presence. But it seemed that an admiral wouldn't easily fall for it at this stage. He could barely notice her because Makima was standing with the others. She slowly opened her palm and a crystal fragment appeared in her hand. Z's pupils dilated. He had never seen Jewel of Four Souls before, but at this moment he knew that crystal was definitely Jewel of Four Souls fragment. There was a special power in the fragment. It was similar to Haki but different substantially. Only Jewel of Four Souls fragments that had caused an uproar in the world not long ago, could do this. Drago is right. After Jewel of Four Souls shattered, one of the fragments flew into the palace, but I was one step faster than him. Makima said to Z. Drago. You mean the lizard that spews fire earlier? Who are you? Z became even more on guard, even if Makima didn't show any hostility. Makima didn't answer this question immediately. Instead, she talked about Jewel of Four Souls. Long ago, there was a fight between a priestess and the demons. In the end, the souls of the two sides merged together to form a crystal. Although their bodies had long perished, their souls were still fighting in the crystal. They fought for so long that the crystal changed and eventually became the current Jewel of Four Souls. The soul of the priestess and the demon were imprisoned in it. They should have fought in there forever, as long as Jewel of Four Souls is safe and sound. Because your battle in God's Valley, Jewel of Four Souls broke. Unfortunately, the souls of the priestess and demons were also released as a result. After being sealed for so long, they're currently looking for a suitable body to return to this world. Chapter 40, Working with World Government. The priestess and demons were sealed in Jewel of Four Souls, and since Jewel of Four Souls was broken, they were liberated from Jewel of Four Souls, so... Was Drago one of the sealed demons that broke free? What Makima said was too much to process, even for Z, but Makima wasn't done yet. After a long battle, their souls have become part of Jewel of Four Souls itself. Usually, when demons' soul is destroyed, they will go to hell, but since their souls have been integrated into Jewel of Four Souls, they were waiting to be set free. This is Drago's objective. Z subconsciously asked. Drago is the son of the great demon lord, whose soul has been completely exiled to hell in Jewel of Four Souls. If that guy wants to return his father from hell to this world, he naturally has to collect the fragments of Jewel of Four Souls. Makima's figure looked so mysterious under the moonlight. In the dark night, there was only the faint moonlight in the sky and some lights in the distance. Z looked at Makima's somewhat indistinguishable face and he had a bad feeling. It was only this time that he realized. He looked at Makima and said with some surprise, "Are you also?" "SHH, don't you think you've been asking too many questions, Mr. Admiral?" Makima whispered as she put her index finger in front of her mouth. "Well, I have so many questions to ask." Z ready to capture Makima forcibly. This woman must have a lot of useful information. Now that the world was entering a new era, obtaining information was a must. At the beginning of this era, whoever could grasp more information would have more advantage. Makima chuckled. She suddenly threw Jewel of Four Souls fragments in the air. Z's pupils dilated. He looked at Jewel of Four Souls fragments in the sky and subconsciously jumped up and grabbed the fragment. "You are not qualified to sign a contract with me. Take this Jewel of Four Souls fragments back and tell the 5 people who hold the highest authority in the world government that I am interested in seeing them." Seeing that Z had received Jewel of Four Souls fragments, Makima said faintly, "Take it as a token of my sincerity. If you want to know more, go to Sabaody Archipelago and find me. I will wait for you there. As for Drago, you don't need to worry. He should be able to sense that Jewel of Four Souls fragments has left this country. Of course, I don't think he can snatch it from an admiral, right?" After saying that, she walked towards Z as if she wanted to leave the palace from the front entrance. After receiving Jewel of Four Souls fragments, Z was still shocked. But seeing that Makima wanted to leave like this, of course he couldn't let her go. Even if Makima handed over Jewel of Four Souls fragments, she herself was valuable. She had too many information that the world government wanted to know. She had to be brought to the headquarters. However, just as he was about to grab Makima's hand, he suddenly felt a huge pressure coming from the distance. Z's body suddenly reacted and his pupil shrank. There were less than 10 people in the world who could give him this kind of pressure. It was color of Supreme King Haki. In an instant, the sky outside became dark. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was like the end of the world. That powerful color of Supreme King Haki seemed to come from below King's Plateau. Being able to give off such a strong pressure from such a distance meant that it came from a very powerful person. Z, who was going to stop Makima, immediately stopped. Makima brushed past Z. My name is Makima. If you want to capture me, I will welcome you in Sabaody Archipelago. But if you do, make sure you send everyone in the headquarter. Makima said calmly as if she was stating a fact. Z wanted to capture Makima now, but the person who released color of Supreme King Haki in the unknown direction just now bothered him. That person was definitely very strong. Maybe he had to use all his strength to deal with him, but once he did, what about Makima? He didn't know what their relationship was, but Makima was definitely not weak. With her courage and insight, Z believed that there was no one in this country who could deal with her except him. By the way, those guys are used to be called demons, but now the demons have a new name. Monster. Z looked at the direction of the balcony. Makima also walked toward the door after telling Z a little more. Z's pupils dilated in an instant. He immediately rushed Makima and arrived at the edge of the balcony. He looked at the bottom of the palace. He certainly saw a figure down there in this dark night. Although he couldn't see his face, he could feel the powerful color of Supreme King Haki exuded from his body. Z definitely believed that this was one of the most prominent Haki user he had seen in many years. Seemingly aware that Makima had successfully left, that person slowly retreated and soon disappeared into the darkness. Z watched his figure slowly disappear with a frown on his face. Who was he? Was he also a demon that escaped from Jewel of Four Souls? The demons of the past were called monsters in this era? So, did Zero really ask Toguro to find Jewel of Four Souls to turn him into a real monster? Toguro participated in the Battle of God's Valley and was one of the people responsible for Jewel of Four Souls' destruction. Z thought that Zero might have expected this outcome. In other words, Zero's goal was to set free the countless demons sealed in Jewel of Four Souls through Toguro? Why did he do this? Although Zero appeared in front of him before, but he made Z feel powerless at that time. Besides declaring war, he didn't do anything substantial. Or maybe he couldn't do it. What if Zero's real body was actually in Jewel of Four Souls and hasn't been released yet? Chapter 41, Cloning Plan. Z's brain was in a mess. The night was so dark as if even the light of the moon was swallowed by the darkness. Makima. Who was that woman? He didn't deserve to make a contract with her and she wanted to see the 5 elders? What did she mean? Was she going to make a contract with 5 elders? The demons that had appeared in the past was now called monsters. In other words, the 9-tailed demon fox that appeared on Sabaody Archipelago before was actually a demon? Just how many powerful demons came out from Jewel of Four Souls? Z was suffocated for a moment. He had to take a deep breath to regain his composure. He believed half of Makima's words, but there was no other information now, and he looked at the piece of Jewel of Four Souls fragments in his hand. The woman named Makima was willing to hand over such a precious thing. That was more than enough for a token of sincerity. After all, it was a fragment of Jewel of Four Souls that could fulfill one's wish. But Makima casually gave it to him, which was really confusing, but Z knew that when one was willing to easily give up a precious thing, they were after something bigger. And just as he thought, a fragment of Jewel of Four Souls was nothing for Makima. What she wanted was making a contract with the people that held the highest authority in the world government. Once she did, she could transfer her injuries to the citizens of world government's affiliated countries. If she succeeded, she would be able to obtain countless doubles for herself. And with the support of the world government, she could make better use of her ability to control the entire world government in silence. After all, having world government backing her up would establish her standings to be higher than the people in world government, which allowed her to use her dominate ability like what she did in Chainsaw Man universe. She could ask the world government to establish a division to fight against demons with her serving as the chief of that division, so sooner or later, Makima would be able to become a prominent existence like he did in Chainsaw Man universe. As for rocks, or rather, Thor had already returned from Skypiea. With his strength, it would be extremely easy for him to obtain a devil fruit from Skypiea. Now that he had eaten Rumble fruit, he became stronger, although he was not as strong as when he was alive. Before Makima had yet to obtain the power to dominate the world, Thor would temporarily follow her. After all, even if she was a demon, her body was still very weak. Bullets could still pierce through her body, and she still ought to learn Haki. She would first go to Sabaody Archipelago and wait for the world government's reply. Makima already had a clear goal. Toguro was in the new world, and Drago had to return to Genichi's side. He also had to prepare to learn Haki. After all, Genichi drew 100,000 emotion points character cards to utilize the abundant time he had in hands to train properly. Of course, training alone wasn't enough. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to experience a life and death battle and improve further through the intense battle. Before that, he had to first train to the point where he had to set out to the sea. Singh was very talented. With the help of his Buddhist palm style, his haki training progressed quickly. Genichi wondered if Buddhist palm could be taught to others as well, but unfortunately, it seemed that this required a considerable talent, and the user also needed a unique physique. At the very least, Toguro could not use the Buddhist palm. However, it was very inappropriate for an evil monster like him to use that martial arts style in the first place. I wonder if Sengoku can use Buddhist palm. A scene of a huge golden Buddha falling from the sky and crushed Blackbeard pirates as he thrust his palm while falling, and a huge handprint appeared in the headquarters of the marine suddenly appeared in Genichi's mind. That didn't seem possible. Kenshin was also quite talented, but his body was too thin. Even in Rurouni Kenshin universe, he was told that his body was not suitable for flying heaven-governed sword style, let alone in One Piece universe. In One Piece universe where most strong combatants were 2 or 3 meters tall, and even 4 or 5 meters tall people was very common, Kenshin, who was less than 1.6 meters tall seemed really short, which also meant that his physical strength was very low. Now, the most important thing for him was not to train haki, but eat meat like crazy. The food in One Piece universe should be very rich in protein. If you ate meat, you could quickly replenish your physical strength and make your body strong. If Kenshin wanted to become a strong person in this world, he must build a healthy and strong body first, so that he could develop a strong haki. Singh was no exception either. Singh was considered normal in size, but he was just a tiny human in this world. After Genichi drew those character card, his own strength was also increasing. After all, each card could give him 1% of their respective strength and ability. As he grew, all his abilities would also improve. Cream, for example, was a stand that allowed him to enter the void dimension. As he became stronger, the range of the void dimension in his body was also increasing. Eventually, he realized that his void dimension and Cream's void dimension were connected. It's like Kakashi and Obito's Kamui dimension. This was a bit unexpected, because wasn't this like having a portal? He himself was on the early half of New World, and Dressrosa was in the latter half of New World. It will take at least a week to cover this distance. The reason why Makima was able to travel so quickly was actually because of void dimension. Because Toguro and Cream are in the New World, Makima only needed to enter through void dimension on Cream's side, and then come out from Genichi's void dimension, allowing her to cover the distance shortly. Chapter 42, Im's Order. The space distorted, and Makima and Drago walked out from the void dimension. From this perspective, it was like they were coming from hell. Because the two were demons. One of them was the son of the fire demon, who would grow to rival his father in the future, and the other was the control devil, the devil that symbolized the fear of control. In this world where one had to spend a lot of time on a ship to travel across the sea, these two could save a lot of time by using void dimension. For example, Makima was in Dressrosa yesterday, and she was already at the entrance to the New World now. She only needed to cross Red Line to reach Sabaody Archipelago, which was very convenient. And unlike the pirates that had to either pass through Mary Giosa or Fishman Island to reach Sabaody Archipelago, she didn't have to go through those troubles because she could fly. Humans naturally can't fly, but demons just happen to be able to fly. So when she was seen on Sabaody Archipelago, 5 elders were very surprised. Z passed the information to the headquarters through Den Mushi, and the headquarters then passed it to the world government. Not long after 5 elders received the news, they ordered the Cypher Paul to monitor Sabaody Archipelago, and not long after the 5 elders gave their order, a member of the Cypher Paul soon reported that Makima had appeared on Sabaody Archipelago, to be precise, on Area 66. A few months ago, Sabaody Archipelago was attacked by 9 tails. At that time, Area 1 through 29 was almost completely destroyed. It was still in the middle of reconstruction process. The darkness was often pervasive. Even though 9 tails had wiped out all the lawless zone, new slave dealers already occupied this area. Because the source of the darkness in this world still existed, as long as the celestial dragons still needed slaves, the lawless zone in Sabaody Archipelago would never disappear. The only difference was who was in charge of it. Of course, because the 30 areas were still in reconstruction process, the lawless zone had not fully functioned. The place where Makima made her appearance was not there, but in Area 66, which was under the Marine's control. Naturally, there was a Marine base and some world government facilities on Area 66. The people who lived there naturally upheld law and order. The reason why Makima came there was to say hello to the world government. She even went directly into the hall of world government facility. Before the people in the hall could make sense of the situation, Makima had already forcibly dominated them. She then tampered with their memories. In their memories, Makima had become the highest officer here. It was not difficult to do this since everyone there was ordinary people. Commander Makima. Everyone said respectfully after seeing Makima come in. They let Makima enter the office that originally belonged to the highest officer. She sat in the office and quietly waited for the arrival of the world government's personnel. When this information reached the 5 elders' ears, all of them looked solemn. Makima, this mysterious woman actually dared to go this far. She simply disrespected the world government. Possessing a partner that even Z considered formidable, and she herself is capable of crossing thousands of kilometers sea in a short period of time. She can also make herself unnoticed in the crowd. Now it seems she has a memory manipulation ability. This ability is too dangerous. Does she propose an audience with us because she want to do the same to us? One of 5 elders said in a deep voice. Manipulating others' memory. No matter how you thought about it, this ability was too powerful. Memory manipulation was equivalent to controlling one's mind. People like them would never allow others to have such an ability. They would do anything to obtain it, but if others had such an ability, it was a sin. I don't think her ability is omnipotent. If there is no limit to this power, then she doesn't need the Marines to notify us, another 5 elders said. Indeed, if there was no restriction to her ability, she could just barge into Mary Gosa and meet them whenever she wanted. We can't let our guard down, but there is no need to kill her, the 5 elders sitting on the other side of the table said. After all, she has a lot of unknown information. It is what we need now. Wait a minute. The 5 elders that held a long sword on his waist suddenly stopped the discussion. He seemed to hear something and slowly nodded. What's wrong? It was I'm Sama's order. I'm Sama. Grant Makima an audience. I'm Sama ordered to let her meet us. The 5 elders, who was holding a sword, said slowly. Suddenly, the room fell into silence. They were the people who held the highest authority in world government on the surface, but they still had a master above them, and that was I'm. Now that I'm had given an order, naturally there was no need to discuss any more. Then call Z back from the New World and tell him to hand over Jewel of 4 Souls fragments first. Then, send Sengoku to Sabaody Archipelago to see Makima. In the end, they made such a decision. Both Marine headquarters and Sabaody Archipelago were located in the first half of Grand Line. Naturally, it'd be inefficient if they sent Z there. Besides, Sengoku hadn't received a new task after the Battle of God's Valley. But what they didn't know was that about 20 pirate ships were surrounding Z in the New World right now on his way to Mary Gosa. This was weird as pirates would usually run at the sight of Marine's ship. Jihahaha. As Z thought, a golden-haired figure floated above Z's ship and laughed. Z, hand over the Jewel of 4 Souls fragments in your possession. Chapter 43, Shiki vs Z. How troublesome. Z frowned when he looked up at the figure floating in the sky and the pirates around him. Damned Shiki! How did he know that I have Jewel of 4 Souls fragments in my hand? Z said to himself. The person who floated above him was one of the 3 legendary pirates, Shiki. Even though it hadn't been that long since Rock's pirates disbanded, the officers that left the crew had already formed their own crew. And as the second strongest person on the crew after Whitebeard, Shiki took most of Rock's men with him. Even though the prominent crews already left, the remaining ones were pretty capable. Moreover, after Shiki's Golden Lion Pirates was formed, there were many people in New World who wanted to join him. It didn't take long for him to make a name for himself, and now what concerned Shiki the most was that Rock's Jewel of 4 Souls fragment was taken away by Whitebeard, leaving him with nothing. He was very concerned about Jewel of 4 Souls and firmly believed that Rox attacked Figueroa family because of this thing. He thought that this was something that fascinated Rox. Whoever could get as many Jewel of 4 Souls fragments in the next era could be the ruler of that era. So when he learned that Z had a fragment of Jewel of 4 Souls, he immediately led his fleet to ambush Z, even if it meant incurring the Marine's wrath. Others might be afraid of the Marine, but he wasn't. How about it, Z, if you hand over the fragment, I can let you and your men live, jihahaha. Shiki's hearty laughter resounded through the sky. He held a sword in both hands, namely Oto and Kagurashi. He was determined to get Jewel of Four Souls fragments in Z's possession. There were only 5 known fragments of Jewel of Four Souls at the moment, 4 of which were in possessions of the 4 people who participated in the Battle of God's Valley. After Rox died, his fragment was taken by Whitebeard. So if he wanted to make a name for himself, he would have to get the 5th fragment. Stop dreaming, Shiki. If you want to get this Jewel of Four Souls fragment from me, it'll be after you step over my dead body. Z stood on the boat with his arms crossed. He was not afraid of Shiki's threat. He jumped high in the air and arrived in front of Shiki in an instant by using Soru and Jeppo. Z immediately attacked Shiki with a haki-imbued punch. Shiki seemed to have expected it as his sword collided with Z's punch. Their color of arms haki collided, generating a shockwave with them as the center. In the middle of the clash, Shiki used his Devil Fruit's ability to change the shape of the sea around him to resemble a lion head. The lion head then tried to devour Shiki whole, but Z managed to break it with a kick. After the brief exchange, Z fell back to his ship and looked at Shiki, who was still in the sky. Those little tricks won't work against a non-Devil Fruit user like me. If a remnant of Rock's pirates like you can take this Jewel of Four Souls fragment away from an admiral, where will I put my face? Shiki's ability was very strong in the sea because he could even control the sea to float and change shape however he wanted. This was the natural enemy of the Devil Fruit users. And even if his target was not Devil Fruit user, they couldn't do anything once their ship was sunk or encountered a sudden tsunami. A remnant of Rock's pirates? You've gone and said it now. Shiki smirked, then there's no other way. Let's make a big scene in this sea. A big battle soon broke out in this sea. Z and Shiki were the most prominent combatant in this sea, and the confrontation between them was almost the same as lighting the fuse that would trigger the battle for Jewel of Four Souls in the future. Someone even dared to challenge the Marines for a fragment, which would stimulate people's obsession over Jewel of Four Souls. Jihahaha, it's useless Z, do you think you can get rid of me? Shiki held the sword with both hands and swung his swords successively in an instant. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. Shiki imbued his sword with color of arms haki and dished out countless compressed air blade. This was the advanced usage of color of arms haki. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of golden compressed air blades filled the air. Each blade could cut the warship in half, and hundreds of it were falling from the sky. Z clicked his tongue and jumped up and punched with all his strength. He used color of arms haki punched with all his might, blocking most of the golden compressed air blade. The ships below had already fired their cannon at each other as Z used Jeppo and fought with Shiki. Don't you think you should tell your men to run? Z said to Shiki in the sky. You are wrong, Shiki. Justice will not turn its back on you pirates. Then all of you will die here. Shiki waved his sword and shouted again. Lion menace, earth coiling. The sea water combined together and turned into several lions. Although it was just water, but when a large amount of water gathered together, it carried tremendous force. At this moment, the sea seemed to be boiling. A large amount of sea water turned into a water dragon and roared around Shiki. Then it rushed to Z along with the lion head. Z secretly thought that it was troublesome. Shiki's float fruit was really the most difficult devil fruit to deal with. He had long heard that his strength rivaled Edward Newgate during his time in Rock's Pirates, but Z had never fought them. Now that he witnessed Shiki's strength firsthand, he did think that Shiki lived up to his reputation. He could deal with it, but his subordinates. Z looked at the warship. They couldn't deal with Shiki's attack. What do you think, Z? If you don't hand over Jewel of Four Souls fragment, even if you survive, I don't think your lovely subordinates will, jihahaha. Shiki noticed Z's gaze and laughed again, knowing Z's personality. An admiral won't fall for your threat. Z said in a deep voice, Jewel of Four Souls fragments can't fall into the hands of someone like you. Just give up. Chapter 44, Thor's Arrival. Z was very kind and caring, but he wouldn't yield to his opponent's threat. He was an admiral, and he must upheld the justice that he believed in just like the other Marines. If he gave up Jewel of Four Souls fragments after being threatened by Shiki, then the Marines behind him wouldn't die in peace. Twin Lion Slash. Hearing Z's answer, Shiki quickly retaliated. 2 giant lions were formed in the sky, roaring and shaking the entire sea. Z naturally wouldn't be afraid. He looked at the giant lion head in front of him and resumed the fierce battle with Shiki. The battle was getting more and more intense. Z and Shiki also began to fight at full strength now. They focused all their attention on each other. The ships below had already stopped firing at each other because the pirates under Shiki's command had already jumped onto Marine's ship and engaged the Marines. No matter how heroic the Marines Z brought, they were no match against the remnants of Rock's pirates. After all, there were only 2 vice-admirals among them. There was no way they could deal with Shiki's fleet. Despite the huge gap in strength and number, the Marines didn't retreat. Even if they knew they were no match against Shiki's men, they still swung their swords and fired their guns, trying to keep Shiki's men at bay for as long as possible. Z and Shiki's battle entered the most intense part, while the Marines below were completely wiped out. The pirates looked at the battle above and one of the senior crews asked, "Do you want to help, Captain? If they joined the battle, it should end soon. The leader should be fine by himself. Let's just watch." Another crew said with a straight face as he leaned on the cabin. It hadn't been that long since their pirate crew was formed. He didn't want to get on the world government's bad side for the time being because of Jewel of 4 Souls that was not destined to be theirs. "Humph, coward. Did you forget even Captain Rocks failed before?" A huge man said as he came out of the crowd. "At this rate, even if we're winning for now, we will end up like Captain Rocks sooner or later." He was obviously a veteran since his time in Rock's Pirates. After Rock's Pirates disbanded, he joined Shiki. As he looked at the battle between Shiki and Z, he remembered the battle between Rocks and Roger. "Well, feel free to watch from below." He snorted and jumped high into the sky, heading straight at Z. "Go to hell, Z!" He roared, and in the sky, Shiki also used his strongest sword technique at Z. Lion Might Sky Sword. Shiki swung down his 2 swords, and the whole sky seemed to be split open. The thick clouds was suddenly split apart and a huge compressed air blade came from the distance. Z was facing attacks from 2 sides. He gritted his teeth and his whole body was covered by color of arms haki, especially his wrists that he used to block Shiki's attack. No matter how strong the huge his other attacker was, he wouldn't be as strong as Shiki. He'd rather take one of his attacks than instantly killed by Shiki. Z was prepared to die. He knew that his men shouldn't be able to cover him at this time. Shiki's men surrounded him. Even if he escaped to the sea, it would be useless as Shiki could float the sea, and he certainly couldn't get out of Shiki's range that fast. He was at the worst situation possible, but he could not allow the fragment of Jewel of 4 Souls to fall into a pirate like Shiki who had committed all kind of crimes. Z roared. He would never give up the Jewel of 4 Souls fragment to Shiki even if he drowned and ended up in a fish's belly of a fish and sunk into the sea, but at this moment, something shining in the distance was approaching. The huge man was smiling as he noticed Z chose to defend himself from Shiki's attack, meaning that his attack would go through, but he saw something bright in the sky like a thunderstrike. Suddenly the light got closer and closer. The huge man only saw the blazing lightning in his eyes becoming bigger and bigger, and in the next moment a blue light ran over him. "Hey? What happened?" He clearly seemed confused, but in the next moment, he lost all the strength in his body. Then, his eyes saw his legs were no longer intact. Immense pain coursed throughout his body. His body was instantly cut by the flash of lightning. It was like the sharpest sword of light that instantly cut him in half. Then he lost all his strength and began to fall down. The huge man could no longer see the clash between Z and Shiki. He could only see the face full of disbelief from the people below. A lightning light descended from the sky and landed on the Marines' ship occupied by the pirates. "Is it him?" The lightning that struck down turned out to be a tall and burly person. His body was emitting immense thunder. Like a heavenly thunder that descended from the sky, he suddenly landed on the ship. At that moment, the entire warship tilted because of the immense force. The figure seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't really tell who it was as he was about to die. His vision was gradually filled with darkness, and with the lower half of your body gone, even a veteran crew would undoubtedly die. This is indeed a good time to seize Jewel of 4 Souls fragments, but... A loud voice came from the man that just landed on the warship, and let alone the pirates on the ship, even Z and Shiki could clearly hear it. "What if I say no?" Boom! At this moment, the whole sky became dark. The clouds that were split open by Shiki gathered together again and became dark. Thunder was rumbling, and pressure came from Thor's body as the thunder struck, drowning the whole world in pressure. Rumble! Thunder kept striking down. Most of Shiki's men either fainted or getting struck down by lightning, while the remaining was wobbling. This was Color of Supreme King Haki. Chapter 45, Thor vs Shiki. Oh ho, Color of Supreme King Haki. In the sky, Shiki frowned. Who was the guy below? How could he have such a powerful color of Supreme King Haki? But don't think that you are the only one who has color of Supreme King Haki. Originally, Shiki only had color of arms Haki and color of observation Haki, but I made him have color of Supreme King Haki to make things more interesting. Shiki shouted as he released his own color of Supreme King Haki in response. Meanwhile Z was awfully cautious because his color of observation Haki told him that the person below was the same guy he encountered in Dressrosa. How? How is this possible? At this time, Shiki was shocked because he discovered that his color of Supreme King Haki was inferior to the man's color of Supreme King Haki. Who was he? There were only a handful of people in the sea who could do this. Little did Shiki know that Thor's color of Supreme King Haki was weaker than back when he was still alive. After being dominated by Makima, although Rock's body and soul weakened, resulting in weaker color of Supreme King Haki, it was somewhat alleviated after eating Rumble fruit. It's over. The collision between the two sides stopped, because almost all the small fries had fainted. Other than the three of them, only a few people could still retain their consciousness, and it was impossible for them to stop Thor. At this moment, he said to Shiki in the sky, the Marines is our important partner. This jewel of 4 souls fragments is the symbol of our alliance. There should be a limit to your greed, right, Shiki? Partner. Shiki looked down. At this time, he finally saw the appearance of the person below. He was tall and sturdy, but he had a mask on his face. The mask was blue and there were horns on both ends that looked like demons, with lightning constantly flashed across his body. The ability to manipulate lightning. Was it Logia Devil Fruit? Shiki thought in his heart as he slowly descended with Z. The two of them landed on the ship and the three of them finally could see each other clearly. Z looked at Thor's back thoughtfully. From his words just now, this man was indeed the guy who appeared in Dressrosa a few days ago. Has this guy been following him all along? The woman named Makima had already arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. It seemed that they parted ways for now. Was she confident that the world government would definitely agree to her conditions, or did she think that she could still deal with the world government if they did not want to cooperate with her even without this powerful guy? Who are you? Shiki said to the masked guy after he landed on the warship, I don't recall anything upon seeing you. Why would someone with such a powerful color of Supreme King Haki want to be the world government's lackey? How pathetic! Shiki sneered. Ha ha ha, you can just call me Thor. Thor said and laughed. This world is vast. The world government is just one of the dominant forces. Don't you think cooperating with them will make you inferior to them? We're not bound by promises and contracts. Is that why you strike a deal with the world government? Z looked at Thor and didn't speak. He was still thinking about a possibility in his heart. Could he take down Shiki at this time? If he could join hands with this guy who called himself Thor, then it will not be a problem to take down Shiki. But if Shiki ran away, it would be difficult to restrain him as he could fly and control the sea. Besides, would Thor really join hands with him? He did not trust someone of unknown origin so quickly. The world government had indeed promised to talk to Makima, but their meeting had not been initiated. Who knew what would happen next? That guy was likely to be related to the demon, or rather, monster. He could not let his guard down. Thor? Jihahaha, do you think you are a god or something? Shiki laughed after hearing Thor, if you call yourself a god in front of those celestial dragons, I don't think you can cooperate. Since we are working together, then of course we are on equal ground. Since the world government is a god, then we're naturally also a god. Thor chuckled. Is that so? Then it seems I have failed. Shiki looked at Thor and said. Thor didn't comment, and Z was still the same as before. Intense pressure suddenly burst out from Shiki's body. Color of Supreme King Haki and color of Arms Haki was imbued to Odo and Kagurashi. These two blades seemed to cut open the sky and earth as they were swung at Thor. Lion might heaven and earth slash. These two blades struck Thor from top to bottom. No one could have expected that Shiki would suddenly attack, and his attack was extremely powerful. At this moment, the entire warship was cut in half, and the slash wave generated from the strike even cut through the sea several kilometers long. And right before it was about to hit Thor, the two slash waves suddenly merged, turning into a ferocious golden lion. It opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow Thor whole. Facing such a terrifying and sudden attack, Thor raised his hands, and powerful lightning was condensed in his hands. The dragon-shaped lightning suddenly struck down. God's judgment. When Shiki's golden lion-shaped slash-wave materialized, the lightning dragon leaped out of Thor's hand. The lightning dragon was imbued with color of arms haki, causing the blue lightning to faintly turn purple. The enormous dragon clashed with the ferocious golden lion-shaped slash-wave. A loud explosion occurred because of the impact. The enormous power shook the vast sea. The surrounding ships were all destroyed at this moment, leaving only the warship in the middle. Chapter 46, Demons and Monsters. Boom! If one saw this scene from the sky, they would see waves constantly spreading. The huge power shook the clouds in the sky and the sea below. The other ships were blown away by the powerful shockwave and then sank into the sea. That was how powerful the attack that Shiki and Thor launched. The impact hit Z as well, but he didn't budge. He was just shocked upon seeing Thor and Shiki fight to their heart's content. Z knew that Shiki didn't use his full strength when he fought him before. At the very least, the power of this move was stronger than the attack directed at him. It was as if Rock's crews got stronger after losing their captain. This era was really crazy. In addition to the monsters and demons that suddenly appeared, the pirates were becoming more and more rampant. It was simply worrying where this world headed to. Jihahaha, what a powerful guy. Thor and Shiki got away from the impact and stood on each side of the ship that was cut in two. Shiki laughed and raised his hands, and then the pirate ships that he and Thor, along with the wreckage of the ship where the pirates laid, flew toward Shiki. We will meet again, Thor. Shiki took his ship and crew to the sky. His float fruit could not be used on living beings aside from himself, but if they were on the ship that floated because of Shiki's power, they would be brought along as well. As for the pirates who fell into the sea, they were simply unlucky. It didn't matter even if the weak died. This was the concept that Shiki brought from Rock's pirates. He was still influenced by this concept at least for a while. Shiki eventually left, and only Z and Thor were left there. The warship under their feet was also cut in two by Shiki, a completely devastating state indeed. Thank you, Z said to Thor. Z's gratitude was sincere. After all, if not for Thor, it would be difficult for him to protect Jewel of Four Souls fragment from Shiki. The best option left would be to sink it to the bottom of ocean. But how did Shiki know that I have Jewel of Four Souls fragment on me? Z asked in confusion. Who knows how many demons have escaped from Jewel of Four Souls? Thor chuckled. Drago is the first demon that escaped from Jewel of Four Souls, but he is definitely not the last one. But you can rest assured, at least the other demon lords should have been sealed in hell. Demon Lord? I heard Makima mention the great demon before, do you mind telling me about the demon? The warship had been destroyed, so he was not in a hurry to return to the headquarters. After all, he couldn't go back with Jeppo in this vast sea. Before the fight, he had already asked for help from the headquarters through Den Mushi, so someone should come to pick him up eventually. While waiting, he might as well listen to Thor's story about the demon. The blue-masked Thor turned his head and looked at Z. Then he looked around and found a place to sit on. He put his hands on his thighs and said in a deep voice, demons and monsters are born from the darkness of this world. All kinds of negative emotions become fodder to make those guys stronger. But this is something inevitable. Z nodded and agreed. This world was full of darkness. This world will not be short on resentment and hatred as long as humans were around. Demon had already lurked in their hearts long before Nine Tails, Zero, Toguro, and Drago appeared in the eyes of the world. Or was it the darkness in their hearts that made these demons appear before them? Just like pirates, ordinary demons are not difficult to deal with. The great demons, however, are difficult to deal with. The nine-tailed fox that appeared in Sabaody Archipelago a few months ago was actually a great demon. Only the Marine's admiral can deal with it, right? Nine-tailed fox, is only a great demon? Z recalled the fight with the nine-tailed fox and thought that it was a troublesome one. He could indeed fight Nine Tails without Garp and Sengoku's help, but he had to risk his life on the line, and subduing it without Garp and Sengoku was difficult. And without Garp and Sengoku, it would be difficult to minimize the casualties in other places. Z thought that such a monster should be one of the strongest demon or monsters or demons, but it turned out there was a higher rank above Nine Tails. What about the Demon Lord? Z couldn't help but ask again. Demon Lords are the strongest among demons, just like Rox, Roger, Edward Newgate, and Shiki. They are like emperors who rule the world. They each rule a large territory, so they are called Demon Lords. And there are only 8 in the past who is nearly immortal. 8, Z couldn't imagine how strong the Demon Lord was, but he felt chill running down his spine now. If Nine Tails was just a great demon, then how strong the demon lord was. And there are 8 of them? Drago's father, Shendu, is a powerful demon lord. But they have all been sent to hell. If they don't have something like Jewel of 4 Souls, they will never be able to leave hell. Then who is that Zero? Z kept everything that Thor said in mind. Of course he didn't really believe it, but it wouldn't hurt to listen more. That's... Thor slowly stood up. He looked into the distance and exhaled. Wait until 5 elders sign a contract with us. Your companions are here. I'm looking forward to our next meeting. Wait, who are you really? Z saw Thor stand up. He wanted to see his face before he left, but before he could finish his words, Thor had already turned into lightning and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 47, Meet the 5 Elders. Marine Admiral Z got Jewel of 4 Souls fragment, and a renowned pirate named Shiki led his flying pirates to snatch it but was defeated by a mysterious man. This news quickly spread throughout the whole New World. Everyone in New World was already coveting Jewel of 4 Souls fragments, and Shiki's action undoubtedly made them want it even more. Shiki even provoked the world government in order to get a fragment, and the world government not only sent an admiral to secure the Jewel of 4 Souls fragment, but also a man that even rivaled Shiki's strength. Although people knew how precious Jewel of 4 Souls fragments was, but being able to drive those 3 people with just a fragment was somewhat unexpected. The Marine headquarters also responded to Shiki's provocation. The Vice Admiral Garp and Z who returned to the Marine base led a large number of Marines to the New World to track down Shiki. And in the first half of Grand Line, Sengoku had already met Makima and conveyed the world government's intentions. At this moment, they had arrived at the Holy Land Mary Gosa and were walking towards Pangaea Castle where the 5 elders were waiting. And Thor, who was wearing a blue mask, had already returned to Makima's side. 5 elders have been waiting. Sengoku specifically chose the route where there were not many celestial dragons pass, so as not to cause any more trouble. Makima was not easy to deal with. Moreover, she was the person that 5 elders wanted to meet, so he'd rather avoid any accidents if possible. After saying that, Sengoku looked at Thor again. Makima understood his sign and said, Thor will wait for me behind the door. How about you, Sengoku-san? After bringing you in, I will wait outside. Can I invite Thor-san for a cup of tea in the next room? Only those with the highest authority in the world government may enter room of authority. Apart from 5 elders, only Fleet Admiral could enter. As an admiral, he had to avoid arousing suspicion. Makima nodded and followed Sengoku inside. Inside the room of authority, 5 elders was sizing up the second piece of Jewel of 4 Souls fragment. When the 2 pieces are put together, it gave off more power. They put the second piece together with the first piece, and the 2 pieces magically merged. Regarding the information from Z, do we need to investigate those demons? We're now short on hands. The Marines has to deal with the pirates who are more rampant after Rock's death. They have to allocate some of their forces to find the fragments of Jewel of 4 Souls together with the Cipher Paul. If we want to investigate the demons, we should establish a new division. The blonde-haired 5 elders said. There's no need to hurry. Aren't we having a guest today? Maybe she will give us some surprises. The 5 elders that was holding a katana laughed lightly. Ha, they are already here. The long-bearded 5 elders chuckled. In the next moment, Sengoku's voice came from behind the door. 5 elders, Makima-san is here. The 5 of them smiled, then looked at the door and whispered, come in. Sengoku then opened the door, and a woman with pink hair walked in. She was wearing a white shirt and trousers. I will take my leave here. Sengoku said after bringing Makima in. After the 5 elders nodded, Sengoku left, leaving only 5 elders and Makima in the room. Nice to meet you, the highest authority in the world. Most people might not even be able to breathe under the pressure of the 5 elders' aura. Although it was different from color of Supreme King Haki, the pressure was real. However, Makima said to the 5 elders very naturally, since you have decided to meet me, you must have received my sincerity. The so-called sincerity was naturally Jewel of 4 Souls fragment that was placed on the table. It is a very good greeting gift. The 5 elders in front of Makima said, however, if you want to cooperate with us, just this greeting gift is far from enough. Of course. I wonder if you are interested in the demons? Makima asked with her hands behind her back. How can something that feeds on negative emotion on the world compare to us who control everything in the world? You want to borrow the world government's power to deal with the demons, right? 5 elders sneered. It is not only the demons that escaped from Jewel of 4 Souls. The soul of the priestess and demon hunter who are at odds with the demons are also inside. Just as the 5 of you think, I am one of the demon hunters who wish to eliminate demons. Since you already know that the demons feed on the negative emotions, I assume you already know what they will do to world government or marry Gosa as the center of the negative emotions. Makima whispered. You mean the 9-tailed demon fox? 9 tails immediately came to 5 elders' minds as it attacked Mary Gosa twice. Moreover, there was a mysterious figure behind the 9-tailed demon fox. Now that all the demons were set free, were they the same as the 9-tailed demon fox and Zero? This was actually what 5 elders was most worried about. Although Z said that many great demons and the most powerful of them, demon lords, were trapped in hell, there was always the possibility of them breaking free from the seal. This was what they were worried about. However, when they faced Makima, they did not show that kind of worry. That's right. Makima said, the demons will spontaneously attack the source of negative emotions they feed on, and there is no one that gives off more darkness than the ruler of a world. If it is just one monster or demon, it is naturally no problem to the world government. But now that a large number of demons have been set free, I think even the world government will struggle for a while, right? After a moment of silence, the long-bearded 5 elders said, so, what are you suggesting? Contract. Sign a contract with us demon hunters, so that we can deal with those demons that we failed to eliminate in the past by using your authority. We do not care about the darkness and light of the world. We only cooperate with the highest authority in the world today. Chapter 48, The Contract is Established. Contract. What kind of contract? 5 elders said thoughtfully. He still remembered Z's message about how Thor once said to him that the thing that bound them was never power or wealth, but contract. All the injuries I received will be transferred to the people under the jurisdiction of the world government. Of course, I don't care if it is transferred to the death row criminals, but I'm sure ordinary civilians are no different from the death row criminals from your perspective, right? Makima said indifferently. Why should we believe you? Do we have to believe in your empty talk? The 5 elders that held a katana asked coldly. I don't think this is an empty talk. You should have seen 9 Tails' actions. And after this, more and more demons will threaten your authority. Believe me, there is no harm in cooperating with us. Makima slowly walked to a chair. After sitting down, she crossed her legs and leaned forward slightly. She looked at the 5 guys who were in charge of the world government and chuckled. So, what is your decision? 5 elders looked at each other again, and one of them said to Makima, what will you do once the contract is signed? We want to become the 4th largest world government's institution alongside the Marines headquarters, Impel Down, and NICE Lobby. Black Order is the name I've decided on. 5 elders could hear the ulterior motive in Makima's words. In addition to dealing with demons, they could also do other things under the world government's banner. At this moment, they also understood why Makima wanted to cooperate with them. Makima also needed a large number of people such as death row inmates to redirect her injuries during her fight with the demons. However, this deal actually did not have any losses for them. In exchange for the resources available to the world government, they obtained quite a powerful combat strength. Just as Makima said, since those great demons had already declared war with the world government, then naturally, they would have to deal with them sooner or later. Who is Zero? In fact, the 5 of them had already agreed to Makima's offer to begin with. After all, Makima's condition wasn't that hard. Since her injuries were just transferred to some death row inmates, they didn't care. But before they agreed, they asked the question that Z didn't manage to ask. One of the 8 demon lords. I don't know exactly which one he is, but I can say for sure that his real body is still in hell. But he used a special method to travel to this world and summon the 9 tails. He also instigated Toguro to get Jewel of 4 Souls. His purpose should be to free himself from hell. We can't really figure out the 8 demon lords' subjective at the moment. After the establishment of Black Order, we will investigate this aspect. Makima said in a low voice. After saying that, 5 elders silently nodded. Finally, 5 elders, who was facing Makima, said, then, if you can help with one last thing, I wish us a good cooperation in the future. He took out a document and put it on table in front of him. I'm looking forward to our cooperation. Makima chuckled as she stood up and took the document. In another room of Pangaea Castle, Sengoku and Thor were waiting there. The two of them casually talked about something. Sengoku didn't say that he wanted to see Thor's face under the mask. Unlike Z, he wouldn't investigate this thing. After a while, the door of Room of Authority was opened. Sengoku let out a sigh of relief. Looks like we won't become enemies for the time being. He stared at Thor to prevent an absurdly strong person like Thor from destroying Pangaea Castle if the negotiation fell out. If that was the case, then the world government would really become a laughing stock. Pangaea Castle was the symbol of the world government and no one had ever destroyed this place in 800 years. Maybe we will become colleagues, Sengoku-san. Thor smiled. The door was then opened and Makima came in. Sengoku and Thor stood up and looked at her, and Makima said with a friendly tone, as Thor said, we will be colleagues from now on. If the Black Order is successfully established, you will have to help out. Black Order. Sengoku was stunned. 5 elders should make it public soon, so you will know eventually. Now, I need to choose a suitable place for Black Order's headquarters. See you again later. Makima and Thor left Pangaea Castle. After a brief pause, Sengoku returned to the right where 5 elders was. The Black Order will be found within 3 months. This will be the world government's 4th largest organization, but it will also be the first organization that is not completely controlled by the world government. You know where I'm going with this. When 5 elders saw Sengoku coming in, he said earnestly, if you want the Black Order to operate quickly, the Marines' help is indispensable. In other words, he wanted the Marines to send more people to Black Order, and Sengoku understood this. He nodded and said, I will inform Fleet Admiral Kong, but to cooperate with such a woman. This is not something you should worry about. Before Sengoku could finish his words, a 5 elders shouted, do what you're told, Sengoku. As a soldier, you shouldn't raise an opinion on the world government's decision. Yes. After a moment of silence, Sengoku nodded. Then I will take my leave. Well, it's not good to leave headquarters vacant. When you go back, tell Kong to do something about flying pirates and do your duty as a marine. Sengoku nodded and left. After going out, he sighed. Knowing 5 elders or the world government, Sengoku thought that an organization that wasn't in full control of world government like Black Order wouldn't be established. Especially since Makima wanted to cooperate on equal ground. Would those celestial dragons allow anyone to stand on equal ground as them? But now, it seemed that Makima had at least given a basic explanation to the world government. At least it was still an organization under the world government in name. Have Cypher Paul stand by. Once the Black Order is found, more than half of them will be from the Marines and the Cypher Paul. Then, we will investigate in the shortest amount of time to find out exactly how many demon hunters there are, their strength, the validity of their words, and their true purpose. If they have any evil intentions, destroy them immediately. Chapter 49, Dealing with Shiki. 5 elders did not directly ask about everything. Both sides already knew the moment they agreed to cooperate. Both sides knew they would use their resource as a bargaining chip, so they wouldn't give everything they had from the get-go. In fact, 5 elders did not like this method very much. Before this era had gone crazy, as the highest authority, they rarely made such a deal with other forces. The world government technically was still in control of the world. In another 30 years, they would even worry about angering Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. In addition to Kaido's super strength, there was also the reason why the era had been out of their control. Roger's words before his death left the whole world in uproar, and the 5 elders had to cast aside their pride. However, this time was an exception, because this IM's order. In order to figure out where the world was going to, I wanted to get more information, even if the 5 elders' reputation would be tarnished. In their opinion, the headquarters was just the front for the world government. However, they also knew that the world government was only the front for IM. Black Order's founding has been decided. Makima can officially begin her job. At this moment, Genichi had seen everything from his character's eyes. At this moment, the most critical piece was on the right track, and next was to find a chance to retrieve the 2 Jewel of 4 Souls fragments in the world government's possession. Jewel of 4 Souls was like money. It had to either circulate or monopolized by one person. If the world government just hid Jewel of 4 Souls fragments, it would lose its value. Just like money, it would only have value if it circulated, but if it's not spent, it was not much different from a pile of useless paper. But now he had no character that could retrieve Jewel of 4 Souls fragments from the world government's hands. The Marines' headquarters was too close to Mary Gosa. If something happened, an admiral would be dispatched instantly, and since the world government had ruled the world for 800 years, they might still have a trump card that they hadn't revealed. It was better to wait for now. He didn't need a particularly strong character, because even the 4 emperors could not break through Pangea Castle. He only needed a character with spatial ability, or an ability that resembled it. Cream was an example, but neither Cream nor its user was strong enough, so they could be easily detected by color of observation haki. Just like he had mentioned before, there would never be an invincible ability in this world. The ability of any character Genichi got with less than 100 million negative emotion points would be restricted by the world itself, causing the character's ability to be somewhat weakened by the ability of this world. For example, Cream could be detected by color of observation haki, and Makima's domination was alleviated by color of Supreme King haki to a certain extent. I wonder if the 3 legendary pirates will still exist in the future. At this moment, Genichi was still watching the situation of the new world, using Garp's movements, because Shiki's life was on the line. After Shiki destroyed Z's fleet, the headquarters took revenge. Admiral Z and Vice Admiral Garp led the fleet to abandon pursue flying pirates. At the same time, Thor had already returned to the new world. Because before the 5 elders agreed to cooperate with Makima, they handed a document to her, and it contained Garp and Z's position. It was obvious what they were hinting at. They wanted the demon hunters to help the Marines bring down Shiki as a sign of their sincerity. Shiki openly attacked Z's fleet. This was the world government's way to show their dominance, because it had always been the Marine chasing the pirates up until now. There had never been a pirate who attacked the Marine. Even Rox only wiped out all the attacking Marines. Aside from his attack on the Celestial Dragon in the Battle of God's Valley, his actions were still under the world government's control. Now they left Shiki's disposal to Black Order that would be established soon. To put it simply, the Jewel of 4 Souls fragment that Makima gave them was the symbol of cooperation between the 2 sides. What Shiki did was like an insult to the world government, so they asked for Makima's help. The situation in the new world was strange. Even if Z and Garp were there, they may not be able to take down Shiki in the sea. But if Makima and her men could disrupt Shiki and his men, then it would be foolproof. And Genichi himself was also happy to see this. Among the 3 legendary pirates, Shiki was the least important in this world, even worse than Rox. But he had a massive military force, making them the perfect puppet like Thor. But that was only if they could catch Shiki. Since we are going to start a war, let's make it flashy, Genichi said softly. Another Jewel of 4 Souls fragment appeared in his hand. After Drago's mission was over, Genichi naturally took all the Jewel of 4 Souls fragments on his possession. At this moment, he would use those Jewel of 4 Souls fragments as bait. It could be imagined that from now on, a battle like the one in God's Valley would not be that rare to see. While Genichi was preparing for the next war, the news about the Black Order had been made public by the world government. The 3 major institutions of the world government, the Marines, Impel Down, and Nice Lobby had maintained the balance of the world for so many years. Now, they suddenly said that they had to add the 4th major organization called Black Order, and its headquarters will be built in the New World. The New World was the paradise of pirates, and the world government had chosen to build their newly established institution in the New World. What was the meaning of this? It was at the entrance of the New World, on an island not far from Red Line. The name of this island was no longer important as it was renamed by the world government into Lilith's Egg. Chapter 50, Trapping Shiki. The establishment of the Black Order caused an uproar in the world. After all, the dominance of the 3 organizations had not been shaken since they were founded. However, now the world government suddenly announced the establishment of a new organization, and it occupied an important position from the get-go. Did this mean that a new round of changes would occur in the world? Originally, the 3 organizations basically represented the shield, spear, and cage of the world government. Nice Lobby's gate of justice had never been breached, the Marines was the strongest force in the sea, and no one had escaped from Impel Down, and what did Black Order represent? It was built in the New World where the most powerful pirates resided. Did it mean that the world government was going to launch a new round of purge? And the news said that there was a new force that reached out to the world government during Z's fight with Shiki. Was the founding of Black Order related to it? Was it related to Jewel of 4 Souls that was causing an uproar in the sea? Almost everyone focused their eyes on this new organization. Everyone had been cautious of Black Order since the day it was founded. Even the wandering soldiers in the New World and some small-time bandit were reading the information entailed in the newspaper. While many forces were attracted by Black Order, Toguro had already brought Jewel of Four Souls fragments that Drago used earlier to a place in the middle of the New World. Toguro was neither a devil fruit user, nor was he an ordinary human. It didn't make much difference whether he fought on sea or land. Unlike most people, he could travel freely through the New World by himself. At this moment, above this sea, his eyes seemed to see something deep down on the ocean. Finally something worth my time. He stopped there, and dove down. He wanted to use Jewel of Four Souls fragments to draw the attention of many skilled combatants, and create the next Battle of God Valley. Of course, he did not want to just spoon-feed them say that there was Jewel of Four Souls fragment there. He wanted them to discover it themselves. It was unknown how deep he had dove into the ocean, but Toguro were so many sea creatures around him already. There were many big sharks and squids swimming around. However, Toguro's target was not them. He was here to find sea kings. There were many sea kings on Com Belt on both sides of Grand Line. Some sea kings were way bigger than the other. In addition to in the Com Belt, there was actually a number of sea kings in the deep sea of Grand Line. It was the sea king that Toguro was looking for. Boom! He didn't know how deep he had dived, but when he felt that a life reaction through color of observation Haki was getting closer and closer, he heard a loud sound like a hurricane. Then, he saw a massive tentacle suddenly appear in his line of sight. That tentacle was probably close to 1,000 meters. Such a huge tentacle would have to bear a great deal of pressure in the deep sea. The tentacle belonged to an abnormally huge squid. Just one smack of its tentacle would have decimated a whole fleet for sure. Toguro smiled as he didn't come here for nothing. Toguro was not a human, so he did not need to breathe like a human. Although he would be affected by the water pressure in the deep sea, it would not affect him too much. Moreover, he did not come here to fight the Sea King. There were 4 Jewel of Four Souls fragments in his hand. Those were the price he had to pay in order to attract the attention of the big names in the New World. He didn't care whether these 4 fragments would fall into the pirates' or the marines' hands. The strong would get it, and he didn't mind with such outcome. He threw a punch and entered his 100% state once his punch was about to make impact. The punch blew a bloody hole in the squid's huge tentacle, allowing Toguro to swim through. Suddenly a wail was heard from below, and a huge monster seemed to be coming out from the bottom of the sea. It was a huge squid that was over 1,000 meters long and even several thousand meters large. Theoretically, such a huge black thief should not exist. However, in such a world, all kinds of creatures could exist. Anyone who saw this would be paralyzed by fear and could not move. The squid had 2 huge eyes that were like blue ice balls. Because of Toguro's punch, it was enraged. This Sea King might not have suffered such a blow since it was born, nor did it expect that someone could injure it in the future, but Toguro was here now. Once such a monster surfaced, its power might be as devastating as Zunsha. In the distance, Genichi also saw this super huge Sea King through Toguro's eyes, and it made him have goosebumps. One Piece universe wasn't short on super huge creature like this squid. Zunsha, who could deal devastating blow to Jack the Drought with only its trunk, was one of them. Even though size alone didn't guarantee one's strength, it sure was intimidating to face a massive opponent. Toguro looked at the wild Sea King. It launched its tentacle again and tried to suck Toguro in with the suction cup on its tentacle. This time, Toguro didn't do anything. He let Jewel of Four Souls fragments get sucked into the suction cup. In the next moment, Cream appeared behind him, evacuating Toguro to Void Dimension. At this moment, 4 Jewel of Four Souls fragments merged with the Sea King's body, causing its body to emit a kind of light. In the next moment, it seemed to become even more violent. His body actually enlarged, becoming even bigger, and faintly seemed to be still growing. At this moment, it was furious because of Toguro's disappearance. Just as it was about to continue destroying, Toguro's body appeared above it. The Sea King furiously chased after him. Just like earlier, Toguro once again entered the Void Dimension. The Sea King could no longer stop. It felt like it had to vent off this continuously rising power inside it. As it rampaged on the sea, it thought about drilling out of the sea. It was determined to destroy the guy who dared to challenge it.